Welcome. I am Stephen Sullivan, co-founder of House of Complexity, and it's so lovely to have you all here in the room with us and to those joining online as well. We are on Gadigal land of Eora Nation and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. House of Complexity is a design studio, institute and ventures practice, sitting at the intersection of complexity science and design practice. Now, we have a very simple conviction in how we work, and that is that no single perspective or discipline can hold complexity, and therefore we really need to connect knowledge across fields. And today is very much an expression of that. We've got 18 speakers over 6 conversations, and we're exploring a whole bunch of themes that are very dear to our hearts. So things like, how does change happen? How do we work across fields? How do we get better at interrogating our assumptions so that we can not only reveal what we take for granted, but go beyond that? And also importantly, how do we even think about thinking, and where does thinking happen? So there's certainly topics that get me very excited, and I'm very excited to have some of the people that we've got here today in conversation. To kick off the inquiry, I've got 2 lovely people here, and we're going to be exploring, firstly, what the hell this complexity thing is and what it looks like in practice. Just to my right here, I've got Dr. Barbara Doran, Director of Creative Intelligence at UTS Transdisciplinary School. I've also got Roger Watson, Adjunct Fellow from UTS, also a strategic designer here at House of Complexity with us. Now, 2 very appropriate people to be talking about complexity and practice. Just to give you a little taste by way of introduction, just on my lap here is some of the books they've authored and co-authored. Things like Reinventing Strategic Innovation, Designing for the Common Good, Creative Practice and Embodied Narratives, right through to Creative Reboot as well. There's also a couple other books here I thought it felt appropriate to bring here by Professor Case Dorse, Deep Change and Frame Innovation, who's very much a part of the story of how we've met. It's probably worth starting there. You've both served as Director of the Master of Creative Intelligence and Strategic Innovation at UTS, Transdisciplinary School, which is quite a mouthful, I must say. Perhaps, Barbara, we may start with you. How did you even get into working with complexity?
How did I get into starting working with complexity? Well, for me, that goes back to childhood, actually. I grew up in Africa. And I lived in in this melting pot of apartheid, racism, and my dad was working in food and agricultural sustainability, and I had this kind of swirling space of contradictions, paradoxes, tensions. A lot of people trying to do good stuff, a lot of that good stuff not landing, and so by the time I came back to Australia, I had a whole lot of questions about how does this world work, and I kind of kept pursuing that. So for me, it was really, people look for careers. I didn't really follow that path. I followed my questions. I wanted to understand and work at the same time. And so that kind of landed me in a master's eventually in environmental planning, and I was exploring what it means to be a human and to have human systems, and the notion of what we then called sustainability, environmental sustainability. And I came across systems thinking and systems theory, and that led me into complexity science. It kind of made sense of all the questions that I had been sort of following for a long time. And then I also came across the term transdisciplinarity at the end of that. And it's just been a gradual unfolding. Back then, there was no transdisciplinary school. And so you kind of had to enact those things just organically, and by finding people and connections and places and spaces or projects where you could bring those things to life rather than kind of have a place. So when I eventually found the transdisciplinary school, I was like, finally, there's a kind of a vessel to bring this to life. Roger.
So I had a very joyful childhood, but it was really tinged with darkness and like some really serious stuff that should not happen to kids. And so like about half of the people in the first year psychology subject at university, we were messed up, you know. So, half were there because they were messed up, and largely they're the ones that completed their degree. My first job in the public service was at victim services, so counselling victims of crime. And I found that deeply rewarding, but also deeply challenging as someone in their early 20s, and looked to try to work with the system to make it better and to help people to get better outcomes. I moved into a comms role in crime prevention. I didn't even know crime prevention existed, right? But it's a thing. And I fell in love with it right away, got promoted to a policy officer, found myself out of my depth, did a Masters of Criminology to understand the thing that I was meant to be practicing as a professional, and ultimately reformed the crime prevention unit from a passive bureaucracy into a data-driven, insights-driven, proactive unit, which was great most of the time. But for some particular crime types, criminology wasn't really working. You know, criminology as a discipline, it's really good at precedent. You know, it comes from law. Law is good at precedent. It's good at replicating evidence-based approaches. But what if something's new? What if something's emerging? Criminology as a discipline didn't really have that creative lever in order to do something new. Got promoted, went for the next promotion, didn't get it, threw a tantrum, was sent by the DepSec over here to UTS on a secondment to meet Case Dorst and the Designing Out Crime Research Centre. It had been funded 2 years previously, and as a public servant, my role was to come over and advise whether it should continue to be funded. Instantly, I saw the missing pieces in how to engage with complexity. The Designing Out Crime Research Centre were a bunch of different people from different disciplines, all trying to take on these complex challenges that I myself was failing at applying the evidence-based approach. 6 months of comment turned into 8 years, one of those books over there, really impactful work. And ultimately what emerged was a transdisciplinary way of working that drew on design, drew on criminology, drew on different disciplines, but ultimately created a way of working that was fit for purpose in taking on complex issues where there wasn't an evidence base on what you should do. So that takes us up to about 2018, prior to rejoining UTS at the TD school.
Yeah, awesome. And there's a lot to unpack there in terms of what we mean by transdisciplinary. And I don't know how many times we're going to say the word complex today, but perhaps we can start there by actually getting a sense of how do you guys think about it? So when you think about complexity, or sometimes we hear things like complex systems thinking or systems thinking, where do you even start to give someone a bit of a foundation for what it all means?
I really love David Snowden's Cynefin framework, where he delineates different typologies of problem. And he keeps changing the words. So there's basically 4 types. A simple problem where cause and effect is evident. And in that case, you use the best practice approach to address the issue. Complicated problems where cause and effect can be discerned, but you have to really analyse and dig deep and understand it. And there you draw on good practice in order to affect it. With complexity, he delineates it from complicated in that all of the elements can't be understood and distinguished by themselves. You can't really understand it in the same way that you can understand a complicated issue. And therefore, what is needed is a response, a probe. There's also the chaotic problem typology, where he advocates that you just have to act and see what happens. And so I think when we talk about complex issues, we're really talking about those last two, the complex and the chaotic, where things are getting real and action needs to happen. More analysis is not what's needed. It just need to do something and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, for me, that's a model, and it's really helpful, and we need models. But I also feel like we need a way of working, which you talked about, and a lot of that actually comes from in here, and it's embodied, and it's tacit, and it's felt, and there's a kind of constant oscillation between how we're actually engaging with the simple and the complex and the complicated. And when it comes to transdisciplinarity, I really think of it as a place and a space where the way that we do things is like a muscle, or it's a practice, but we have a world around us that kind of invites us to lean into particular kinds of ways of practicing. And transdisciplinarity is a space for us to rehearse and begin to kind of develop this way of occupying the complex and holding all those other bits together. So, we often talk about transdisciplinarity as bringing different disciplines and practices into the same kind of melting pot. I think one of the risks there is that we just do like the puzzle piece thing where we go, okay, well, it's really what I would call interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary. So we bring pieces in together, and when we use actually the same kinds of railway tracks that we've always been doing to click them in together, it feels very easy, and that's more a complicated way of working rather than a complex way of working. And the layer that comes over that is the piece that I think we need to spend more time developing, which is these sort of embodied and tacit and kind of intuitive ways that I think need dynamic creativity injected into the mix. So we're holding space for something else to emerge, and that is part of it, is holding... when you're doing something transdisciplinary, the outcome should not be expected. I think we should be holding for something unusual to appear, and that we don't like doing that because we like to be able to predict what's going to come. So that opens up this whole space of working with what's emergent, what's non-linear, blah blah blah. And this is this whole space of like what is complexity, what is systems theory, what does it mean to live into a moving, living space, which to me is what this is all kind of wider about.
Yeah, and there's a real tension there, isn't there? Because to tell someone, well, to have a complexity-informed practice, it's a way of being, is a pretty ambiguous thing. And it takes, the more you engage with it, the more there's a felt sense of, okay, I get that. Like, it's not just a method or a toolkit or a set of concepts. It's an entire change of your disposition. There's a whole humility that can come with it as well. And I think we can keep pulling on that. But perhaps a couple of things that are quite important for me when it comes to complexity, though, is it is recognising processes and interactions just as critical, if not more, than things themselves. And there's a really long history within the Western tradition of thinking, where we really love to isolate things, and we like to understand something. You want to understand the parts. You want to pull it away. We pull things away from context. And one of my favourite people I've learned a lot around is Edgar Morin, and he's a sociologist, a French sociologist. He's often called the father of transdisciplinarity. He talks about the need for complex thought, so conjunction and distinction. And back to your point, Barbara, about just getting people together in a room like a puzzle piece, even when talking about transdisciplinarity and we talk about integration as being so critical, that's not always the case. A complex thought also sees contradictions and it holds space for those. So it's not just about recombination and everything fuses together to make a new thing. It's actually about recognising the distinctions of of things, at the same time how they hang together. And, just to give an example of that, and this is the other funny thing about complexity. In one way, it is so confusing, like it's a way of being. In another way, we deal with it all the time in our everyday life. You understand that you as an individual have a very different behaviour with a few beers with your mates at the pub versus at home with your family. And so what's going on there, right? You're still, who's the true you, right? And of course, that's a bad question because context matters. It's through the interactions, the feedback, that you actually have an understanding of what something's capable of. So I think that's really important, is that actually we're paying far more attention to how things interact and the context, as opposed to just trying to analyze something, which, we'll get into it in a bit. But if you think about modern day corporate practices, you want to understand something, you get the spreadsheet out, you get numbers, and just like how far removed that is from that lived, felt context of interactions and feedback and environments.
Yeah, so two things. The way of being, I just want to pick up on that for a second, because we are always acting a way of being. Right now we're sitting down, we're looking at each other, that is a way of being. Our bodies are doing something, that is a way of being. So it can sound really woo-woo and la-la-la, and people kind of like to box it off like that, but it's actually just a practical way of saying pay attention to what you're doing moment to moment. And the moment to moment leads to, that's the macro stuff. That's those tiny little micro moments that lead to the macro. And they are constantly interacting. And to me, that's what complexity and systems thinking does. It opens up this space for thinking about all those tiny decisions and the interaction of all those different things, the material decisions that we're making, the energetic decisions that we're making. This pen is not just a pen. This pen is plastic, it's ink, it's, and I can think about all the tiny micro decisions, that designers have made to bring this into being. That enables me to sit here and talk and all those kinds of other things. But then I'm interacting with these social systems. I can speak English. That means that I'm, able to communicate in particular kinds of ways. So there's layers and layers that are constantly interacting, and it's that sensibility and that awareness that we don't really cultivate, or we haven't really cultivated in the educational systems that we've had. It might change. Maybe this would be, where we're going, where young people start to kind of learn in that way. But we didn't learn in that way. We learnt in parts and in silos. Reading, writing, arithmetic. That's the focus. So when we come back to the now, and we're working on how do we bring this sensibility into being, there is a way of looking and perceiving that is constantly bringing all these things into balance. It's a dynamic balance, because we can't do them all at once, and we are constantly making choices and balancing the distinctions that are prevalent in a moment. And in that moment, there's, again, multiple layers. When we've taught this, particularly there's a subject I used to teach called creativity and complexity, and we often got feedback that it was kind of like the lights went on, and once you see complexity, you can't unsee it. But wow, I was suddenly swimming in this ocean of connectedness, and how do I navigate through that? How do I make decisions? And I feel like that's going back to that kind of the pragmatics of how do we work with this.
Yeah, Juno and Roger, just something I wanted to pick up. You brought up the Cynefin framework, and so in a complicated situation, we sort of analyse, sense, analyse, and then respond. In a complex, we have to probe first, and that's in response because in a complex, we're dealing with emergence, things that we cannot predict by understanding parts, and I would say my job doing innovation consulting, that is by far one of the most challenging aspects, particularly in organisations where we want to be seen to know answers, we want certainty, legibility, the perspective that actually, no, it's about increasing learning capacity. It's about genuinely acknowledging that we don't know what will emerge, and using that as a strength is definitely something that we're not doing too well in a lot of contexts, I would say.
Yeah, there's a default back to treating complex issues as if they were complicated, and pretending that through analysis and sensing analysis and then action that we can move towards a safe intervention. But with complex issues, it's really about throwing a pebble in the water and seeing the ripples. And there is a danger for the audience listening to us who've read lots of books and written lots of books to think, these guys are just talking. But I really mean it when probing is action. So very, very much at the centre of our practice is action. Barbara is an artist. One of the many bundles of herself is an artist. I dabble in music. And that's about creating an object or creating an artefact. In my own professional practice, getting to action, getting to that probe as quickly as possible to see whether the assumptions that are underpinning the situation are real, or if they can be shifted through that probe and better understanding the situation based on what you see back in the world from your action. So there's this body of work, the American pragmatist movement, Dewey, Peirce, William James, who talk about the notion of just measuring, classifying something, quantifying it is not action. And I've had the pleasure of working across many different fields. One of them is wildlife conservation. And I went to this conference at Oxford, and the whole topic of the conference was, we need a better practice because what we're currently doing isn't working. And by the end of the conference, I thought, well, you've just shown why it's not working, because you've just done everything that you've already always been doing, which is classifying the issue, measuring the decline of the species, measuring contributing factors to that decline. But where's the action? And in some senses, it's not their fault because they're not trained or educated to make that pragmatic move towards a probe in order to be able to test the waters and test the assumptions.
Yeah, and the other thing I notice a lot in practice when we talk about probes is we're typically far too narrow. Again, if complexity, one thing you can take from it is that the meta strategy is building the capacity to learn. And typically we default to, for instance, if you're an organisation, you want to do something, what do? You look at your competitors. And what are we doing there? We're looking for precedent, and we're looking for best practice, which by definition is historical. By definition, it removes any sense of context. And I find, my view on systems thinking or complexity, whatever language you're using there, probably the key thing we're doing is, one, we're broadening context, and we're trying to understand wider set of relations. Importantly, we're not doing another reductive move where we're saying it's the system. We're equally interested in the parts and that relationship, which is a recursive one there. So again, another great insight from complexity is showing that causality goes both directions. Me as an individual, I help contribute to create culture. Culture comes back, it acts on me, it shapes me, and there's an ongoing interplay that happens there, which once again gives you the logic, I suppose, for when thinking about how we're doing probes is the need for variation, which is coming from evolutionary theory, which is another one of the fields that converges into complexity. And again, especially me positioned as a innovation consultant, I would suggest that is one of the primary functions I have, is helping organisations, people that may have had 15, 20 years in a particular industry, use certain set of language, certain patterns and how you do things, is actually helping them see it's not only legitimate, but critical to actually go beyond your normal way of doing things.
For me, that's a really kind of key piece, because we're trying to look beyond our assumptions, and we already are kind of schooled in this way of looking at the world, which is, to me, I call it like complicated and mechanistic. And it's not to deny that any of those lenses are not useful. They're really useful. and when I say those lenses, I also mean that there's a whole bunch of practices that sit behind those. So when you're talking and I'm thinking about the probing, I'm like, well, actually, I think anthropology can be really useful there, the practice of doing ethnography, because it's like what part of ourselves are we taking into it, to how we look and observe. So you can probe something, and if you already have an idea of what you think that it ought to be, that's what you're going to see. So if you widen yourself out and you're widening your whole sensing being, you look at it in a different way. And so that's where that interdisciplinary collaboration comes in. So you might work with an ethnographer who helps you to really look at cultural dynamics and symbols and, a whole raft of things that may not normally be part of your practice. I love working with actors and people who come from the performing arts because they use their bodies to tell the story and to sense it into a place. Similarly, medical practitioners and clinicians, because again, they're looking at the interactive, the way the body's working, but also they're working at the empathy level, because if you don't connect to someone, and we know this really, more and more, if you don't connect to someone in a place and a space that engenders trust, you're already going to narrow down. So it's not that there's one particular discipline or practice, but it's that sense of widening your own way of perceiving out and questioning the assumptions in which you're looking at a situation, because you may well miss what's happening in that probe, and you kind of be looking for the thing over here when really the ripples are doing something really interesting over there, but you were never looking. And I think that that's a lot of how we are working. It's like, this is the problem, this is what it is, what are we doing? Here it is, we've done a little bit of a probe and we'll just keep doing the same thing. So it's moving beyond those assumptions.
And those assumptions can run deep. So looking at criminology, some of the frameworks that underpin our criminal justice system date back to the 16 and 1700s. And based on humanist philosophy, they're fine. Like if you read the principles of the criminal justice system, they actually make sense, and much more sense than burning witches or, chopping off hands as punishment. However, the assumptions themselves haven't really been tested. So we've got this whole system based on some assumptions or some principles that were written by a political economist, Cesare Beccaria, as part of a coffee club with his mates in Italy. And this document got picked up by the French government after the revolution and the American government after the revolution, and informed the founding principles of our criminal justice systems that are still in place today. Now, those principles, as I said, are a lot better than the principles that were at play beforehand, but they've never been scientifically tested. All of the science into criminology is around the application of these principles, and the testing of these principles in action just doesn't happen. There's no questioning of those assumptions. And why that matters, right? It matters because some of those assumptions are weak. Some of those assumptions that came in under that same banner are actually fairly evil, like the notion of innate criminality, that you're born a criminal, and they have led to some really, I promise not to get dark, but they have led to some actually really, really dark stuff. The Holocaust, was underpinned by these scientific principles based on assumptions that had not been tested, and that came about, in a very unscientific way. Now, the good news, of course, is that there are people out there who can smell BS, and there are good people out there who can get into positions to do really interesting stuff, despite what the culture of the sector says. One of my mentors, Brendan Thomas, big shout out, BT, CEO of AusTrack at the moment, but he was director at Crime Prevention Division when I was there. And he hadn't been educated in criminology. He grew up an Aboriginal man, rooted in culture. And one of the early pilots that he did was a place-based initiative working with young people and the community to try to work out how to get them out of offending. So they've come in contact with the criminal justice system, so what do we do? Now, he is a master of getting stuff done. And the way he got stuff done in this particular context was to make sure that the culture of crime prevention didn't get anywhere near that program until it was ready. So there was, and perhaps still is, a culture in criminology of really being evidence-based, so not being able to try anything that hadn't been demonstrated to be effective before, but then also to be evaluating as soon as possible. So he created space for this project to make assumptions, not get anywhere near the evaluators for at least a year or two, until they'd ironed out those assumptions. And if they found that the program wasn't working based on an assumption, they'd make a new assumption and change the program. That ultimately led to a successful intervention that helped save lives and helped improve the quality of life of young people. But it never would have happened had he not been able to separate the development of the program from the evaluative mechanism of the state.
Yeah, do you know, it's funny how much whenever we do any type of work that requires expanding options, it's very difficult to get people out of that judging mindset because it of course is our natural predisposition. And one of the great insights, again, coming from the concept of emergence, is that novelty exceeds knowing. So when we talk about these probes, it is because we just literally, there are so many unknown unknowns. And I agree that thinking about assumptions is one of the big challenges that we've got in all contexts, and we're literally swimming in them. It's the classic thing of, the goldfish not realizing it's in water, because certain things just feel so normal and naturalized. We're just blind to them. And for me, that's why the notion of paying attention to interactions becomes really important. Barbara, we've spoken a lot just about how much environment, the tools you use, the bodies, they constitute a space of possibility for certain things to either emerge or not emerge. So we think a lot and talk a lot in complexity about constraints as well. So for those of you that may work in an office that want great breakthrough thinking, it's really worth thinking about, are you actually sitting in the same room every day? Are you coming on a routine 9 to 5 in the same office? Are you picking up the same set of post-it notes and flip chart to get on the wall? And just to recognise how limited and narrow that is in terms of the conditions for new thinkings, new insights, new ways of observing things to emerge.
For me, it's also about, are we using our bodies as as complex beings? I sound like I'm woo-woo hacking. But I spent a lot of time researching this in psychology and neuroscience, etc. So I'm not woo-woo. Or I just feel like I need to kind of contextualize that in a broader sense when I use these words. But when you do, you can put neurodetector software onto your head. There's a whole bunch of stuff that we've got for biofeedback, and you can sit in different environments, you can do different kinds of activities, and you can see which parts of you are firing and which parts aren't firing. And even being in an office that, a lot of our offices today don't even have windows that you can open. So just something like the way that air moves through a space can have a radical effect on how we feel. And what's moving. Like, let's not forget that our skin is one of our biggest organs. So if that's already kind of shut down and compressed, that's actually fully impacting our whole organism, and we know now, this is the stuff I love about complexity, because I think that we've had all kinds of stuff emerge over the last 10 to 20 years that invite a new narrative, and it's actually, I would say, moving into a kind of a new mythology of what we are as humans. So, rather than thinking that, thinking happens up here, and I'll talk about this more as the day goes on, when we say that, it's actually, we're talking about, our frontal lobes and particular networks that are firing. But if we really get into the full neuroscience of it, we're thinking with our whole bodies all the time. Our guts are producing neurotransmitters, our heart rate, all of these, and even if we're sitting still and stagnant, we're not inviting ourselves to move and think and engage. So something just as simple as movement can change what comes into the room. Having a ceiling over you can radically shift your imagination or constrain your imagination. Not to say that a ceiling isn't a good thing, but if that's the main thing there all the time, some horizon, some expansion, some movement, they're such tiny little things that can embed us into a moving, living world. And then we start to engage as moving, living creatures or beings or whatever you want to call us.
And that can come back to organisational culture and even team culture. Like if you're in an environment where you're fearful or uncertain about your job, that's going to impact your gut, it's going to impact your whole sense of being, you're going to get sick, you're not going to be in a position to be creative or be productive or be positive. So there is really a responsibility of leadership to foster those environments, not just the physical environment, but the social, cultural environment of an organisation. If you're wanting to engage with complex issues, then you need to set the conditions for success.
Okay, so we've established then context, environment matter, because we have things like emergence we can't predict. Interactions and learning through probes is really, really important. And just recognising causality is, there's so many factors, they're often invisible to us. That's why we need to act to learn. I'm curious now about some of the big shifts for practice. Let's take problem solving, for instance. Are we problem solving in complexity, or what's going on there?
We shouldn't try to solve problems in complexity.
It does sound kind of odd though. Like, to unpack that tension? Why would you not solve a problem?
Well, it's the wrong way of thinking. If something's truly complex, it can't really be solved. It can be better understood through probing, and perhaps the situation can be improved. But to search for a solution is to misdiagnose the situation as something that's not truly complex.
But we're living in this everything's networked, everything's connected. So if we hold the assumption that we're going to solve a problem, it's only a moment in time. It's connected, and if you've moved something here, there's knock-on effects elsewhere. And what are those? And if we're only focusing on this, then we may well be having it positive or negative or something in between, unintended consequences elsewhere. So the fallacy, I think, even in the notion of solving a problem is that it's done and dusted, and you've gathered all the information, you've seen the situation comprehensively, you respond. This group of people have said, or this whatever the issue at hand is yep, we've closed it off, it's done, and then you don't have to be responsible for all these other bits that are connected, but they are there and they're always there. So rather than kind of saying you're solving a problem, you're responding in a moment in time as best as you can with the evidence at hand or whatever, and so it's a kind of reframe that doesn't preclude all the connections, and that then you've got the systems sort of starting to come into the equation. It's
a moment in time, but that's not to say that it has to be a small intervention.
No.
I'm talking about major policy reform and big programs that have touched many thousands of people. I mentioned the American pragmatist philosophers earlier. Last night I was talking with some of the people in the room today about the American feminist pragmatists, who were unfortunately hidden to me as a psychology undergrad and even as a master's graduate, even though some of the innovations that they led in the 1890s led to the first juvenile justice court in America. And having studied just up the road, having studied feminist criminology, I was blind to that until I came across it in a design journal written by some anthropology, or people who'd come from anthropology. This whole body of work, led by Jane Addams, was a situated, place-based initiative in Chicago, working with the American pragmatist philosophers, taking on complex social issues. And as I said, one of them led to the foundation of the Juvenile Justice Court. Now, is that solving the problem? Not at all, but it's making the situation a hell of a lot better for the young kids who are being tried as if they were adults and sentenced as if they were adults.
So that's moving a system and then watching how the system's moving, and it is solving a problem.
Yeah.
But it's many problems, and it's not like it's done and dusted. It keeps growing and it keeps evolving, and so that to me is part of the systems approach. And we can become quite disheartened, I think, if we look at things only in isolation. And right now we're looking at things like really big problems, climate, social injustice, you could kind of go, have we done anything? But then you can go back and you can go to movements like that and go, okay, there's been moments by moments, there's been growth and there's been change, and there is, that again is that oscillation between the macro and the micro, but not looking at it as something that is a fixed thing. It's a living thing, it's a moving thing, and we need to be caretakers of those things, because they can take a turn. As we know, we've got like Trumpian world at the moment where what might have been a democratic society suddenly seems to be going over this way. But does that mean that that's a fixed thing? It's how we collectively attend to and enact ourselves that can keep this world, this living dynamic that we are part of, moving. So that to me, the project thing is maybe it's partly just how we engage with the word, but that's where the systems thinking stuff comes into it. It's like what's held in that moment, and what's held in our kind of our psyches as we interact with the other elements.
Yeah, and for those of us who've worked in the tech world, you're looking to solve the issue, right? And that assumes that there is a technological or a technical solve for a complex solution, where if you look at the Hull House work, it's very much relational. And if you look at some of the innovations from the innovators in the room, Sophie, it's about relational strength and relational taking on these complexities, rather than imagining that there's some magical technical thing that will solve the problem.
Yeah, and coming back to this idea we spoke about earlier about recursive feedback, the relationship between sort of parts and wholes, the interplay, same goes for problems and solutions as well. So we often talk about the sort of co-evolutionary nature of this. So the way you frame a problem sends you in a particular direction for how you might go about solving that problem. And of course, that continues to evolve, because whatever your intervention, your thing is to solve it, it helps you better understand the problem, and on we go. And the fact that we're not in a static situation, it's a dynamic. We are very much tuning, as opposed to thinking about we're solving a problem, to how the system and the state of a system is shifting, and how, particularly, once again, coming back to the idea if causality is mostly invisible in complexity, and that what we're trying to really do is shift constraints, because where sometimes systems can be highly resistant to change, sometimes they can be really on a bit of a tipping point, a threshold where we're going to see big qualitative shifts as well. Once again, coming back to what we're doing, well, we're probing. We're trying to actually learn about doing that. And there's perhaps two particular practical methods or ways to think that's probably worth thinking about here. So if we're not just trying to do problem solving through small project work, one-off single interventions, framing, as well as what type of infrastructure is useful in this context. So because I would say by leaving people with the idea, well, you don't solve problems, sounds like you're being quite difficult. So like practically, what should you or could you be doing? And I could pull up a little book here, Reinventing Street.
Work was this acknowledgement that it's not just a one thing. So we've developed this model called the studio model, where a studio has 4 components. So it has a laboratory for experimentation. It has an academy for learning about learning from mistakes, learning about what works. It has a podium for disseminating or celebrating success and failure. And it also has a temple for personal growth and spiritual growth. Often our organisations ask you to leave your spirituality at the door, and that's a great failing. And so through the temple, it's about understanding other spiritualities, but with the purpose of personal growth and that transdisciplinary notion that can come from overlapping different backgrounds, different spiritual, cultural heritages. So again, it's the lab for experimenting, the academy for learning, the podium for talking, and the temple for growing.
And the temples, I feel like, is always the one people really respond to. Like, you just don't normally think about that, particularly in a corporate context, the I suppose, spiritual, or the more reflective and contemplative. Yet at the same time, we all know it's, even today, it's going to be the little side conversations, the moments that you have a coffee together where you feel like that real connection and meaning emerges.
I mean, I want to just do a shout out to the notion of the non-verbal, which to me sits into that spiritual space. It's that sense of connection that is to something, or a place in a space that is bigger than you, that is more than what you know, that is wonderful and terrifying at the same time, and that it's part of that reflective space, and it's a holding space. And I think it also involves rituals of different kinds. Like one of my favourite places actually is at the Art Gallery of New South Wales. I've forgotten what it's called, but in the new building there's a little kind of earth temple, it's a rammed earth, beautiful little sphere place.
I've been there.
And you can collect a rock. And you can take that with you, and you've got to return it. But it is a really beautiful place to just go and sit, and it's so peaceful. And I've had all kinds of friends tell me that they've had a really bad day, and they've just thought, I'm just going to go sit there, and they've had days to celebrate, and they've gone and sat there, that's a place and a space, but it could also equally be sitting on the coast looking at the skyline, whatever. Everyone has their own reflective spaces, but it's also just the time to have that. Space to dwell in that realm, and that helps us to kind of connect. And even from a kind of, I work from the kind of biopsychosocial model, which is like this idea that there's a connection across that whole kind of space, from the inner world to the outer world, and we need these moments to integrate and to make connections, and those are often places and spaces for the non-verbal. And in our corporate working, whatever lives, our organisational lives, we tend to really kind of champion the role of the verbal, the explicit, the explainable, and we spend a lot of time in there. And I with the lab as well, I feel like there's a dance between the lab space and the temple space, both of which give time to experiment and widen and integrate. I think we do the other two quite a lot and quite well, and people are really comfortable with that. Let's hypothetically kind of go, okay, well, in 100 years' time, maybe we become really good at opening out the lab space and the temple space, and the other bits shrink. So it's always a living, moving thing. And that's what I love about the lab, that the studio model, is that it's not actually even a linear thing. It's like people might go, okay, well, you start with the lab and you do... No, it's like you keep modulating what you need relative to the context. And again, it goes back to that, what I'll call like a tacit sensibility, or the mindset that I think is part of what that transdisciplinary piece is, and part of the stepping into that way of thinking that is complex and systems oriented.
Yeah, and I think if you've only got the academy and the podium, that's a good recipe for sharpening what you're already doing, and that's great if what you're already doing is effective. But if what you're already doing is not being effective, then it's a good way of accelerating into a future that is not of your choosing. So the lab, underpinned by those pragmatic principles of holding your assumptions lightly, but also the scientific principles of you've got a hypothesis, don't seek to prove it, seek to disprove it. So using the lab as a proper experimental place, and then the temple for that, that deeper growth, as you say. I like the idea of engaging with philosophy, a cultural practice, and embodied creativity in the temple. I think those three elements can really sing.
Are we nearly up for time? I'm
Almost,
very conscious that we probably should not open another hall. But I just kind of wanted to give an example of something that I've been doing. So, like I do a lot of work in the healthcare space, and a lot of healthcare is very siloed. And there is a lot of the work that happens that really holds the healing journey if you're engaged in a healthcare challenge, is the spaces in between, and yet they're often the most kind of neglected. They're the least integrated, and we have a lot of evidence and research to show that needs attention, and if you support people in that space, their healing is actually quicker. There's all kinds of stuff that we know that we can do really positively, but we don't have that many tools and methods for engendering how to go about it. So one of the ones that I've just recurrently amazed with, actually, and it sits into the lab temple space almost as a hybrid, actually, is body mapping, and it's an embodied practice. You lie down on the ground, generally speaking. There's a lot of ways to do it, and you put the body in, and then you ask your body to tell the stories. And just that process, there's a whole bunch of other things, I'm really simplifying it, but the stories that people share in that space about themselves is so different than if I say, oh, hey, Roger, can you tell me about, that there's a very different space that's been set up, and the stories that emerge, and then the sharing that happens. There's an instant kind of sense of kind of empathy and trust, because there's a vulnerability. And so that I would call a lab space. It's a place for kind of experimenting with what and surfacing what's in the room. Or when I say what's in the room, it's really there's this vast worlds that are landing into that space, landing into those bodies, and then being shared in a collaborative space. Then you can even some of those works we've taken into exhibitions, and I'd say exhibition because I see an exhibition as a temple space, or they've turned into other kinds of reflective processes, and often people take away what's come out of those lab experiments or experiences into that reflective space. So again, that's just a little example. I feel like it's good to give some tangible examples, and then the aha moments go on. It's like people go, oh, that's what we should be doing, or that's what, and it's so simple, and it's in front of you, and then you've got the stuff that you can take into the podium, etc.
Just got a couple of minutes left now. Given your extensive experience in educating people within this field, helping develop your own practices and others, what would you say is sort of most challenging for people stepping into this? You've obviously worked from everywhere, from community services, public sector, corporate, from aged care to defence forces. Are there any particular themes that's worth noting as a bit of an end note?
Yeah, I think the crucial thing is helping people to understand the practice that they're in and the practice that their organisation is implementing at a few different levels. So people are usually good at explaining what they do. Sometimes they're okay at explaining how they do it. Often the people who are most resistant to change aren't necessarily well equipped to explain why the organisation exists or the values that it is there to create. And so in order to open that up through an educative way, a first step is to help people understand that the way they're doing things is just the way they're doing things because it's the way they're doing things. It doesn't have to be the way they're doing things. And I've worked on many change programs, and people will die on the hill protecting what they do. until you can work with them to unpack how they do it and the value that they're wanting to create, because that's probably where their passion lies anyway, and being able to articulate that value, that why, then opens them up to potentially different ways of acting and different actions at that what level. And it's a delicate balance, but it's also something that can't be unseen once it's seen. And once you help someone understand themselves as a practitioner or their organisation at those layers, it's something that they can then take forward deliberately with agency and empowerment.
And developing that sort of abductive reasoning as a capacity there, creating possibility.
Yeah, and by abductive reasoning, that really is about suspending belief of why, how and what, and then repackaging it based on a deeper understanding of the value or the why, and finding, reframing the how, which leads to new actions that wouldn't have been possible as a leap from what they currently were practicing. So it's a process of deframing the current situation and then reframing towards a productive future approach.
For me, it's trust, working to set up a space of trust. Trust is something that is deeply embodied, and it takes a lot to actually get people to trust you. And if you feel safe, then you feel you can let go of things. So when we learn a discipline and a practice, we do it because we're passionate, we get rewarded for doing it right. Often by the time we go into working, we really believe, because we've been educated to believe that that's the answer. And it is a partial answer. So letting go that you might not be right, or there might be other people in the room, is not something that we're necessarily educated to do. And it's also boundaries. Am I going to die? Am I going to have a job? And how do I do this? So I actually don't think it's bad to go to those boundaries, because then it's like, okay, from there, anything else is sort of, is okay. But it's those little things that we can do, and they, I'll talk about these as the day goes on as well, as these things like our tone of voice, how we make eye contact with people, and having worked in community and worked also in context of racism is where it really came out for me, is like how you can make someone feel safe just by how you set up a room, the tone of voice, what you include someone in, what you exclude someone from. That can totally recalibrate the space. So I feel very passionate about that. The micro moments. You can do an awful lot in micro moments and micro shifts, and it can be very overwhelming sometimes to look at the system and go, it's so massive, nothing's ever going to happen. So then if you cut and become energized from that, and even if you've only moved the boundaries on the edges just a tiny bit, they're cumulative, they're part of a system. So I think it's really important to not feel disempowered, and to find agency in the moments and in the interactions and the relationships that we have. My other thing is be careful of the wolf in sheep's clothing. There are a lot of movements where, we talk about greenwashing. There's a whole bunch of other stuff where they become turned into marketing. People will use them to elevate their process, basically reincarnate the same model that we're trying to get away from. And it can be dressed in the most smooth language and practices, and that's not what the intention is. So that goes back to that BS radar. It's like, have your BS radar on and be brave enough to resist those moments and to hold space and not be part of that. And and also learn to detect it, because that's if we look at sort of 30 years of sustainability action, it's not even 30. That's just my life. If I go back and I look at the people who've actually been trying to work in sustainability and care for climate, care for country, it's a moment in time. But resisting those moments, if we're looking at why are we still doing certain kinds of things, is because they've been redressed, and then we just perpetuate the same system. So that's part of it for me.
Yeah, and amazing that, we've hardly even touched the sides here. It's such a rich practice. And I will do a quick plug. We've actually got a course coming up, Introduction to Complexity as well. So for those that do want to get a bit more into the background, the philosophy, the science of it, and actually get into practical courses. I'm not sure, is that on the screen there? Oh, yes, it is. Good timing. Excellent. So I guess a massive thank you for you guys being here. You are going to be back again today. We've got lots of conversations, and really in some respect, the conversations just keep pulling on these threads through different lenses. So once again, thank you. And our next conversation coming up, we're going to get into what it means to actually design the conditions as opposed to the outcomes. So thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay, we are back. So session number 2, we're having a little chat now about designing conditions as opposed to outcomes, which is intentionally quite provocative. Where this comes from a complexity perspective, of course, is we spoke previously about emergence and just the fact that we can't necessarily predict what outcomes we'll have. We also heard a lot about unintended consequences. Actually, by directly trying to achieve something, sometimes we get the inverse effect and make things not so great. Also recognising that there's no single path to get to an outcome. Lots of different starting points can actually achieve the same thing, and the inverse can be true as well. The same starting conditions can lead to lots of different outcomes. It doesn't mean that we're hopeless though, or that we should throw our hands up. There are lots of practices that we have to deal with this, and I'm very happy to have our guests here today. So starting on my right here, we've got Susan Dick, CEO of Prevention United, very much focused on creating the conditions, the structures, the systems change to actually address prevention in mental health. So you talk about focusing on the conditions there. A lot to say there. We've got Doug Taylor, CEO of the Smith family, very much focused on how we create the conditions early for young people, recognising that by doing that, they can thrive later in life. We can't control where they're going to get to later in life, but we are thinking about how to set them up for success there. We've got Julie Batch, CEO of NRMA Insurance. Fair to say working in the height of complexity in a dynamic situation, in also a highly regulated situation there as well. I actually had the pleasure of studying with Julie at UTS Transdisciplinary School with Roger and Barbara as well. And we've got Amelia Olsen-Boyd from CSIRO, who is an executive manager there, but also a practitioner around mission-led thinking and mission-led innovation, which I have found a particularly useful framework and way of thinking about, once again, building the capacity to learn, creating variation there. So a lot to unpack in this one. Susan, you're closest to me, so why don't you kick us off? What's going on in your world when you think about complexity and think about this topic of creating the conditions as opposed to just trying to control outcomes?
A lot, and especially it's a really tough act to follow based on that prior presentation, because my mind's spinning with those outcomes. And I guess really what we're thinking about at Prevention United is the system that we have designed is not serving us very well in terms of improving mental health outcomes, particularly for children and young people. We've had significant investment in mental health service delivery, which has been really important, but we haven't seen what we would expect to happen, which is mental health outcomes actually improve over time. So Prevention United really aims to lean into that space with curiosity and think about what that missing part of that system is, which is, in our view, investment in upstream approaches to actually stop people entering that system into the first place for those mental health conditions we actually can prevent. So eating disorders, depression, anxiety, obsessive compulsive disorder, conduct disorder. So really what we think about is how do we work in partnership, what sectors need to be involved, how do we collaborate together, and how do we think more intentionally about the systems we're actually creating. And so some of the things that I've been thinking about in relation to the preparation for this talk is about how ready are our partners, how ready are the public to kind of have this conversation. And a big project we're actually working on at the moment is a public-facing campaign and film release in the middle of this year that really aims to bring the public on the journey that mental health conditions are in fact preventable. So we've done a really good job of stigma reduction and awareness, but we've really lagged behind in other public health approaches. And what's been beautiful about that is we already work deeply in the mental health service sector with many of our colleagues who lead work in that space. We have 21 members of the Wellbeing and Prevention Coalition, but it gives us the opportunity to bring other people on the journey. And so I really see my role in that to listen deeply to those doing place-based works, to listen deeply to First Nations community, my mental health colleagues, my local government colleagues, sports, the arts, all those other people who are doing this really amazing work, and start to collaborate and try and build consensus on what the next step of a redesigned system could look like.
Just roll on. Great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. No, that's
We're
fine. Ditto. Just well said. So at the Smith family, we're focused on addressing educational inequality, as Stephen said. So 103-year-old organisation. So a lot of legacy and a lot of history and institutional knowledge and depth, of course, but with that, a lot of baggage that you carry in your work. We're at the point of thinking about where we go from here, and it's to use that movie title, Everything Everywhere All at Once. It feels like that at the moment. I mean, it does for all of us, I think. But when I look at our work and we focus on the 1.2 million children who experience income poverty in Australia, and then look at the families that we're working with in that cohort, and look at their lived experience, and we know them deeply. Talk about complexity. I mean, think about your family and the complexity that you see in your family unit. Then think about a family who experiences poverty and their enormous challenges they're experiencing. Overlay that with the education system at the moment. And any of you who've got any connection to education systems will know enormously challenging. And just to use the data view, which is only one lens on the problem and on the experience, but all indicators are at the lowest points we've had in history. And it's not just COVID that created this, preceded COVID. So you think about school attendance is at an enormously low point, achievement completion, historical low. So without getting really negative, it is hugely challenging and enormously complex. And at the same time, there is extraordinary potential. With the 72,000 students that we work with at the Smith Family on our Learning for Life program, we know those young people, and we see the same potential as any young person in Australia, just not the same opportunities. So that's the work that we're doing. And one dimension of a condition, and I wanted to kind of riff off what you've outlined there, which is great. We're a fundraising organisation. We raise about $150 million a year to support our work, one of the biggest fundraisers in the country. We're really alive to the fact that as we raise that money to do the necessary work, we want to be also at the same time not stereotyping people who experience poverty, but also educate the Australian community about that lived experience. So that's one of the conditions that we're trying to shape. And so we've done a lot of work in thinking about how we frame our orientation and our communication. So we put lived experience at the centre of that and give a more truer understanding, because we think that's a condition that we can potentially shift. If more people understand people's true experience, that might create more change as well.
We're just rolling.
Yeah,
It's all rolling. Okay, well, the topic you've all been waiting for, insurance.
You might need to.
Sorry. So, I would describe insurance as a futures practice, actually. Our product and what we sell to our customers is a predictive product that tries to look forward and says, what will the interaction between the natural, the built and the human environment look like in the future, and how will it behave? And how do we set an economic indicator around that in the form of a price? So we are constantly looking backwards to look forward, and we are constantly trying to understand the changing dynamic of, rules and regulations, geopolitics, natural perils and weather and climate, and human behaviour, to try to anticipate what might come next, because we pay our claims out on a predictive, on a future basis. So we don't actually know what's going to happen at any point in time. So complexity is our middle name. And we're working at the moment, I think, your use of that film is a good one. I'm working on things at the moment at very different ends of the spectrum, from redesigning general insurance code of practice, working collaboratively across the industry, trying to understand regulation and law, conduct and customer expectations, and what that might look like for the next decade, to the other end of the spectrum, where we're looking at the intersection between, technology, data, product, human behaviour and artificial intelligence, at how we might redesign an organisational model to be able to absorb and respond to that. So we're constantly operating in different paradigms, And, the word complexity is one we frequently use and probably create some of our own as well.
Well, I'm curious to understand, so when you're trying to anticipate the future, what are some of the practices that you actually get the signals of the future? What does that look like?
Sure. I mean, so we look at scenario planning, plausible scenarios. We look at data analytics and insight, what that might do. We look at climate science, so lots of science in the way that we might understand. So whether you're moving between, as Roger was talking about before, the dance floor, the podium or the temple, we're always, or the laboratory, we're always in that space, So we're always moving between those, trying to get that kind of understanding of what we think might happen. Human behaviour and trends, also incredibly important. So what's happening from a population perspective, what choices are people making about how they drive, what safety features. So we're looking at all those kinds of things and trying to pull that in. But a lot of it is around prediction and scenarios.
But
Can I just jump in on that? Because it's a really helpful kind of framing. I really love the Rita McGrath's framing of weak signals in thinking about your future. I find that really, really helpful in thinking about those things that are kind of subtle in our organisation. They're really hard to hear in big organisations that are busy, but thinking about complaints data, thinking about incident data where there's work health safety kind of related issues, all those other kind of nascent things at the edges of the system. Having an orientation to that is really tough, but trying to develop the capacity to do that. So one thing that we do as an executive team every quarter is we have a weak signals conversation where we get part of our organisation to come and say, what's at the edge of your work at the moment that you think we need to know, that we think will be a signal for the future. Not all of them will materialise, but that's a way to kind of orientate to that future as well that we find really, really helpful.
We love complaints data.
It's your best friend.
On to me. To be a bit provocative, we are in the process of designing outcomes, not conditions. So CSIRO is currently going through a mass experiment in pushing the locus of strategic planning in the organisation way down. So as the only non-C-suite on this panel, I'll chuck a rock here.
I'm over here.
It's very
Me too,
much about
yeah.
saying we are going to locate the strategic thinking and the accountability at a researcher level, not in the executive anymore. And as part, I think that is a recognition of the fact that in order to get the conditions that we need as an organisation that's over 100 years old, that's trying to and has always been mission oriented in one respect or another, that we actually need to get, we need mechanisms by which our researchers can engage really thoughtfully in these questions of what outcomes they're driving towards. And I'll give you an anecdote. When I was helping to run our missions program, which began in 2019, I would routinely encounter researchers where we'd ask a question of, well, what is the societal challenge that you're trying to solve with this work? What do you envisage the impact will be? And so many of them were so uncomfortable with engaging in that conversation. And some of them would say, I've thought about this a lot. This is profoundly anti-democratic, that I, as a scientist, should be framing up what society should want to have happen from this science. For others, it was a mode of thinking that they had never engaged in. For some, it was, their sweet spot. But I think, there's never been a more important time for everyone in organisations to consider themselves citizens first, and to take the responsibilities of that citizenship seriously and to say, we have a right and responsibility to think through what are the impacts, because the impacts of the science and technology that we produce, we know reverberate through our society, through our culture, and that there is no water's edge here where we get to say, well, we'll chuck this thing over the fence and then however it gets disseminated is somebody else's problem. So I think that once we've gone through this process and it's a bit of a painful one and it's chaotic, once we've gone through this process, we'll arrive at a cohort of researchers who are far more comfortable holding in tension the fact that they are engaged in values conversations and value strategy forming.
Yeah, there's a couple of good points there. One, it's an interesting distinction, isn't it, that idea of outcomes versus conditions, because of course it is integral to have some sense of direction. I suppose the provocation is just the recognition that we, in a truly complex situation, we just don't have control of that outcome. So in terms of like, what is it that we're actually doing then, if we can't control actually the mental health outcomes, or if we can't control the emergent future of science practice, what we're trying to, I suppose, pay a bit more attention to, well, what are the conditions that will increase the probability space that this will emerge in a way we would want it to? And of course, that still means being really critical and reflective, as Roger was sharing with us earlier, about assumptions and values is, a huge part of our practice is frame innovation and actually getting down to a values level to reframe. The other thing I would love for you to unpack a little bit for us, you mentioned mission, and as I did earlier, what is that? What's this mission thing?
So it's really paradoxical. It's obviously a 20th century model. It's modeled this. It's a whole idea that's been sort of rediscovered or exhumed from the mid-20th century, from things like the Apollo mission, from the Manhattan Project. And it's an idea that by setting a concrete time-bound and specific goal, you can reorient systems. And I think part of the fundamental assumption here is that what has been missing is specificity of direction. And so directional innovation is obviously something that's looking at how to harness innovative and productive forces in order to answer some of the, not solve, but make progress towards some of the challenges that we face.
And really talking at a government sort of systems level, aren't we?
Well, I mean, yes and no. I think increasingly where mission-oriented practice is going is actually in the direction of recognising, there's some really great research that's been published by the OECD that talks about the paradox of missions. The paradox of missions being they're all the rage with governments, and we may be about to embark on our own national missions program in Australia via the Ambitious Australia report. They're all the rage with governments, but there is this tension when it comes to actually implementing them, which is about every incumbent institution asking the question honestly of what part of this problem am I, and what am I willing to give up in order to transform the system. And that is enormously challenging because it is so wrapped up in narratives, it's so wrapped up in the dark matter of a set of beliefs about what the state and the private sector are for, that are being currently destabilised, I would say. So I think, yes, it is something that tends to get seeded at a national level, but increasingly the kind of green shoots of this idea are coming very place-based. They're coming in people in organisations very self-reflexively, very consciously, seeing themselves as trying to stitch together a series of experiments in order to make something more than the sum of the parts.
Stephen, I think we should talk about outcomes because I think I'm glad you called that out because it's the inherent tension. I thought the last session was really provocative on that and helpful. As an organisation, we've got 150,000 supporters, government funding, philanthropic, corporate. So we need a sense of purpose and a sense in which we're working towards. Frankly, otherwise it'd be hard to generate support. And there's a level of accountability. And equally from a governance perspective, we need that in order to determine how we're travelling. But I think it comes down to then what's the role of outcomes and your role in realising those outcomes. The way I think about outcomes, they're primarily for learning and improving. They're not empirical in nature. I think that's a nonsense. It's certainly in our world because we're largely trying to influence human behaviour. So if you see them for learning, I think they're incredibly useful. But then also being clear about within your work what you actually control, what you influence, but then what you contribute towards. And we think we contribute to the outcomes that we're trying to realise. And those outcomes for us are, young people attending school, achieving at school and completing at school, and after school going on to further education and employment. We are one small actor in a very complex system. The students themselves, their parents and carers, schools, teachers, think about all the actors in a young person's life. And so we're one small part of that. So I think I think they play an important role, but I think understanding your relationship to them is the critical thing.
Can I jump in on that? Because I do think that's a really important point, and the strategy and those engaged in activity. And so we absolutely need mission. So Prevention United's mission is very clear for everyone in Australia to live their highest possible level of mental well-being, but we're also a small actor. But in the absence of any, like, whose responsibility is it then to actually deliver that outcome if we're all only individual actors within that space? And so I think the shift we're trying to create when we think about mission is to be honest about the outcome. So mental health outcomes in Australia are declining, they're declining around the world. So if we're all individual actors and that's our mission and that's not happening, how do we then think about the system that we've created to achieve that outcome is not working, and you get the outcomes of the system you've designed and the fragmentation of that system. And so as individual actors, and this is what we've tried to achieve through the Wellbeing and Prevention Coalition and broader collectives, is to kind of say what parts of the system need to change, be disbanded. And there's a balance in that of what do I need to change? How do I not be organisationally driven? How do I remain mission driven? And that might mean closing a program, which is always really tough. That might mean, that we agree to go after 3 things, and one of those things as a researcher is not my priority area of focus. And so that's where our advocacy is really sitting, that we're getting the outcomes of the systems we've designed and it's not working. And as someone who's worked in activity, we absolutely need to be delivering services. We need to be doing stuff, but we also need to be doing this other thing, which is looking at the system design that can facilitate the outcomes we want. And we all have a role to play with that. And again, just to pick up some of those conversations about trust, safety and relational ways of working. I'm an advocacy organisation. We advocate to government and they're trying to solve different problems to me. And so I have to change. And if I think about the language of public health, it is the right thing to do. Nobody argues against prevention as a good investment. They just don't want to do it. And so I have to solve those problems. So I have to demonstrate it. And working with a political consultancy is, I have to make this a political problem for them. Climate has been very successful in some ways, but ultimately failed in others. So what do we learn from these other movements that have been successful and those ones that haven't? It is deeply uncomfortable for me to sit here and talk to you today. This is not my preferred space. But I have to get out of my comfort zone and talk to different people. I can't sit in a policy room or in a client room and expect things to change. So we're constantly working at delivering the stuff we have to do while working at either incremental or ambitious change in other spaces. And I guess Amelia shared the Ambitious Australia report with me, and without this conversation I wouldn't have come across that report. But to go back to ways of working, my immediate takeaway from that report was, what if we said that's the way of working for all things in Australia, not just research, design and innovation? And really what we're leaning into in our work is saying we have this laser-focused mission, but curiosity about how we actually get there and who needs to be part of the conversation to actually make that change happen.
Yeah. Susan, can I just pick up on one thing that strikes me as someone who practices foresight methodologies is we don't have enough historians. So this idea of what are we learning from the things that have come before. Someone at a conference I was at a couple of weeks ago described it as a beautifully tended graveyard of experiments, right? And that there's this real need to, as you were talking about this morning, really exercise that learning, that capacity for learning from what has come before. And so, one of the things that my team is looking at the moment is, okay, CSIRO has previously, we tell a great story about Wi-Fi, about AirGuard, about twisties, and about laundry detergent and the things that we've invented. And one of the things that we don't have a clear sense of is what were the conditions precedent for some of those really big things that we would consider breakthroughs, because there's no institutional historian. So there's no one whose job it is to go and look and try and exhume the answers to those questions, and then hold them in tension with the fact that we could live in a very, very different world. So whatever you draw from that is useful up to a point potentially. But it just feels like a really rich vein, and I know it's something that people like Christian Basin have talked about, this need for history to feature more prominently in foresighting and scenario planning.
And can I just add into that, history as well, but the corporate voice. Like, Julie, I'm so excited that you are here, because the corporate voice, which is like 80% of workforce, the not-for-profit space we do, partnering on those conversations and learning from the knowledge that you have and seeing the corporate sector as part of the change is really critical, because you have data and insights that we don't have. And, again, I talk to people about the workplace as being a parenting intervention, an inclusion intervention to improve mental health outcomes. So, I'm really interested on your reflections as somebody who's leading in the corporate space of how do we bring them back into what are these social missions?
Well, from a corporate perspective, we're constantly intersecting with community groups. We spend lots on sponsorships. We are out in communities, talking to people about disasters and trying to educate and talk about safety and create safer conditions for consumers. Obviously, we do that through the lens of life safety, but also the more interaction that consumers have with their own risk and their own product, the less risk exists in the insurance product as well. So it's not always altruistic, but it's sort of a system-based view. We use lots of historical data. Like, I would say that is our capability set. So it's what happened to that building, how did that event perform, what was the customer interaction, what was the interaction with the fire brigade or the emergency service. So we're constantly looking at those things to predict. I think one of the biggest challenges that we have from a societal perspective is time. So you were just speaking then about we're going to put missions with time criticality against them, and that will last for 3 years until the next political cycle changes, or another year until the next insurance budget needs to be built, and so on. And that's one of the things that we're trying very much to think differently about. We'll look at what a future might look like, or what an ambition might look like, and then someone will say what gets measured gets done, and then you put that into measurement, suddenly you've lost your ability to actually deliver it because nobody's got the time to figure that out. And I think that's something we need to tackle together, so that different longitudinal view of what's actually happening. I've seen that more effectively used from a system perspective in Western cultures. So the political system is not on 3-year, 4-year cycles. It is about well-being, because versus reactive treatment. There are things around government intervention with corporations around, if you look at China as an example, they will put one of their critical missions as road safety, road congestion, road safety. And every corporation needs to be demonstrating what they are doing to improve road safety, sharing their data and their information. And again, that might not be a model society to use, but it's a very inspirational one around how it creates whole system change.
And I think, again, to pick up on that, and a big shout out to a report by Demos from the UK that talks about that. They talk about PDELs, which is exactly what you're talking about, that every portion of a budget needs to be demonstrated towards an agreed set of risk and protective factors. Now, we would argue they should be wellbeing, but they might include research and innovation. But there are models that exist to take us towards collective improvement in outcomes.
Yeah, and it's really, that's very helpful. And I think that it really does then come down to governance and your orientation in institutional governance. I do some teaching in not-for-profit governance, and one of the frameworks we use was developed by a few friends in a Harvard paper called Lifting Your Gaze to See the System. It's a really terrific paper. But it talks about governance in 3 levels: corporate governance, governing for outcomes, and governing in a system. And I think the more that organisations think about their place in the system and their role in the system, and the idea of citizenship, we talk in the Smith family about system citizenship. So how are we good citizens in the system in which we operate, which means being open, collaborative. That can be hard because they're also competing for fundraising dollars and the like, but trying to do the two things at once is really important to have those kind of muscles being developed. But we're just in the process of going through a new strategic planning process and putting at the start of that kind of system view and framing from that, and then starting with a kind of a sense of, if we want to create change and be useful and make a contribution, what are the most effective kind of levers in order to kind of create some of that change? So we really think about, thinking about who do we work with that cares about this, but who's also got influence, and trying to leverage those. And when we bring it back to our work then, not just kind of thinking about collaborating beyond the system, but in terms of those outcomes and creating impact, when we look at those two drivers, for us that takes us into working in households and working with families. You know, the biggest influence on a child's education is actually not teachers or schools. It's actually a parent or carer. Now that doesn't always eventuate that way, but huge opportunity. And so that kind of frames then our intervention by kind of starting with that system view. So I think you're right. The more we have in governance, that kind of system orientation, it can kind of reset the way that we work independently and then work collaboratively at the same time.
Yeah, there's interesting tension in some respect where Julie and Amelia, Julie, you mentioned that you obviously are building a lot of models for prediction. And I'm going to assume they're pretty good for very good financial reasons. That and Amelia, you spoke about, wouldn't it be good if we could go back historically to analyse a bit more what's going on there? And it's just interesting because Roger brought up earlier the distinction between complicated, we want to really analyse, in complex, we need to probe and learn. And I think it's a healthy thing to bring up, because analysing is really useful. Like they're good practices that are giving us information that perhaps are giving us pretty good enough predictions, or, Doug, in your context, good enough levers that we can see some degree of progress. I think the interesting tension is recognising when we're in a different context where that no longer works, or the limits in such as, well, those conditions and drivers aren't the only factors, and there's actually multiple partial truths or competing realities, which I go back to, again, that's where, from a complexity practice, we're so interested in framing and reframing. Because the issue is that we get these models that become institutionalized. We get across entire systems certain language that you want to know about this. Well, it's the 3-tier model of X, Y, and Z, of course, and that's that. And we all say, great, let's move on. And of course, again, that is still really useful because we need something that's consistent to coordinate around. But yeah, it's just an interesting tension that where you're all working in highly complex spaces, you're all needing to rely on these tools that do have their limits. And for me, that is where perhaps Barbara talking about, the being, where there is a degree of intuition to this work. Mm.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I mean, I think that there's a tendency in some of this work to be really technocratic and not human enough. And I think that, when we look at a lot of the innovation practice in Europe, a lot of it is getting more human, precisely because if only we create the exact right framing of the problem we're trying to solve and do our theory of change exactly right and our theory of action and our KPIs and everything will work out perfectly. I think that there's this movement towards trusting intuition more, allowing for emergence. And actually there's a really awesome paper that was released last week by Dark Matter Labs that's looking at the end of baseline innovation, and it's talking about how when we've been thinking about innovation over the past decade, the sort of theory of change here, I think, and from a policy perspective, was you get mission orientation because it helps the system to mature enough that it's able to lean into anticipatory innovation, which is really where you start to get into the complexity. What the provocation from dark matter is about is, well, actually, we're just immensely disrupted and chaotic now. Like, who would have predicted that the decision to bail out the Lehman Brothers in 2008 would lead to a situation where a US president would be threatening genocide? Like, it's, the velocity at which these things are happening and the level of disruption makes it really, really hard to even anticipate. And so I think it prompts a confrontation with what are these conditions and how are we going to trust ourselves, trust one another more to navigate through them. The difference between enduring things and being resilient to them psychologically is the ability to hold multiple tools that respond to the specific context that you find yourself in. And I don't necessarily know that mechanistic, technocratic ways of doing that help. They probably bake in siloing, they bake in sort of linear models in a way that may not prove all that useful long term.
Can I just say in relation to that, most people don't think about this stuff very much at all. And the people on this call are probably the most interested, but we are the minority of the population. And so the role of storytelling is so critical in this. And I do feel that with all of that happening, which can feel quite overwhelming, there are these stories that inspire me, like the people of Minnesota standing up against the actions of ICE officers, and the people in communities that just say, screw it, our young people are important, let's just crack on and get it done. And so when we can tell those optimistic stories of where those systems and change happens, sometimes in spite of things, and grounding it in people's experience and our experience. So I see my role as kind of leading this movement in listening deeply to people and the service sector and the communities and the parents, and kind of trying to bring some of those wisdoms together in a coherent narrative of what might help. And if we don't ground it in those stories, then we lose 90% of the population. And I do feel there is some momentum and pushback against what is a tipping point. So in these strategy conversations, I do really think we need to be harnessing that disruption, because people are looking for something that don't think about this stuff at all.
I think you've got you're kind of pointing to the innate challenge of institutional life. So, leading organisations for high performance, because frankly we do need efficient organisations, but also leading organisations for learning and emergence. The tension in that is just enormous, and the organisational weight always goes to performance, and that really, unless you can find a way to ring fence and protect, that will always dominate. And so I think that's I find the hardest thing in leadership, because it's the emergence that gets us into the kind of adaptive and changeable future. Hife's work I find really helpful in thinking how do we, for our leadership groups and our teams, find that time to get on the balcony, off the dance floor. Colleague Naomi has been helping us think through that. Again, that's really hard, but that's the space really, not just for leadership groups, but also finding that space for teams to do that kind of exploration, do that reflection, and do that learning. Again, really hard to kind of bake that in when you're orientated at performance. But I do think leadership plays a really, really important role here in kind of demonstrating an appetite to emergence and to learning. So we're going through, as I said, a strategy process for our organisation at the moment. The number of times colleagues in the organisation ask me, so Doug, we're doing this process, but come on, tell us the answer. What is the strategy? Tell us what you really think. And from a leadership perspective, I think the most important thing I can do is actually hold back and kind of not answer that question, because kind of leave that space open, because really the better outcomes are going to come from all those different inputs, not from me kind of leading with an answer, but more leading with questions, kind of getting the right questions at the centre of that, because that's where the learning opportunity is. But again, the weight of performance and efficiency is ever pervasive, I think, in organisations.
We hear a lot about courageous leadership, and I want to go back to the wolf in sheep's clothing about the buzzwords of courageous leadership, wicked problems. I'm going to throw complex in there as well, as kind of things that glaze over that mean we don't have to do anything. Yeah. And so we went through our strategy process last year, and I fought tooth and nail with the help of a consultant to keep outcomes that we are not responsible for in our organisational measure of success. So they are changed outcomes for people with changed mental health outcomes for children and young people. Now, we are a kind of pseudo peak body, but if we're not delivering that in our ways of working, then what is the point of our organisation? Do we need to exist? Do we need a different way? And so again, when we talk about the role of leadership, having the courage to your board to say, actually, we need to contract and let others take up the space. Being able to empower your senior leaders and say, our productivity measures are going down for this strategic reason. That's the part that brings it back to the change we need to have in this space if we're going to affect that system change. And to have that conversation with a government funder. That's tricky to have that conversation with a government minister that is telling you they've got no money when damn well know they do. Or, again, that they're making strategic decisions about what to invest in. That's the me change that is happening in this space to affect those bigger changes.
Julie, I'm curious if you could pick up Doug's point about that tension of sort of learning and expanding versus driving efficiency. A big organisation like NRMA Insurance, what does that look like for you? Are there particular structures or, how do you negotiate that?
I mean, my view, just reflecting on the conversation, the strategy space that we actually have to play is pretty narrow. So we push on the edges to try to expand it a little bit and say, how might we do this differently? How might we do that differently? But the constraints are vast. So we are constrained by history. We're 100 years old. We're constrained by our shareholders. We're constrained by regulation and never changing and never ending regulation. We're constrained by historical processes like budgeting. And so when you try and sit there and build out a strategy and say, how do you shift those conditions, the space is actually very, very small. So, we are trying to shift an organisation into the future with technology and what AI might do, which is probably going to challenge a number of those things that you've just brought up before, but, in terms of around free thinking and choice in a way. So we're trying to navigate all of those against a set of rules and regulations that have been built with a historical bias to them. So for us, when we're trying to push strategy, it is around how do you make a change for a consumer that's the right thing to do? How can you do that within those boundaries and constraints? What signals can you get to adjust to your point earlier, Doug, around feedback loops? So where are those feedback loops of system shift? And I do really think it's the small changes as much as those big ones that are what are driving our company forward. We've got lots of hierarchy, and I'm fortunate to sit where I sit, but I've sat right at the bottom as well. So, I've been in all those different spaces. We have the concept of hierarchy, we have organisational design, we have employee law and regulation, and all of those things really, really limit that ability to shift. And so for us, it's much around influence, system influence, bringing different thinking into as we can, creating new types of capabilities to the extent that we can to create the shift, but it's much, much longer term than we would probably like.
Can I ask you, so we obviously studied together and our masters, probably the central theme was in some sense experimentation.
Sure.
And pushing the edges. What does that exist in your organisation, the idea of an experiment?
A little bit.
Or?
It's kind of interesting. I mean, we did study together and I was in a space at that time of being a bit angry and a bit bored. So I didn't go to crime like Roger. I went to learning how can I go and learn my way out of this? And so I met all these amazing and wonderful people that thought very differently to me. I would describe myself as a creative trapped in a numerical body, but learned lots of different things. We tried experimentation in different ways. So, I mean, insurance product design is very interesting. We built in 1921 the motor vehicle insurance product, in 1957 the home insurance product, and I think in about 1998 small business. So that is the entire description of insurance product development in the 21st century. So that's not very exciting. We try lots of different things. We've built innovation studios. We've built laboratories, so Firemark Labs. We bring the outside in, and some of those things are incredibly successful. But I would say organisationally, again, it comes down to time, the patience that you need to invest in something that's got a 10-year payoff, and what you need to do to believe that that's the right... You need individuals that believe in those right outcomes and persevere, that, putting money into that particular thing, we need to keep doing that for a decade. It's not going to pay off for that, and we've got the patience to wait for it. And organisations often don't. And I think that's the real challenge. We also build innovation on the side a lot. We're all very, very busy. I'm very, very busy. And, that is a wonderful thing and a giant curse. And so what we do is we go, well, let's give people freedom and the space and the this and the that, and we'll put it on the side, we'll create the right conditions. And, we do those things, and lots of companies have put money into labs, and those things go off and build amazing things, and they create great culture, and then everyone goes, well, now we should bring that back into the company, and we don't know how to do it. And I did that. Like I was leading our innovation lab for a couple of years, best job I've ever had in my life, loved it, best people I've ever worked with in my life, just stimulated every single day, and it absolutely failed. Because we had not built the system that could absorb the change, and we had assumed that everybody in the company, and I'm talking about a company of 15,000 people, would be as excited as we were about the opportunities that we were creating that had zero economic value at that point in time. That we felt they had the same belief, but we hadn't trained and conditioned them that way. So a big part of my McKinsey experience was thinking about that. What could I do differently now? Having been on the outside trying to push the information in and push the excitement and the opportunity in, now I'm going to go and sit on the inside and I'm going to pull it. It's just as hard to pull it as it was to push it. Now I can't find anyone that wants to give me anything good. So I'm trying to find those people that had the same energy and excitement, in the 2 or 3 minutes a day where I can spend my time on that.
But what I really like is you're talking about the boxes needing to change to work in the system. So there's a number of levers that you're pulling there that when we try and insert things in, it doesn't work. And so I'm thinking about policy levers we could pull that make that easier to actually do, if we prioritise wellbeing outcomes. Or I heard Tanya Plibersek talk about one of her biggest successes as environment minister with not a lot of money behind it was changing the procurement practice to have an end-to-end life cycle and what that did for environmental outcomes. So sometimes it's for a single organisation changing it, but when we talk about shareholders, being barriers to this change, maybe we need to change our governance structures that, and again, no one from the Australian Business Council is here talking about people not acting in the best interests, financial interests of shareholders, but when we define things by economic outcomes, which is important, it's problematic. And I do think there's a really powerful conversation happening now, and, I'm happy to come and do exciting things with you to help make that happen. So there is this opportunity if we change the boxes.
I think also perhaps the uncomfortable part of it is, in a similar way, having experienced like the failure of... So our missions program concluded last year, and it concluded 5 years earlier than originally anticipated. And a lot of the lessons that we learnt have been incorporated into this like broader approach, but we actually did a post-mortem. We commissioned it was supposed to be a halfway point and ended up being post-mortem on the program. And one of the interesting insights was the extent to which people are, as a cohort, capable of thinking in systems or interested in thinking in systems. And so there is a cohort for whom this comes naturally. There's a cohort for whom there's the vague outline of some possibility, but the mental models aren't there for it. And then there's a group of people who really just want to be left to doing what they're doing. And I think that's probably extreme. I think that's really legitimate in a science organisation. We need curiosity-driven science. We need people who are following that obsessive passion that they have for the specific thing that they're doing, or that deep engagement with their specific sector. But I think that part of this is about the modes in, and it's certainly been, as a leader, a lesson for me in how to go about trying to affect that change as somebody who is actually a lawyer by training. And so the idea of prosecuting a case, and if only you have the right evidence and you put forward that view, that'll be what changes people's mind. No, it's about really deeply listening and working out where is the middle ground in all of this. It's positionally much more humble work. It's incredibly personally taxing. And so one of the things that I would say to people who are working in this space is make sure that you engage in fora like this, because you're going to need to find your people if you're going to continue to do this work. And I think finding a way to be a bit, maybe stubborn's not the right word for it, but to not get discouraged. And I think that was something that Barbara spoke about on the previous panel, is this idea of the way in which these things need to transmogrify into something else. You need to protect a bit of your own energy, and find ways to not get discouraged when it doesn't work the first time. Yeah.
I think that's true. You do need to find your people, but sometimes that's easier. So my reflection would be that you can't surround yourself with only your people.
Yeah.
I know that's not your point, but my learning organisationally was where I didn't succeed was that I didn't spend my time understanding the behavioural styles of the other people and what was important to them, and therefore how I might reframe the way that I was thinking about something to make it more consumable and understandable to another person.
Yeah.
And I think if I'd started that way, unfortunately, I finished McKeesey at the end of that job. I wish I'd done it before. If I'd started with that knowledge about how to shift a system, understanding what at the end of the day are just a group of people that are working together and how to shift that system by better understanding the styles of those people, what was important to them, and the critical things I needed to be more adept at to embed myself and that opportunity, I think we'd be in a really different space.
Yeah.
And that learning came too late for me. At that time, I think we would be in a really different organisational space had I had a little bit more of that. If it's sympathy or personal adaptability.
I think that it is a humbling journey as a leader when you can reflect on those things, because I likewise have a situation where, I've had these people, they're difficult, they just will not shift. And an important reframe was thinking about that as important information about how we haven't got the tactic right, or the information or the story. Because, again, when we're talking about change mental health outcomes, when you talk about little kids, people's worry about what it's going to cost, people's worry about what do I have to do, more pressure, it all goes away. When we talk about you kind of under fives, people say, well, of course we need to do that. And so for that people or system or culture that we're trying to shift, we really need to understand the information they're trying to talk about and communicate to us as leaders, to say, okay, I'm hearing that, I'm not getting that. And I can certainly reflect on the times in my career when, as a 30-year-old on a mission to change the world, I probably wasn't as sympathetic as I could have been to that view, and how I would handle it differently now, but how it's shaped the ways in which we're trying to have these conversations and affect change.
Yeah, and it is really trying, and appreciate those reflections. They're really candid and very powerful. Wouldn't it be great to do more of this in our organisations, to kind of have these opportunities to openly kind of reflect on kind of what we learned, what hasn't gone well. That's tough culturally. Some cultures, you get a target on your back when you do that sort of thing. So trying to create the right conditions and cultures where we can really openly do that. And again, it starts with leadership groups, really, thinking about how they kind of reflect together what they're learning, and can be open, being open myself as a CEO about not having all the answers, not even pretending to have all the answers. And so that's the game that we all get sucked into in leadership, is that pretense that we actually, frankly, know what we're doing most of the time, when, I'll be honest, we're all pretty much just making it up as we go. And I like to kind of use that quote. In my work, I've had the privilege of working here and abroad with senior government, corporate leaders, and closely. So you have the opportunity to look behind the curtain, and you just realise that, frankly, there is no X factor, there is no secret sauce. We're all just really trying to make it up, but we pretend that we're not, and so we have this game of kind of certainty and being absolute. When in reality it's a very different experience, I think. And so trying to be more open about that and candid, I think, is really empowering for teams. In the Smith family, I talk openly about it, be trying to have more leaders. Like, we want more people to be kind of exercising their leadership and feeling empowered to be leaders. If that just rests with people who have formal management responsibility, that's a big burden on them, on us, and it's not going to really realise the full potential of an organisation. So really trying to create that environment, more people step into that. But we've got to, I think, address the mythology of leadership that goes in hand with that for people to kind of really embrace that opportunity as well.
I often joke that being a CEO is about asking people for money and then reporting on money they've given you. Like it's not as fun as you think a lot of the time. So that fantasy about what leadership is, but also the accountability of that. So our youth advisory group had the opportunity to run a session at the recent Preventing Mental Health conference, and I attended the workshop to support them in that. And it was really about elevating young voices in the decisions around mental health as the people who are most impacted by that. But they really gave it to me in that session about why we don't have a youth representative on our board. And we've had a series of work in progress to make that happen. But really, the accountability I walked out with in that session is that's actually my responsibility. So there's lots of reasons why that hasn't happened, but my action task is to actually deliver that. That's part of my responsibility as the leadership. It's something we believe in, it's aligned with our mission, it's part of our strategy. And so really thinking about there are things that are complex, but there are some things that are easy, and we need to bump them up the priority list in getting out of these systems where the busyness gets in the way of the thinking and the doing that actually facilitates change. But it's not an easy balance, but sometimes those call-out moments from a bolshy 21-year-old are incredibly important.
Yeah.
I just want to pick up on an interesting thread here where, Julie, you spoke about innovation lab outside of the organisation, no good. Amelia, yourself setting up the big mission, new infrastructure, and early we had Roger and Barbara talking about the studio model. And I certainly have my own story as well. I set up a care collaboration of about 10 different care organisation, community service providers. And a similar story where probably didn't quite get to where we wanted to. But what was also interesting, I was talking to someone in the government architect's office, and he was talking about just wanting to change procurement. And Julie, going back to your point about actually the small things really matter, because sometimes, yes, the big infrastructure change can do a lot of good, and of course it changes interactions and contexts, and a lot of things can happen that were perhaps constrained. Yet a big part of leadership and strategy, it's actually sensing what are the constraints and how shifting certain things can actually enable a lot of others. So in this instance, it was about small councils don't necessarily have the experience to write briefs in a way to actually bring people in. So I think in that instance, if I recall correctly, they were just looking at what's a way to better support them so that you've got lots of small local initiatives happening in a much better way. And then you could imagine from a scale perspective what that means overall. Really significant. And I suppose it comes back to the other thing, because we talk a lot about safe to fail experiments is something. So when I talk and think about experiments or increasing the capacity to learn, I think I sometimes scare a lot of people, especially clients, because they think I'm saying, let's revolutionize, let's change everything. I'm always just trying to think about changing configurations to see what can emerge. And again, trying to do that in a critical reflective practice, because I feel like the one theme across all of this is that, and Doug, to your point, can we actually do more of this in our organisation? And I've just been on a project at the moment where 3 months ago I thought we all understood the brief, and then it just feels like almost every week you keep coming back and be, all right, okay, so now we know this is the problem.
That's my everyday,
we're doing. Okay, good, yeah.
I think that's a really good call out, and my reflection of a large corporation is what we tend to do to drive change is we make an organisational design structural change, because it's too hard to shift that small thing. And so we keep going to hierarchy or org design, and we change the org design to try to get that outcome, that different outcome. Because doing the training and the timing and the, all that you need to do to leave things the same, but get a different outcome is very, very hard. So we'll shift the people. So we'll go, right, well, you're not working there anymore, you're working over there, and that's how I'm going to get that thing to, better connect or better design. So I think org structures in big large companies are really not set up in the right way. They're set up for command and control. They're not set up for collaboration and outcome. And that's something that we're, I mentioned it before, trying to think about at the moment, particularly as technology will fundamentally change types of work. We're trying to have a think about what's the org structure and how will it be able to morph and absorb different types of technologies and different types of work, but still get the outcomes that the system needs.
Yeah, I mean, people in the room will probably be familiar with the quote that is, I don't even know who it's attributed to, but I know that the Institutional Architecture Lab uses it a lot, which is we're trying to solve 21st century problems using 20th century tools in 19th century organisations and institutions. And one of the things that you start to think about is the industrial scale of the organisations. And so to go back to the conversation previous about trust being so important, it's very difficult to trust in an organisation of thousands and thousands of people because you don't know one another. There's no relational infrastructure that exists to say, I trust that you will hold collectively among your little group one another accountable for this set of outcomes. But it may be and that is kind of this really hard work that tends to get supplanted with the structural change and tends to get supplanted with things like KPIs and metrics. So I think there's a lot of work to do, and just to pick up on a theme that we've been talking about, to do with really pulling apart the set of assumptions around what kind of organisations and institutions persist and whether or not that still makes sense given the world that we exist in.
Yeah, great point. I mean, the nature of our work means, yes, we're an institution and a very old one, but what really informs us is an ecological model, an ecological way of working. You know, Bronfenbrenner's model from the 70s. Everything good came out of the 70s, of course, and that's very helpful for us in terms of thinking about those different dimensions of a system in which we can make a contribution. So working, in households with families, working in school contexts, and we've got some ways of working where we bring school leaders together, and it's very much about trying to influence practice and leadership. But ultimately, it's a peer-to-peer model. So another way of thinking about how to change a condition was thinking about peers and how they can interact and engage, and then working more broadly at kind of a systemic level and at the kind of policy dimension. So I think that's trying to get away from the mechanistic approach into actually thinking about how people live their lives and how that informs how we work, lead our organisation, structures our way of working. I think you're right, Julie. I mean, the temptation to go on a structural lever change as opposed to the harder thing, which always goes to ways of working and culture, which gets better results, but is harder to shift and nudge, of course. But those things, I think, are much more conducive to actually how we understand the world works today from some of those more historical, perhaps, perspectives. So.
When I listen to that conversation, really what I'm thinking about is what we're talking is not about how to do it, but how to scale it, right? Because there is so many good examples where culture gets established, where system change happens, where you have, decades of excellent leadership. There's a study that we reference routinely out of the US where cleaners, chefs, support workers, doctors, their primary role in the organisation, whenever you ask them, they would say, I cure cancer. And it was a mobilising around a single mission because one of the beautiful stories in that piece of research is that a cleaner, not part of their job, changed the wall art on a patient's wall because that person was there for a long time and it significantly improved their mood. So there are these examples of how you do that, but we really struggle to scale them. And so that's one of the things I'm thinking really deeply about as we go through this piece of system reform and how we're solving that problem. And shameless plug, 5% for prevention coming out this year. Really what we're looking to do is we want lawyers for prevention, parents for prevention, accountants for prevention, because there are these different types of knowledge about system levers we can pull that as someone who comes from a psychological and health background, I don't know about and I don't think about. But when I say I want to get to this piece, this is the barrier I'm trying to overcome, those people know how to pull a different lever to me to get that done. And so when I think about who I need to collaborate with to get the kind of changed outcome, whether it's incremental or cataclysmic, which is what we're hoping for in this mid-year round, again, shameless plug, 5% for prevention, we need all of those people on board to create that change. And I'm still thinking about shareholder law and company governance as a powerful lever in this that I haven't quite cracked yet.
Really glad you brought up scale, getting to I think a lot of the nubs of things. And I think the kind of heart of the challenge is how do we scale the impact that we want to see, that we know is necessary, without at the same time scaling our organisations, because it just adds weight and complexity. So finding that kind of balance in things, and again, something that we teach in the program at New South, at the Centre for Social Impact around governance, is really getting to the heart of that and looking at all the different models that can scale impact that don't mean that our organisations need to grow at the same level. And so that's kind of at the heart of how we're thinking about our future at the Smith family, because the size of the problem is just too big. We can't solve it. In fact, most organisations together can't solve it, but is there a different way to think about what can be scaled that might make a contribution to the size of the challenge that so many people experience? So I think that orientation, again, starts with governance and leadership, but if that can kind of frame the challenge, because we get stuck into the institutional mechanistic way of thinking that just goes back to the trial way of working, and I think increasingly, particularly thinking about the economic and productivity challenges, there's just no path forward. So there's got to be different ways of thinking about that. Great thing you might want to read, What's Your End Game? Stanford Social Innovation Review has a whole range of different ways of thinking about scale that goes beyond just scale of organisation at the same time.
Is it saying that you can scale out and up, and
different methods. So going open source and a whole lot of different approaches that they talk about. And adoption of practices and a whole lot of different ways of thinking about a view of impact.
One question I've got for all of you, because we talk a lot about the nature of these complex situations that you're in as being open. So what is the boundary? And I'm curious to, particularly for yourself, Susan, like what are the conditions for mental health? Is life, right? So how do you even go about learning about that? And I suppose for all of you, one of the things we recognise is the need for distributed sense making, that no single perspective. And for yourself, Julie, even within your organisation, how do you even get a sense of what's going on, let alone all of the different stakeholders and domains that are related to it? So yeah, I'd love just to hear, what does that look like for you guys, especially. It's interesting as we head into this world of AI, when it feels like it's so easy just to jump on to get very quick answers. What are the practices or infrastructures that you feel like are working well for you to learn and go beyond your field or key domain?
Do you want to kick off?
I want to kick off. I think we spend. So again, if I just refer back to that comment earlier about understanding the intersection of the different types of environments that we protect. So we spend a lot of time with consumers, or customers, whether it's through community groups, as in what are all the things that go wrong or have gone wrong in our product set, with governments, as what are they observing, through institutional reviews and inquiries, how do we get insights from those kinds of things that might shift and change our way of thinking. Is at the end of the day, we sell our product to people, and so better understanding that, we spend an awful lot of time there. We spend a lot of time looking outside of Australia at what is happening globally, whether it's through the trends and the way people are interacting with risk, because at the end of the day, we sort of protect people's risks so they can be more confident to do their day-to-day. We spend a lot of time understanding whether there are any global or societal trends that are emerging. We spend a lot of time looking at other organisations that look like ours but in another environment or a jurisdiction. We'd spend a lot of time looking at what other governments are doing, how are they shaping and reshaping rules and regulations that might have an impact and effect on ours. And so it is really, and we spend a lot of time looking at innovations and developments, and this might sound odd, in building structures and in motor vehicle design and repairs. And I know that's incredibly boring, but if you look at like EVs or safety technology. What's actually happening there? What does the next 10 years look like? Where are countries that are building systems, roadways, different ways of operating that are anticipating that change? And what might we be able to learn from it? How do we bring that back? And so we kind of embed that a lot in strategy and in practice.
So I think where we work and what I'm getting really comfortable with is being boundaryless. So there are many perspectives that need a seat at the table that we haven't met yet or thought about, but at the same time knowing where to start. So as I'm hearing Julie talking about roads, like road safety investment is a wellbeing outcome. You know, a person not dying on a road has huge ripple effects for a family, a community, and so they are wellbeing outcomes, and it's about how do we get that central coordination and agree what we're going to prioritise as the key kind of guiding lights of what we're trying to get to. How I stay sane in that space is also to be cognizant of the resources that we have to actually affect that change, something I'm not very good at and my body's talking to me about. Because, again, like we need to be realistic about what we can achieve, but still closely have our eye on that mission, and an inclusive practice of all are welcome and all have a perspective. But not just reaching out to those who are interested in our work, but also those who are actively not interested in our work. So we're doing some work with health insurers who have an economic motivation to address some of the rates of healthcare spending. But it's really about anyone who's got a perspective on the problem we're trying to solve needs to have a seat at the table in agreeing what are the things that we can achieve over what kind of time frame. Now, Doug's talking about child poverty. Absolutely, in Australia, we can solve child poverty. It is a stain on our nation that is happening. That is not a complex problem. We have chosen not to solve that. And we think about lots of lessons that came out of COVID around wellbeing. Wellbeing actually went up because some of those busyness, not for adolescents, but from many adults. As a parent who was homeschooling, and that made my wellbeing go down, what made my wellbeing go up is no birthday parties, no after-school sport. We had time, and we had time as a family. We met our neighbours. Corporations went back to kind of prioritising key deliverables. And so we solved the homelessness problem. Like, there was lots of things. So we can actually do this. So when people tell me it's complex or we can't, we're making strategic choices not to, and that's creating other problems for us. And some of that is the 10-year payoff, you know, that people don't want to wait. But some of it's around not getting the skin in the game or sitting in the room with the people you're choosing not to solve that problem for. You know, we can talk about gambling reform, we could talk about super tax on gas. The way we've structured our economic models incentivises us to not solve those problems, and it's the same people who are impacted by not solving that problem right now. I think one of the reasons mental health is getting traction right now and solving that problem is because socioeconomic status is no longer protective against poor mental health in the way that it once was. So this is not happening to that kid over there, that impoverished family, that person who experienced racism. It is it's in the zeitgeist as there is not a family you talk to that is not impacted by mental health outcomes, and that is mobilising people to maybe think about solving this problem in a different way.
Yeah, I can just to build on that, completely agree. There's a tipping point in a social problem when it can go from othering, it's other people's problem, to actually becomes a broader problem. I think housing is one of the best examples of that. I mean, that used to be those poor homeless people, and now we all know how critical it is for many of our families, and so that's a really tipping point issue. Coming back to your question, Stephen, I think, we're an organisation, a long history of kind of focus on research and evidence. And interestingly, yesterday we had a monthly update for our organisation and all staff online, and one of our team members did a reflection on one of our values, which is excellence, and talked about the fact that our focus on research and evidence often orientates us to perfection and not progress, which is a really powerful insight. That's an important. Looking in the rear-view mirror with research evidence is an important input, but going to Roger's lab construction, it's only one input, of course, and there are others that round out how we think about progress and momentum. But yeah, coming back to the question, so for us, What really informs us is a foundation with the theory of change. We do have an outcomes framework. We have all those mechanistic things, if you like. But I think in the previous session, there was a great conversation about assumptions and the ongoing conversation about assumptions and truly testing assumptions and determining how right and true they are. And we've just done that for our strategy process. We do it annually. And it won't surprise you, but a lot of our assumptions are no longer true, given the cost of living, given what we've most recently experienced, and now what we're leaning into again. And so that's a great input to then thinking about what we need, how we need to evolve and adapt, and how we can then build some learning loops off the back of a number of those assumptions that are either not true or really weak. So that's kind of a thing for us. I think it's very helpful for how we kind of guide opportunities for learning and innovation and progress.
I might just talk about a few tools that we use. So one of them is in our theories of change is this idea of a ceiling of accountability, and it's trying to mediate between this tension around system stewardship and the irreducible nature of corporate governance, which has been pulled out a little bit in this conversation. And so there are fiduciary and statutory responsibilities in terms of reporting that we can't get around. And yet, if that's where we draw a line in the sand, then nothing really changes. And so what we started to do, particularly in the missions program, but we're also introducing some of this thinking into our new model, is, okay, let's envisage what is the system function that we want. And I have an excellent colleague and mentor who really helpfully frames this as being, write a list of everything that's wrong, like very specifically what's wrong in the system, and then flip it. Like it can be really, he's a researcher in innovation policy. It can really be that is a great starting point for this discussion. What are these functions? What would it look like for the system to operate? Define that at a system level. Then say, in order for that to be true, what would our networks that we participate in but don't control need to do? And then what do we need to do? And so kind of structuring our thinking in that way and saying to our executive, our responsibility stops at the ceiling of accountability, but the artifact, the boundary object of the mission itself, as it matures, will increasingly cease to be totally in the control of any one organisation. And so this is a shared artifact. So that's one thing. The other thing is this idea of trying to be quite explicit about the role of people in organisations and systems who are part of their duty is sensing. And so I think one of the most powerful functions that some of my colleagues and I play is by engaging with our researchers and building trust with them and helping them. There's a level of psychological safety that comes along with that, with working side by side, that allows you to, but you're looking across. So you see the whole picture. You don't just see one research program, you see all 30. And then you say, well, what are the common kind of complaints or issues or barriers that are bubbling up? And how does this match with the way that our executive team may be perceiving this? And so what kind of information can we, it's this intermediary function, which to me feels so critical in systems and so underexplored. And it's thinking about where do you position those kind of intermediary functions in systems so they're best able to do the work. It's not right in the centre, but it's not so politically marginalised that it doesn't have influence. And so there's a real tension there that I don't think we've explored or got totally right, but it feels really critical. There's a paper that talks about what are the functions of a mission-oriented innovation system moving forward, and it's sensing, seizing, transforming institutions. And then the last one I would say is embedding, because I think we're not great at the stickiness of the change that we're creating. There seems to be a lot of backsliding. And so working out how to make that progress durable.
Do you know, and so again, that tension, so Doug, you brought up the otherness, and I've personally had this frustration when I've worked with organisations and they will have a certain purpose statement, which of course is grand and big, and it's all...
Make your world a safer place.
Absolutely, yeah. Not pointing fingers. But Susan, I also love though that you're very intentional in being clear, because the other flip side I've had is organisations not want to think about what the greater purpose is because they just can't measure it, or they can't. So there's an interesting tension there. But as we all know, if organisations don't have focus, that's one of the worst places to be, isn't it? You spread too thin, the resource issues, the lack of clarity. But at the same time, Doug, it is a real issue when we get stuck in, well, aren't we trying to achieve this greater purpose? Why are we being so rigid I've been up in Lismore post floods with a community service provider, and the goal being how do we better support this community? But they had a constraint of, well, we're a service provider, and in some way that's really a creative constraint. That's great. And as we all know, hugely limits you. It hugely limits your ability to address power imbalances for community-led approaches, for just whole new models beyond a service. So, yeah, look, there's no real easy answer for all of this, is there? And I've perhaps once again come back to the critical ongoing sense-making reflection, because we're constantly jostling between clarity, structure, as helpful, to at some point it's not so helpful anymore.
My view of a purpose statement in an organisation is it is the temple. So it's the place where people go to feel connection to the organisation, absent, the physical manifestation of, Barbara's beautiful place. But it is how you as an employee feel connected to the organisation. It's where you get your energy, hopefully. It's your alignment of values, and it's your kind of moral compass. It's not necessarily the mission. So I feel like that, for me, that's what purpose is to me. It might be different to others, but that's, if I talk to people, that's why they come to work. Or we come to work because we really believe that we're helping others make your world safer. If we didn't believe that, we're just selling insurances as expensively as we can to make money. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like that is what gives people that extra energy, and brings connection. Others might think it's directional, but that's kind of been my reflection over time.
Yeah, I completely agree. Probably doesn't surprise anyone in a for-purpose organisation to be talking about this, but what I think of in relation to that is then what it requires as far as leadership, which is, and I think it was maybe this previous session talked about the power of story, and maybe we talked about power. It's all blurred into one, I don't know. But I often see that as CEO, I'm actually chief storyteller more than anything, and that's how you bring purpose to life, is by kind of telling stories about what we're doing together, why we're doing it, as we discussed previously, and the kind of difference that we're making. And purpose is ultimately just the kind of the intersection of a need in the world, what you bring, and what actually works. It's the combination of those things. So, but that's of course so dynamic and changes over time. And I think to your point before about that organisation, Stephen, that the hardest thing is to kind of be open to that change and orientated to that changing world, and not your fixed model of who you think you are and who you think you need to be, which may be for yesterday. And leading an organisation through that sort of change, it's hard and at times courageous to really be open to that.
That's probably a nice place to finish things off. A massive thank you to you for being here. That was an excellent conversation, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We will be back in about half an hour. So we've got two conversations coming up on how we can better work across different fields, really exploring transdisciplinarity, and also a new model of cognition. So really challenging the dominant ways that we think about thinking.
So we might get started in this next session. For those of you who weren't here earlier today, my name's Roger Watson. I'm part of House of Complexity and adjunct fellow at UTS Transdisciplinary School. It's really great to see so many people here, and I'm delighted to invite or welcome a panel of guests who I'm really interested in speaking to, one of whom I know reasonably well, Martin. Hello. Martin is a professor and head of Transdisciplinary School at UTS, where I've spent much of the last 6 years working or being affiliated with. And Martin is a designer by background and has researched into emerging technology and how people engage with technology. Dr. Melanie Jansen, to my right, is a poet, but also a clinical
ethicist.
Clinical ethicist, yes, yeah. And really is bringing those two parts of herself to the discussion today, a poet, a clinical ethicist, but also a clinician. And Viveka, we used to work together years ago at UTS when Viveka was in the innovation unit there, and I was at the Designing Out Crime Research Centre. Viveka now leads an innovation unit at the CSIRO. Welcome, it's great to see you again. It's been quite a while. So I'd really like to start with a bit of a reflective question around practice and what is it to be a practitioner and what is it to be a practitioner in your world. And Melanie, I think we'll start with you. You have a fascinating bundle of practices there. Could you reflect on how that comes to life in the real world?
Yeah, so my clinical practice is in intensive care and medicine, and I practice in paediatrics, so children's intensive care at the moment. And so there's a whole set of practices that go along with that. And then I also have my clinical ethics practice where I run a service that helps clinicians in the hospital, in another hospital where I work through difficult ethical cases and do education around that. And then I have my creative practice as a poet. And I've sort of said those all separately, but in fact they all inform one another. And people, often ask me, what hat do you have on today? And I just say, look, I just wear all my hats all the time because each thing influences the other. So I find the clinical ethics knowledge and training that I have, then informs my intensive care practice, as does my intensive care practice inform how I practice clinical ethics to some degree. And then the poetry practice is, I can't remember a time in my life that I didn't write poetry. As soon as I could write, I think I started writing poems, and it's been for me it's a sense-making practice. I've realised right from when I was a child all the way through, and that didn't stop through my medical training and beyond. So I guess I have I take a real stand against sort of this binary or siloed thinking, both in how we practice generally, and I found these earlier talks just fascinating today, but also in each of us as a human, that we shouldn't put ourselves into boxes of, are you a creative or are you a scientist, or are you a doctor at the moment, or are you being a mum, or are you, we are all of these things all of the time, and they all, enrich and reflect on the other.
And you've recently published a book, All That Could Be Lost.
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so it's my debut poetry collection. It's called All That Could Be Lost. A lot of the poetry reflects on my work in intensive care and the grief and loss and crisis that goes along with that. There's always a crisis, even when it turns out really well. And I started out writing the book thinking that it was me sort of telling the stories of patients and families that I had walked with through that process. But as I got further along in the book and then through the editorial process with the publisher, I actually realised that, yes, I was telling a lot of narratives about other people, but that it's also my story, and I started to own that more through the book. So the book really lifts the curtain on what it's like to be with people in that moment, and then how that work informs how I deal with grief and loss in my own life. There's some reflections on motherhood, which when you work with critically ill children and with parents all the time, obviously that, having done that work for many years before I became a mother, informed the way I do mothering. But being a mother also informs the way that I practice. And I think, so the book does explore some of those themes as well.
It's interesting also the different roles of being a writer and being an author. Once the book is out, you're all of a sudden this author, and that's a completely different, different brief.
Yeah, and that phenomenon of once the book is made and published and in shops and out there, it actually has a life of its own that I don't control anymore, which has been terrifying and amazing at the same time.
Yeah. I don't know what you mean. Martin, as a designer, you obviously come from a particular practice, but also you're quite uniquely poised here to comment on the notion of transdisciplinarity. You're head of TD school at UTS. Could you first tell us a bit about your own practice, but then also in your day job as head of TD school, what is transdisciplinarity to you?
So I really liked how both you, Roger, and Barbara this morning, when you talked about your practice, you talked about it being informed by really your life journeys. And I think that's the case for many of us who identify with transdisciplinary practice. And so for me, I grew up in Austria. My parents got divorced when I was quite young, so I grew up with my mom and my stepdad, who was an electronic engineer, actually not electrical, electronic engineer, but also interested in what we would now today call regenerative farming. And so when I was 6 years old, my parents bought a farm in sort of the Austrian pre-Alps, so the very end of the Alps. Could still call them mountains. I think in Australia we would call them mountains. In Austria we would call them hills. And they transformed that farm over many years into an organic farm. And I still remember the number when you go through this process, you have to be registered with an organization that certifies you. And at the time there were 2 different organizations, and I still remember we got the number 56. So we were 56th farm in the whole country that was certified as an organic farm. And so because he was also a high school teacher and an electronic engineer, he sort of built a lot of things himself, and we got involved in that from a very early age. And obviously working on a farm, stuff breaks all the time, so you learn tinkering with technology. And then there was the organic side of it too, and sort of the understanding the relationship between humans and nature, and also how to look after nature when you're running something like an organic farm. Then when I went to university in Vienna, and I remember really vividly going to Open Day, and all of the universities in Vienna had Open Day on the same day. And it's a bit different in Austria, which I actually like as a model, a bit better than here in Australia, because here in Australia all universities offer more or less the same, and so they're in constant competition with each other. In Vienna, universities specialize in a particular area. And so I remember going to Open Day for the business university, because I was really interested in business. I had actually started already before going to university learning how to code, and I wrote the software program that then my parents used to manage the farm and sell the produce. So I was also interested in technology. So I ended also going to the technical university for Open Day, and I'd always loved art, drawing, a little bit of writing. I wouldn't call myself a poet, though. And so I also went to the University of Applied Arts as well, looking at programming graphic design. I ended up choosing information technology because it allowed me to, yes, learn about technology. In the first few years were quite hardcore computer science subjects, but then I was able to branch out and focus on different areas and also take elective subjects from other universities. So I actually went back to business in the second half of my degree, back to business university, back to the arts university, to architecture, to take elective subjects from there. Again, amazing that many decades ago I was already able to do that without needing to seek special permission. I could just choose these electives from other universities, and I then specifically focused on human-centered design, and that sort of started my journey towards becoming a designer. And I would consider myself now by background as a designer more than an information technologist. But I think my journey sort of informed a constant curiosity for new things and new ways of doing things and new disciplines. And so I kept learning on the job in many ways, which is why I love being an academic, because it sort of gives you permission to keep learning as you teach new programs and also as you do your own research. And so I moved from design to innovation and creativity, and that's how I landed at UTS in the where I've now got the privilege to be the head of the transdisciplinary school. I'm an academic by practice, but I feel I'm an academic, and maybe that's the case for many of us at the transdisciplinary school, who's never lost touch with industry, so was kept afoot in industry. And there were many points in my career where I was contemplating or considering going back to industry. And even when I started doing my PhD, I was like, okay, I'm going to do a PhD, but I do not want to become an academic. I'll afterwards transition in industry, but then there was this amazing job here in Sydney back then at the University of Sydney, and so I accepted that. But I managed to always bring industry back into my academic practice and stay close to academic practice, and that's also really important to us at the Transdisciplinary School, where we have a network of over 1,200 industry partners and about 2,500 individuals that we engage in our programs across teaching and research. I'm going to pause there because I already gave you a very long answer, so maybe we can come back to the definition about transdisciplinarity, which I would love to talk about as well, but maybe come back to that later.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. And such a, I guess what I take away from that is right from the start, your practice was situated in your farm, and so you were looking for different practices that could be useful as you formed your own practice. So thank you for that. Viveka, you're the convener of an innovation lab at CSIRO. Could you tell us about that and tell us a bit about your practice? How did you land there, and what are you doing there?
So I don't often land places. I try and kind of wrest them into being from whatever is available. I suppose that's what's been happening at CSIRO, but like with a huge amount of help, which I can talk about. My practice is as a designer and technologist, really. And sort of unlike Martin's kind of problem-focused, real-world situated origins, I was just a dreamer, messing around with computers when that was obviously a bad idea, and a waste of time. And drawing pictures with computers when they were terrible for drawing pictures. I spent quite a lot of time doing that. Just because I have like raging inattentive ADHD, and I'm tremendously curious and can't stop learning. So design grabbed me. Like when I was heading to university, there was the first design degree in Australia. I was the second cohort through at COFA, now UNSW Art and Design. And that's, I mean, I can talk a lot about design, but that's design as, or it was design as imagined as a political project at the Bauhaus, right? Design as an intentional project to give art the status of the sciences. Right? That was, kind of a pre-World War I Weimar Republic idea to say, let's make art, so give arts such a fantastic reputation for solving problems that it will be elevated to the respect that the sciences have. There's a Bauhaus manifesto that sets it up very explicitly, right? And the school that I went to took that and took the Bauhaus program pretty much, textiles, interiors, industrial, architectural, all of the kind of everything you can put under the word design. And nowadays, designers are often doing service and systems design, and kind of, you can keep, as Eliel Saarinen says, you always go one layer out, right? A chair, if you're making a chair, you want to look at the room that it's in. If you were making a room, think of the house in a streetscape, the streetscape in a city plan. So that's fun. You can always look one layer out, right? And design as a set of approaches, abductive reasoning and doing things and testing things is very amenable to lots of different things. But I don't think it's just a problem-solving thing. It's an exploration and problem-finding activity, complication activity, and its main power is that it can, if you think of design as problem-solving, which many people do, that's kind of the double diamond stuff from, what is it, Barnes, and before that, the creative problem solving. Sorry, I'm nerding out. Anyway, creative problem solving was a huge idea from advertising that you could be a consultant and solve people's problems for them by thinking outside the box. And they got, but they could only really write reports, and their impact was limited. And then when design adopted these approaches, designers can make prototypes, right? You build things. And I love to build things. It's just my nature to build things. So I'm a technologist. I was making robots when I was a kid. Reading a lot of science fiction. It's a lot of stuff I chose not to make because sci-fi warned us against it, which people are now making. That's called the Torment Nexus, which you know about. But yeah, so later on I went into research in technology, and I was very fortunate to land at the Creativity and Cognition Studios at UTS. So. And that was when Professors Ernest Edmonds and Linda Candy had founded that space. It's a really fascinating space. There's still remnants of it there. And Andrew Johnston, who took on that lab after there is still there running various really, really exciting things. The amazing thing about that lab at UTS is that it was in the Faculty of Engineering and IT, but it admitted people from design. So it was not a transdisciplinary school, but an interdisciplinary school, right? In that intersection. And Ernest and Linda are real figures in the world of practice-based research. So doing practice, and that practice itself and what you find out through the practice being the research that gets you a PhD, which I'm still working on. Andrew, I'm still in the system. I've become a much better writer, so thank God. Anyway, but writing's the hardest thing that I do. I don't do it naturally. Talking, obviously, I do a lot of, and drawing. I can't think without a pencil. But yeah, so my practice, though, it's design and technology. And again, I'm ridiculously fortunate that CSIRO, uniquely among, so CSIRO, as people call it, as it's called officially, there's the inside term, people say CSIRO because it's faster. Probably half the people in this room already knew that. And also, if you look at the history of things made by CSIRO, they're often called something, CIRAC, Australia's first computer, for example. Anyway, unique among national science agencies in the world, it has a design department. It is the only one, right? The closest you'll get, NASA has a human factors engineering group, which are stolidly engineers who secretly do some design, right? And human factors is how engineering thinks of design. Sometimes I call myself a human factors person. Sometimes in the system, our designers at CSIRO are called engineers. I'm called a research consultant, I think, in the system. But yeah, it's a historical artifact. A fact like that there was a thing called NICTA, National ICT Australia, that was a technology research, not a science research institute, that was then folded into CSIRO, and it brought its design department with it. Hilary Sinis, who's now at Salesforce, created that capability, and it lives on. I'm not formally in the design group anymore. I'm in the product group because that's where design, as I see it, systems design is done today. So yeah, there's way more. What am I doing?
Wonderful. We'll come back. Yeah, we'll come back.
I've got
Thank you.
projects and approaches. And
I'm interested to hear about Concept Lab, but I'll let you gather your thoughts as we circle back.
I've been going.
So, Melanie, in intensive care, you're obviously working with a bunch of different people from slightly different backgrounds, doctors, nurses, anaesthetists, etc., and then different specialties. There's something really special that happens in intensive care that is more than the sum of the parts of those disciplines. How do you reflect on that as a unique practice within itself?
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. And often my colleagues in intensive care, we say, because on the one hand, we are whole body doctors, so we specialise in the whole body physiology, but we do rely on our subspecialty colleagues who specialise in just the kidneys or just the heart or the brain or whatever for that really niche expertise in those areas. So there's the other medical specialists. And so there's never a patient in ICU that we just own on our own. They're always admitted under somebody else. And really in this day and age, there's usually at least 2 teams involved in their care, and that would be a simple ICU patient, And then, of course, there's the whole ICU team, which is a 24-hour service. So in the unit that I work in, there's 250-odd nurses, right from new grads all the way through to very experienced senior nurses. Then there's physiotherapists, music therapists, social workers, sometimes psychologists, and all of those associated specialties in other teams that consult us as well. So we do really see a huge part of our job as contextualising all this, I'm going to call it, I was listening to you talking about this, the Kinevin model, and I thought healthcare is kind of mostly chaos, I think. But there are little swirls of complicatedness in there where I think the multidisciplinary approach of recognising these very specific bits of expertise works very well to work out certain parts of the piece. And then as the intensivist, our role is one to do the intensive care management, which is usually the organ support, ventilation, ECMO circuits, that sort of thing. and help prioritise all that other information that we're getting to make a coordinated plan for that particular patient, including, looking after the family and helping them through that and helping them to make decisions about what is the best thing to do for this person who, by and large, doesn't have decision-making capacity themselves, especially in my field where we look after mostly young children. But, so I think it's a real... And we are often the people that are... stepping back a little bit and asking the bigger directional questions about where is this going and what are reasonable goals for this patient. So I think that we put a lot of emphasis in our training on developing good communication skills. It'd be great if we did more of that. And I think our approach to the whole body physiology is that very much that probing thing that often we have to make decisions in uncertainty, and you treat, you resuscitate and think about disease modifying things at the same time, and sometimes the response to therapy is itself sort of diagnostic. So there's all these probes that you're constantly doing while also constantly trying to sit back. And then, as you can imagine, with all those literally hundreds of people involved in one patient's care, there's an enormous amount of relationships to manage, and when those are going well and we have a lot of trust amongst our broader team, you can really see how much that pushes everything forward, with at the same time our own research projects and quality improvement projects and things happening in the background, the training of our junior doctors that rotate through, that's all getting done at the same time. So I think the most powerful thing that makes all of that work is focusing on the relationships that make the team run,
And I guess that's where some variance can come in. Done a little bit of work at the local health district level, and it's fascinating to see the differences in culture and differences in practice. Presumably you've worked in a number of hospitals. How orthodox is the practice, and is good the same good everywhere or not?
I think, all healthcare institutions have as their basic goal to improve the health of the people that walk through the door, amongst other things, and we have the same lofty mission statements that happen in the corporate world. And I think the broader organisational culture is one of the constraints within which you work, and that can be negative or positive or mostly a mixture of both. I think in healthcare we have sort of very good, especially in Australia, because we're a small population with fairly centralised health systems. We've actually got quite good analytical systems with big databases. Every child that gets admitted to intensive care in Australia, all their clinical information goes de-identified into a big database. We've got lots of analytical power to help us answer questions. I think we're starting in a fledgling way to really focus on the human connections and how to leverage that. And I think that is the thing that I notice the most, both in my intensive care practice and in my clinical ethics practice, is that the profound effect that the quality of the relationships can have, and the effect of different power structures, like certain specialties have more power in the system for a whole load of various reasons than others, and that can impact on care in good and bad ways. I feel like I'm not really answering your question.
No, I think so. No. But I guess where I was going with that is there's something special that emerges out of all of those disciplines coming together, and that thing, if it could be bottled, might be an exemplar of an excellent transdisciplinary practice.
I think when people actually, because we always talk about multidisciplinary in healthcare, and I think that is appropriate for a lot of the more discrete problems that we're trying to solve. But I think when you have a really good multidisciplinary meeting, and people go, oh, that was a really good meeting, like we've got a really good shared vision and we really know what we're doing with this patient, and everybody understands how they're going to play their role in this, and you can see a bit of role like blurring happen and things. So I think when we all go, this is a really good multidisciplinary meeting, it's actually when we've turned into a transdisciplinary team. And I'm going to have a confession. I had heard the word transdisciplinary before I before I got invited to speak at this event, but because I marinate in this multidisciplinary or alleged multidisciplinary system. In reading and preparing for this event and doing some of the prep, I think that when we are doing things really well in healthcare is when we've morphed over into actually having a transdisciplinary approach.
Thank you. And Martin, the TD School is really there to foster the emergence of that transdisciplinarity across so many different contexts and with a whole bunch of disciplinary inputs at the academic level. Could you reflect, you've been at the school now for a few years, could you reflect on the different, firstly your take on transdisciplinarity, but some examples, I guess, of where we've seen that humming that seems to occur here when everything clicks?
Yeah, really interesting to listen to you, Melanie. And I was going to ask whether you use the term transdisciplinary when you describe the work you're doing, because it sounds very transdisciplinary. I was wondering what terms you're using. And also interesting how you're saying it's kind of like it feels like something's clicking, and then that's when it becomes transdisciplinary. Well, I'm going to borrow a metaphor that actually I heard from a good colleague of mine to explain the differences between inter and multi and transdisciplinary. And I know the morning panel also touched on this as well. It's somewhat simplistic. It's about food, but it's I found it really helpful when I first heard it myself. And so it's essentially it's comparing inter-transdisciplinary with a salad. And a salad has multiple ingredients. It might have lettuce and carrots and tomatoes and onion, and they all come together to make the salad. But when we eat the salad, we can still taste the unique components. So they sort of work together, but they're still very much their own. When we consume the salad, when we have the product the salad as a product, interdisciplinary then is the example there is a soup. So again, when we make a soup, we take a number of ingredients, we put them in the blender, and we make a soup. And so the soup is transforming the individual ingredients, and it becomes something new, like a new substance. But when we eat the soup, we can still taste the flavor of the carrot and maybe the onion, and maybe it has cumin in the soup. We can still identify those flavors. So it's not a full integration, and it's not creating something that is new entirely. And then the example for the metaphor for transdisciplinary is the cake. So when we make a cake, we take a number of ingredients, probably egg and flour and some baking agents. Maybe there's also carrot in it as well, if it's a carrot cake. And we put those all together and put them in the oven, and something magical happens. And it's not actually magic, it's actually chemistry. But what happens is that the ingredients all transform, and they're also amazingly, they all respond to heat in their own way, but they sort of come together as a whole to make a cake. And the cake is something that is entirely transformed in that it's a new structure that is different to the original ingredients. And when we eat the cake, we may also no longer be able to taste and identify the individual ingredients, the original ingredients. And so that aligns very much with the definition we heard in the morning panel as well. That is this sort of more scholarly discussion around how transdisciplinarity is about integrating knowledge from different disciplines and working across, between and beyond disciplines, and sometimes creating something entirely new. And sometimes that entirely new thing could become a discipline in itself, maybe. It's still a very academic definition, and disciplines are also a very academic construct in a way. I don't think industry as much talks about about disciplines, maybe at CSIRO. And so what's important with transdisciplinarity, though, is that we bring other actors into the process. So it's involving co-creation with people from industry, from government, from communities. So they're being brought into this process. And that's also an important distinction for us at the UTS Transdisciplinary School, that there's a few factors that make the work we do transdisciplinary, which is focusing on real problems and real impact, and doing that through co-creation with external actors. And then the third one, what I already mentioned, the integration of knowledge across disciplines. Now, people from industry still might go like, still sounds very academic. So I'll try to maybe bring that more into a practice context. And I was talking to Mark Rowland, who is the founder of Climate Action Week Sydney, amongst many other things. We were working together on organizing a net zero summit at UTS late last year. And we were talking about these distinctions, and he was like, let me help you translate this into industry language. And so he was suggesting that multidisciplinary is kind of like working within the silos of a company. And it essentially means that all of the departments, which are the silos in the company, they all try to achieve the same shared goal, which is defined by company vision or strategic plan. But in many cases, the departments and the silos might not even talk to each other within the company. And so that's multidisciplinary. For interdisciplinary, he suggested that's cross-company. The example is cross-company. So departments across the company working together, talking to each other, and also working with the partners and talking to the partners as well. So it's a more of an integration of knowledge across the companies and the partners, which might be the supply chain sector, supply chains, for example, and sectors from the supply chain. And then transdisciplinary, he was calling cross-sector collaboration. So that's where companies work beyond their own sector and even work with their competitors. And that's really important. And it's not how we describe it in academia, but it is actually important. And I have heard people working in industry describe that the need and highlight the need that to deal with the complex challenges of our time, things like climate change. When you're working for an insurance company, for example, you have to work with your competitors because the challenges are so complex. And you can no longer solve the problems by just working internally within your silos or within your company and partners. So did I answer your question? You were asking about some examples, but maybe I'll pause again because I feel I've spoken a lot again.
Okay, thanks, man. We'll come back to you.
Yeah.
So Vivek, at CSIRO Concept Lab, how do you see this playing out? And obviously you've been taking notes there, so make it seem like your notes are an answer to that question.
Yes, yeah, it's okay. I was listening. That was very fascinating. So, yeah, the Concept Lab is an interdisciplinary space, I would call it, but transdisciplinarity is possible. Right? So, and I think that was framed really well. Like it's, you know, if you're working, like disciplines have their advantages, right? They have discipline to them. They're understood. People can know that they're really good at their discipline because it has, you know, it's a field of knowledge. And you can figure out what your expertise is. You can have a shared language. It's a very valuable thing to have disciplines. But in times of change, new disciplines have to emerge, and interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity can be how that happens, right? And it can be really vital to do that in response to changing external conditions. Climate crisis is a great one, right? You know, the wealth crisis. These things that are, if you look at the civilizational arc, coming to a head, demand really creative responses. So my practice at the Concept Lab is, and I took the name from back in design school. They would always tell us to figure out what our concept was, and we didn't know what they meant. And they couldn't tell us because they didn't have PhDs. It was new. They were practitioners. It was a kind of an apprenticeship, right? But we could learn it. And by the time we finished the 4-year degree that took me 5 years, we could do it, even if we couldn't articulate it. But a concept is just a shared understanding, right? And if you look at a clock is a bunch of stuff made out of different things. You look at an iPhone, it's a lot of technologies. It's got a name that people recognize, and people say this is this thing, right? It's a shared idea of a thing, or a shared idea of doesn't have to be a physical thing, but right, that's all you're doing. And it's a big thing to have to do, to say we have all these disparate parts. So at CSIRO, we have some new scientific breakthroughs. We have industry partnerships. We have people with problems. There is a myth in Australian innovation culture and policy sometimes even, that there's a pipeline where a breakthrough becomes a technology, becomes a product. It's just not true, right? Like very rarely true. Maybe in pharma sometimes, biomed occasionally, sort of. You know, you get a new molecule, you figure out what the molecule does, you can maybe productize that in a pretty straight line. Most areas, it's not like that, right? It's much more about an assemblage of things that make sense to people in a time, in a moment, and that has significance and meaning to them. And kairos, the opportune moment of action for it to come together into something that can be named and enter into the culture, right? So that's my research background is creativity studies. And Margaret Bowden, everybody should read Margaret Bowden, B-O-D-E-N. There are two Margaret Bowdens, and they both have, they're both MBEs. I'm talking about the one who's a creativity researcher and also has been working in computational creativity for many decades before it was cool. And all the AI intelligence researchers really, really need to read her work. She talks about three kinds of creativity. What have we got? We've got exploratory creativity that I enjoy, where you do stuff and you put things together, and creativity comes from exploring a possibility space. Prototyping is part of that, one of those things. Artists do a lot of exploratory creativity if they're just, playing with the marks they're making. You've got combinational creativity, putting things together to compose them into a new thing. And this is what industry does a lot of. We call it innovation a lot of the time, right? And then there's transformative creativity, which is, and Roger, you worked with Kay Storst, right, who has amazing work on frame creation. So framing things, thinking like deciding, articulating how things fit together and how you should look at things is an incredibly powerful thing to do, right? And I think very often transformational creativity comes from a reframing. So that's, at my best, I create space in the lab for people of different disciplines. So generally that's scientists from all different fields of the natural sciences mostly, which Sairo mostly works in, or the formal sciences like computing and economics and things like that, right? So we have a lot of scientists, we have a lot of engineers, we have some designers. I bring in people from outside as well. Technologists are often really interesting people. They go off, in order to figure out what to build, you have to do some philosophy. So, so I try and bring technologists into the lab. And we have it set up as a space where you can draw and you can write code and you've got access to all of the flashiest gear, but in a way that it's okay if you break it, in order to let people explore and to argue with each other and have time and space like we're having today to sometimes have an epiphany and say, oh, I see. And crossing disciplines is such a powerful way to do that, and so rarely done. The opportunity space, the headroom for this is vast. There are so many chances where if you get, someone like Mel, an intensivist, and, the things that you're thinking about in the terms of the incredibly complex system of the human body and all of the experts that are working together and the human mind, as you do it, right? The psyche, right? You've got psychologists, you've got music therapists, right? Somebody who's, and you're an ethicist as well, so, you're bringing all of these things together, and imagine putting you together with somebody who could completely rewire one of the important machines that you rely on to work in a totally different way. These types of collisions, these interdisciplinary collisions are the meat of what we do, and we get out of it, we get new systems that kind of routinely transform how people do important work. So.
Can I jump in?
Yeah,
there?
please.
For me, really fascinating. For me, creativity is about connecting dots.
Sure.
And so what he's saying is essentially about, in many ways, that it is about connecting dots. And the saying goes, the more dots you have, the more creative ideas you can come up with. And that can happen for me, that can happen in an inter or transdisciplinary setting. And going back to my example of the definitions in an industry setting, so that can happen if you're working across the silos within the company and with the partners in the supply chains, and can happen even more if you then go cross-sector or transdisciplinary, where we bring other companies from other sectors into the conversation, and maybe other actors and maybe more competitors. We have more dots to connect, and therefore can come up with more breakthrough ideas. Yeah. And I also love what you're saying about it's never a linear path, and I think that's what That's what I found really fascinating about the process of design and design thinking as a way to formalize that. That it's a non-linear path, and it sort of captures that really nicely. And that's also, I think, why design thinking became very popular. And what I like about that is because I guess because I grew up on a farm, I think I'm quite pragmatic. So there's the transdisciplinary school around it being about a way of being, and that sometimes, like was discussed also in the morning session, can be a bit confronting for people. And I guess it's a temple metaphor, right? For me, maybe because I'm quite pragmatic, I like to bring it back to methods. And that's what was really great about the design thinking movement, that it gave people methods to engage in simple things like brainstorming and ideation and prototyping, and sort of making it really easy and accessible to pick it up and kind of trusting the process. And the same is true for transdisciplinary approaches. We can also, yes, it's about a way of being and understanding yourself at the temple, but it's also about using methods in the right way and bringing people together from different sectors.
Yeah, and just thinking about those sectors as different fields of thinking or fields of thought. We've talked a little bit about science, a little bit about design, engineering. The arts has come up already today. And I wonder around how the context of the farm or the emergency unit, I wonder how you as leaders in your fields bring those different dots together, or get those dots on the page to see what can emerge from that, because there is a bit of an art to engaging an artist, as we have in the corner over here, Simon, into a creative process in a way where they can feel welcome and feel valued. So perhaps a bit of reflection on that. And yeah.
I'll jump in. I have so much on that. So one way is space and place, right? And Martin talked about bringing in people from different industries, and you've mentioned the arts as well, and people from all kinds of places and approaches and with different ideas. So, bringing in, there have been great successes in technology development from bringing in science fiction writers, right? This is very well documented. I tried to bring in poets, woodworkers, First Nations people, knowledge holders. And I'd say the work I'm doing currently specifically on participatory design with First Nations knowledge holders for climate and biodiversity and agricultural things, and in that space, transdisciplinarity is the only option. There is no legitimate discipline that works with First Nations knowledge holders that they trust or should trust, right? So you have to create a space. And so it isn't always about bringing in somebody with that title. Like you will find, so I work, Mel, for example, is a poet, right? In the workplace, she's an ethicist, but she also has these other aspects to her. I work with someone I work with people who have various job titles, but they all have much more depth to them. They have previous roles that they had things that they're deeply interested in. They have people in their lives. I know a lot about early childhood theory because of my partner, and I'm learning about history, and this is just from influences from, and that doesn't make me an expert, but it makes me somebody who has some awareness of these areas, right? So creating space and place to welcome in more of people is, it's an HR buzzword, but it's in these, but for good reason, right? Like in these, if you set the stakes right, if you invite people, the most useful practice, and I think we can talk about practices, that's a really good idea. The most useful practice I've come up with is writing the right invitation. So I sent out an all-staff email at CSIRO that sounded completely bizarre to 90% of the people there, saying, come and dream about future digital worlds. And the 5% of people who got excited by that and the 5% of them who showed up were incredibly valuable participants, right? And so creating the right invitations and saying all comers who respond to this invitation is one really useful practice to get that collision and to get those surprises from the combinations and the potential for transformative, new framing comes. I think, creating place like this is, we have too many projects in Australia and not enough places.
Can I jump? Oh.
Yeah, no, you go.
Well, I was just thinking about you creating these spaces, and that's one of the reasons that I have been drawn to poetry, and in particular trying to put it in the healthcare setting, because I think poetry is it can be quite easy to kind of wedge open a little space in these very hectic kind of environments. And one practice that I've done for quite a few years now is we have a big multidisciplinary ward round at the start of the day, and I've once a week, I just decided, if I'm on a Sunday, I'll do this on a Sunday. And the first time I did, I said, anyone mind if we read a quick poem before we start the round? So there's like 20 people, all these different specialties waiting. Oh, okay, sure. So I read a poem, and it was Emily Dickinson's "If I Can Stop One Heart from Breaking." I was working in the cardiac ICU that week, and it was this, literally it would have taken me, 20 seconds to read this poem, and maybe we had 5 seconds of silence after that, and people went, oh, thanks, that was really nice. And actually just felt the register of the room drop a little bit, and we then proceeded with our ward round, and then afterward a couple of people, one of the senior trainees from one of the other specialties came up to me and said, oh, I really liked that. I follow this account on Instagram that does these little poems like this. And I looked, oh, great. And then, some later in the day, somebody else talked to me about something. So it opened up these relational moments. It gave everybody a moment to reflect and just join together in what we're all doing here. And I've started to do that much more regularly, and sometimes even just at the start of the PICU ward rounds, or I've now worked kind of humanities teaching into the registrar and some of the nursing teaching programs, and people just love it. And I think I have often reflected, I've thought, why do I care so much about the humanities in healthcare? Because I couldn't articulate really why I thought it was so important. And when I did a Churchill Fellowship 10 years ago now, and I visited lots of medical humanities centres around the world and ethics centres, and there was a senior sort of paediatric neurologist from the north of Italy and I said, why do you think humanities is really important in healthcare? And he said, well, to be a doctor you have to learn about disease, pathology, physiology to do the kind of mechanics of the job. He said, but it's humans that get sick, and it's the humanities that teach us about humans. And I thought, that's it. And every time you bring the humanities in, there's all this emerging evidence about skills you get from creative practices. And one of the things that I think is really important for healthcare is, there's lots of evidence about how the development of empathy is really good for your professional longevity, your relationships with patients, and therefore their outcomes. But I say, well, you can't have empathy if you don't have an imagination, because you have to be able to imagine being in somebody else's shoes. And what do all these disciplines help drill you in? Imagination, engaging with film, books, poetry, thinking about other people's perspectives makes your imagination better, which just makes your empathic capacity higher. So I think there's all these actual skills that we can probably articulate and describe. They don't have to be relegated to the woo-woo tacit learning realm, and I think we can make them much more explicit, but also there's these reflective practices that come from the arts that help join us as a team, as humans, and therefore we function better, and it's better for everybody's well-being, including the people that we're looking after.
That's a really beautiful example, and I guess because we may all come from a different discipline and practice. But poetry talks to our emotions, and emotions is what we all have in common as human beings. It's beautiful, yeah.
Well, I often think, and in my clinical ethics practice, I feel like what I'm often doing is trying to get to the heart of what really matters to everybody in that who's involved in whatever case we're dealing with. And it strikes me that poetry is all about what matters. One of my poetry mentors, Mark Tredinnick, and another lecturer that I'd had when I did poetry at UQ, they both said, when you write a novel, there's a bit of mechanical stuff in there. People have got to get into the car and out of the car and into the house, and you've got to talk about all these things to kind of set up the scene. But poetry, all you do is write the stuff that matters. You distill out the stuff. And I think, or, you know, Mark says, you know, poetry is what happens when you expect more of language. And I think that the way that poetry just is always trying to drill into what really matters to us as humans and present that in different and thought-provoking ways, even that as a skill is really useful for relationships, because what we're trying to do is really communicate to each other our own felt experience so that we can all, and thoughts, so that we can have a better group understanding and go forward. And so I think, and you know, another example of a philosophy and skills that go with a certain creative practice that help in other practices.
Yeah.
I'd also like to respond and pick up to what Viv was saying. I think that's what makes the UTS Transdisciplinary School really unique, that we have academics from different disciplines all being together in a space. So you talked about creating a space and time for these things to happen. And that's something that is unique in Australia and also globally to the UTS Transdisciplinary School, that UTS has created this space. And that makes a massive difference because of the silos that universities have, just the same way companies have it, and it's really where sort of knowledge is held within the faculties and the disciplines of the faculties, and it's very sure we can sort of work across in some ways. As a researcher, I can collaborate with someone else and do a collaborative research project, but it's not the same as being in the same space and having time together. It's not always easy. Our slogan is "Great minds don't always think alike," and that's definitely true. So there's a lot of also friction that comes from that, and it is definitely easier to agree than to disagree, which is the danger of groupthink, of course. And by disagreeing, we often unearth the things that matter most and the more complex issues, and find maybe the new ways of addressing those issues. Just this morning, before I came here, I was in a PhD assessment panel where we had an organisational scholar, an innovation and entrepreneurship scholar, an anthropologist, and someone who works as an academic in corporate sustainability, and all giving feedback on the same project, which is a transdisciplinary PhD project, which is amazing. That's very that doesn't happen automatically. It only happens when we create the space and the time for that.
Yeah. Martin, can I ask, in that space, because one of the problems that's been noticed in healthcare is that there's sort of two broad reasons that people don't speak up and challenge. And one is if there are really dysfunctional team dynamics, power imbalances, and fear of questioning, like the team leader, so people don't speak up. But the other is when everybody likes each other so much that they don't want to rock the boat and harm their good relationship and then this has been sort of studied in resuscitation-like settings, which is obviously a very particular thing. But I was just wondering, how do you manage that in the transdisciplinary school, that phenomenon, and drawing the right balance?
It's a really good question. It's not something that one person alone can manage. It's something that we all have to constantly work on together and invest in. And so creating the culture and an environment of psychological safety and mutual respect is really, really important. It doesn't always work, but it's something that we constantly have to keep doing. Yeah.
What are the things that you keep doing to create that, the micro moments?
Well, it's culture is something that shapes over time, forms over time. So it's lots of things that we do over time, starting from basic principles around transparency of communication and decisions being made within the school, not talking about the whole institution, within the school, coming together to celebrate moments. That is both birthday cakes that we do monthly, as well as celebrating wins and outcomes and achievements of staff. Sometimes calling out people and empowering or reminding, in particular, our leaders in the school that they have to do that if something goes wrong in a meeting, that they have to call out, like if there's a situation of where someone is not respecting the other person's opinion, which might be different, to call it out on the spot and deal with it on the spot. So those kind of mechanisms, which I guess a lot of those come back to basic good management principles, but they're not easy.
Yeah. So then there's a cheat code as well, which is to do the Saarinen thing of going outside the organisation, right? Like, so within a hierarchical organisation with rules that have built up over time for good reasons at the time, some of them still have good reasons and some of them are just craft, whatever it is, right? You get like that is a really tough problem, and these approaches can ameliorate the tough problem. At MIT, one of the places I studied, they used to have a building called Building 10. I don't know. It was a temporary structure that was very strong because it had to be used to invent radar during World War II. It was supposed to be torn down immediately afterwards. They never got around to it. And it became the place where people from different faculties that didn't really have a lot of funding or rationale would end up, right? And people would just bump into each other from completely different disciplines. And if you're talking to a senior professor, if you're a grad student, you're talking to a senior professor, and you're in linguistics or in semiotics, and they are in electrical engineering, the hierarchy is broken, right? They're not your boss. They're not in your chain of command. It's okay. And then you can bridge things and you can get across. So these spaces where you create, and so within organisations you can do things like create more social spaces, like shared cafeterias, shared pigeonholes, force people to bump into each other. There's lots of examples of that. But then, and you can have a culture of cosmopolitanism, like what you're doing here, being outside the organisation, engaging with the organisation, celebrating that with at all levels. If we say it's part of, we celebrate it if people don't just stay super focused, but also if they engage beyond the org, because that's kind of a cheat code. If you go outside the organisation, you're freed from that really difficult constraint to a great degree, and people can, spaces like this are really valuable.
There's also a cautionary tale regarding that building, because although so many Nobel Prizes came out of it across different disciplines, the university at some point tried to formalise it and engaged a very good architect, Frank Gehry, to design a replacement building for it.
Oh, God, yes. And the Gehry building, everything inside it couldn't be moved.
Yeah.
So, which is the opposite of the adaptable space that it had been. It was famous as the only building on campus you can cut with a saw, right? Yeah. And then Gehry made this beautiful space that nobody could touch. Yeah, it is super tricky. But I think I'd really like to touch, again, if we get back to it, on the importance of poetry and philosophy and literature and fiction in figuring out why, what matters and what.
That's something that's quite explicit in the practice that I teach. And Viv, you mentioned Kees Dorst, our dear colleague. He's over at Princeton at the moment, but still at TD School at UTS. And having had the pleasure of working with him since 2010, back when his frame creation approach was quite fledgling, quite abstract. And as a team, we had to apply it and develop it, apply it to real-world complex issues. And it was through that where we really lent into the arts, poetry, literature, cheesy 1980s film clips, art, to try to get a deeper understanding of what is really at stake. So after a whole bunch of analysis around identifying stakeholder needs, etc., what are the core things that really matter here? And we're not necessarily experts in those things, but people in the arts are. They form entire careers about deepening knowledge or deepening expression on one or two themes. And so why wouldn't we engage with that as a way of forming our own or deepening our own experience? Another tool, Martin, you mentioned design thinking before, and it's interesting to think of these processes in terms of a collection of tools that are put together in different ways in order to serve different purposes. So that was about deepening our individual art, but in a book that I worked on with Barbara Doran over there, we looked at the art of the renku and turned that into a collaborative process where we would identify a couple of those deep themes, those deep values that really mattered in a situation, and then give a team a structure in order to co-create a renku poem. I've used it many times, but just down the road, maybe even in that building, I'm not sure, with the Department of Education on a strategy day, we got them through a whole process of identifying stakeholders, what are the problems, what are the paradoxes, what are the values, and now you're going to write a poem together. Not because you need to agree on something, but because you need to share an understanding of something. Yeah. So I guess that kind of falls into the philosophy territory of not searching for truth, but searching to create meaning together.
Yeah, I like that idea, and often think of that in my work in healthcare, is that you think I'm sure everybody who's had a glancing acquaintance with any kind of healthcare has heard the term shared decision making. So when I started medical school, I remember being told that my job was to turn into a doctor, which is a sort of detached expert body mechanic. And I thought it sounded hideous. And thankfully, there's been much, I think that idea still persists in healthcare. But I think one thing that I often talk about is when, both in my complex and difficult conversations I have with families in intensive care, but also in my clinical ethics job, is that those philosophical skills of actually getting at what are the assumptions here and what are the values from which we are acting is really important. In that way of even just the basic logic argument mapping can help get you part of the way there, but without taking away the emotional experience. So for example, in ethics consultation, I say we need to do a bit of information gathering at the start. So we get all the clinical information, and then I used to call it narrative information, but I've started calling it we're now going to look at the facts of the felt experience of everybody. And so actually get into how people feeling about this, how has this played out for various people. And often people come to ethics consults really, they're worried about something, that's why they're there. And sometimes the clinical information gets put out and I sort of go, so if this, then that, and we expect this, like there's obviously something else here though, otherwise you wouldn't all be here. And so I just encourage people to go, well, what's the feeling there? And then once you kind of articulate that, because I say, if you feel bad about something, there's probably something bad about it, right? So let's figure out why we feel bad about it, or why certain people feel bad about it. And then that gives people go, oh, okay, I've now given you permission to go there into your human self and bring out this information. And you get all this rich, ethically relevant information that you can then make the decision with. And it's, I think, therapeutic for everybody involved. And that shared understanding is built by listening to your emotions and the way that your body feels and then making it explicit. But if I come back to the shared decision making that you do with families, like if I'm talking to a family about whether we should continue persisting with fairly uncertain therapy or whether it's time to redirect our goals to sort of palliative goals, like this is a huge decisions for families to make. And people often go, oh, well, you need to explore the family's values or discover, as if they exist there, ready to be discovered by your shared decision-making questions. But a mentor of mine, a senior intensivist anesthetist from Boston and Harvard, actually said, what you're actually doing in those conversations is helping people work out what their values actually are, and not because they don't know how they're going to feel until they're in this situation. And being in these situations brings things into perspective or makes them think of things, and you need to help walk them through that, listen to what they're saying and say, well, if this is what you think, I often say, what are the things that are important to you for your child to be able to experience and do and be in their life? And people have wildly different answers to that question, but based on their answer to that, I can say, I think the chances of them being able to do those things are almost zero. Right? So, in that case, I would recommend we do whatever, and then they might go, well, maybe it doesn't matter so much if they can do, well, I don't. And then you go back and forth, and what you're actually doing is helping them build and articulate their values in the situation that they're in. And I think, and I say this when I'm teaching the registrars about having these conversations, is when you realise that your role in that conversation is actually to help them work out what their values are, the responsibility of that conversation is so much bigger than if you were just discovering what already exists. So the need to hone that skill and do all of these things and engage with all these human building skills that we have becomes like an ethical imperative of itself. Yeah.
Wow. I think it links back to what my colleague Barbara Doran this morning talked about. Again, this idea of being, and us sitting on the couch is a certain way of being and how we feel in a sense. And it makes sense the way you describe it in that situation, in that conversation with the family members. I wonder how this translates to a corporate setting. like, talking about House of Complexity and the practice that Stephen is creating here. How do you do that in a corporate setting, where you also, like, do you ask the client, how do you feel? Do you start with that question? Like, how do you, or I don't know, Roger, you part of House of Complexity. How do you do it in a corporate setting? How do you bring that to a corporate setting to make sense there?
Yeah, as I was saying before, there's just so many tools that you can use and lean on. I think your articulation of your practice in that really poignant, important moment is great. And I reflect back on many different workshops and conversations that I've had over the years and that we've had as a community of practice. Setting the trusted environment, making people feel safe, and bounding it to a certain aspect. So when I say that, making people feel safe, it's giving them the opportunity or the permission to think outside of the current frame and the current paradox or paradigm that they're in, not because we're going to tear the whole house down, but because if we step outside of where we currently are, we can understand more deeply where we might like to be. And so many different tools to unpack just at that values level. I mentioned the Renku before, the thematic exploration. You can even, as an individual exercise, do something called a nomological analysis, where you look at the word itself and explore antonyms and synonyms and experiences of when you've felt that value yourself, when you've experienced it yourself. And I would say in the framing process, this is the most important part and the part that we spend the most time on, because if you don't have a quality depth of understanding around what's actually important, then your reframe is going to be based on junk. And if you base your reframe on junk, everything else is going to be junk, right? So it's got to be an authentic, felt and experienced understanding of what's really important here, what's really going on.
And Roger, do you think that exercise that you did of writing the Renku poem is really a way of creating a bit of cognitive space for that group, for bits of their subconscious to come out, or for them to just, And is there a better name for that part of the process than information gathering, as I called it?
Yeah, I mean, we call it thematic analysis, theme exploration. And in, Viv, you mentioned
incubation, is that
well, no.
not?
In the abductive logic process, or the innovative abductive logic process, it's a process of sustaining your fixated belief that the why in the situation is true, that the how is true, and that the what is true. So you're creating cognitive space for people to reflect on what is actually important, and even to rethink the values that are stated as being important, and then rebuild and reframe from that. So if you thought it was all about freedom, for example, in your organisation, if you thought it was all about freedom, but with a bit of exploration, you come to an agreement or an understanding that it's actually about agency. Freedom and agency are two different things, with a lot of different strands that you could go off around how are we going to create agency, what actions are we going to take. And so, practically, and to answer your question, I do bring in that American pragmatist philosophy into the workshops, and I explain, okay, we've been educated to think deductively and inductively. Here's an abductive reasoning pattern. Here's some tools to help facilitate you through it. And it can either be done in a workshop or just over time, chipping away, building the trust, building the deeper understanding. I would say that the more communal it is, as in the more people involved in that process, the stronger, richer, deeper the understanding of the new value is, but also the more robust the reframe can be, because people are going to share that understanding of the deeper themes at play and have a stake, have fingerprints even on the reframe in order to be part of the thing going forward. And Steve mentioned Government Architects Office conversation that he had. I had a conversation with the same guy about 10 years after I facilitated a process using this approach on his organisation. And that was a process that engaged a core group of members from the Government Architect's Office in New South Wales to rethink the value proposition that they have. What are the values that they're trying to create in the world? And how can they better organise themselves in order to achieve that? Now, this is a bit brutal. About 120 people lost their job as a result of that process. They would have lost their job anyway, but at least the bunch of people who were involved in this process had agency in reshaping the future form of the organisation. And a bunch of them, once they've served the terms of their redundancy, came back, but in a more strategic role. And in that, it was literally that abductive logic of deframing where they currently are, where an architectural firm owned by the government competing against the private sector. That makes no sense to anyone. Therefore, they're on the chopping block anyway. But then working with them to gain that deeper understanding of the values at play, help them phoenix, to use a term from construction, into an organisation as a thought leader and stop designing buildings, but facilitate excellence, facilitate processes in a different way. Yep. With a lot of hindsight and retrospect, that was not a psychologically safe environment for those people. And we did our best over many years to work with them to bring them through that process. And I would probably do things differently if I knew that 120 people were ultimately going to lose their jobs. I would probably do something a little bit different, or maybe not engage.
Yeah. I think we can take. There's a big unlock in something that Mel said earlier about rejecting the expectation of becoming a kind of a robot doctor, right? Yeah. And I think a similar thing can be said of designers and agencies. There is a kind of a curse of the professional remove that I was trained in, and that I never fully accepted, and have now decided that was right. It's like if you have an attitude that you are entirely there at the service of the client to meet the client's articulated goals, you're not a professional, right? You're a professional if you're subject to standard management practices and you are executing a predefined outcome that you wouldn't necessarily want to put your name to. That's not professional. That a professional has higher standards that they ascribe to, and that is part of the value that they deliver. For clients, entities, organisations, whoever it is that's engaging that professional, or whatever they engage with themselves or construct, if that, hopefully, having those values gets you the right people, right? Because having been a freelancer, the only power you have is to fire the client, right? Or to choose who you engage with. And the wonderful thing is that it's a big world, right? And so if you create this pose where you say we are, which is not happening here, like which the big consulting agencies will tend to do, to say we are functionaries, you can trust us to do precisely what you want, we will be in the service of power, that will get you one kind of client. But if you say, here's our mission, here's our goals, here's what we believe in, if you engage us, that's what you're getting, then you get, you have a chance that you're not going to get Peter Thiel, that you're going to get somebody who's actually read past the first sentence of Anna Karenina,
Yeah. Viv, can I pick up on that? Because I think what you're saying is we all come to whatever it is that we're doing as humans and bring our human stuff with us. And I can't tell you how many times I've heard people say, when you're sitting with a group of people trying to work out a difficult pencil drop.
That was going to happen.
And so people go, well, we just all need to leave the emotions out of it and make a rational decision. And I just go, oh. And I said, hang on.
There's no such thing.
And I so there's no such thing. I said, if we don't make the emotional side of this explicit in our decision making, all that will happen is that they will be there and drive the process inappropriately. So
beautifully put.
Yeah, that's why, because you can't. We're humans. Everything we do is based on how everybody's going to feel about it afterwards. That's the whole reason that we exist and everything that we're trying to do. So and it's not that. I mean, I love the rigor of analytical reasoning and abductive reasoning, and I think it's very important, but it's not you can't, like, how we feel about things becomes part of the reasoned approach to what we do.
Yeah. It's the meaning, it's the reason. I've heard from designers and engineers there is an aphorism that there are two stages to the project. There's doing the right thing and then doing the thing right. And I think a lot of what we're talking about right now is doing the right thing. And that is entirely a human values question.
And it's kind of not to say that you shouldn't have professional boundaries, because they are very important, but it doesn't mean that you have to be the detached expert body mechanic. You know, it's okay for me or anybody else in whatever practice to personally kind of get something out of it. It just, you need to make sure that the primary goal is still the person that you're that you're serving or looking after, and that who you are impacts upon that. And then if you don't accept that, then you can't make sure that who you are is impacting on that in an appropriate way. Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah.
And is that the biggest pitfall or biggest trap of not engaging or not being able to engage with this kind of practice authentically? That you may yourself have a process in mind, but working with, if it's a client master-servant relationship, for example, your client master might ask for the rhetoric but not be up for the action. Is that a big trap that we often fall into?
The most useful practice that I have developed is finding out as much as you can about the espoused values of whoever you're working for and hold them to it. Because at some point they articulated these values, right? And that is a powerful tool. And another thing can often be to try and, like, just learning more and more and more about, like, every organisation that exists came into existence for a reason, usually driven by somebody who had a vision. Right now, maybe it's lost its way, maybe it's become a machine, maybe private equity is trying to make it do something different. But at some core, there is a purpose to everything. And if you go back and, like, go to the National Archives and read the letters of the people who founded things, you can often get really, really powerful arguments. They don't do everything, but they're very powerful, and you don't usually get fired. Like, you just become... In any organisations are multifarious as well, right? They have many aspects, they have many people with different goals and intents, and you can become part of the coalition that's providing ammunition and empowerment, as you did, for those people who were going to lose their jobs. You were still able to empower those people as people beyond the constraints of the role of the engagement, right? So you can make. Large organisations are systems of alliances, right? You find your way to play.
I feel I want to come back to the methods, because we've both talked about methods, and I like your answer to my question about how to translate what Melanie was talking about into a corporate setting, and frame innovation in a way is a method, and it's using the corporate language, but it's also about values, understanding and framing values. So, but what's important, and also to my earlier point about the value of methods in transdisciplinary approaches, like whether it's something like systems thinking methods, like systems mapping, there's also a risk to that, because that can also be applied in a disciplinary or silo setting, and then it's not, well, it's still great, probably still good to use the method, but it's not transdisciplinary. It's probably still, I think it's important to acknowledge that it's still leaving gaps.
It's within a scope.
Yeah, because it's kind of like siloed, and so again, that's why it's important. The methods is just one part, and it's also about how we apply the methods, and that we need to bring people together from the different sectors, from the different disciplines, and use those methods together. And systems mapping is a great example, because, a systems map is always incomplete, but the more voices we can bring into the process, and the more perspectives we can bring in the process, the more holistic the picture will be, and the more complete the picture will be, and the more we can make sure we're not missing important gaps. And I think in a corporate setting, it's important to use the right language to actually get somewhere with that. And so again, that's why I like the language, the notion of frame innovation. In my own research, I do some work now on life-centered design. as a way to sort of shift away from human-centered design and just focusing on the needs of humans, which has in many ways led to many of the problems we have today and was primarily good for stakeholders, designing more things that more people want and buy, and making more money for the corporation. And there are other academic terms that I use, like value-sensitive design, and there's other and even more than human approaches, but often they don't land with industry, whereas it's something like life-centered design, people in industry get. They go like, oh yeah, we get that, we can adopt that. So it's kind of like it's also about creating something that's safe for industry to adopt. And they can then pick it up and use it themselves, and it becomes a powerful concept. Is that the right use of the concept here? Yeah. Becomes a powerful concept for people to use within their corporate settings and to actually then drive change. And one more thing in that regard is that when we talk about complexity, house of complexity and complex problems, it can be often quite overwhelming. Like if you look at the climate crisis, like where do we start? What can we do? And often our students say that as well, and our PhD students go like, how can we make actually change? How can we actually change something? And even if you work as a designer in industry as well, so I've been working with a colleague, Steve Betty, a bit on some frameworks around that, and he came up with this idea of the 1% change. And it's kind of like, yes, there's all this stuff we need to change, but in order to start a shift, we just need to focus on the 1% that we can change. And sometimes that's even maybe changing the language we use or changing how we engage with people and who we engage. And over time, that change that it compounds and actually then has a bigger impact. But it makes it more feasible and more manageable and less daunting in a way to think about what is 1% that we can change or start changing.
The biggest thing that changes if you change a process is the people who engage with that process. Mm-hmm. Right? They mature, people are amazing, right? Like everybody has an entire brain and body and networks and connections and right relationships and life and history and there's billions of us, right? And as activating people, we've seen this. Yeah, you'll see this so often if you do a systems change. Like people will be. I was at Choice working on consumer rights. People were very interested in energy bills. We did a thing that would. There are 6,000 energy bills in the market at any one time. The energy bill you're on changes every 6 weeks. This is 10 years ago work, right? But it's incredibly complex to figure out what energy bill you wanted to be on, and that was people's overriding concern. As soon as we solved that for them, they suddenly got interested in solar power, right? Like they didn't care at all. Their bills were bugging them, right? We switched them, we saved them $400, and all of a sudden they wanted to come back to us and say, oh, should I get a battery? Right? They became energy nerds, right? People change. There's an observer effect in innovation that's really strong. And and it's unpredictable, but any action is as you say.
We're coming to a close, and I'd just like to ask one final reflective question of each of you. If there was one thing that we could amplify or dial up to ensure that we are making sure that different perspectives can be part of what we see in the world, what would that one thing that you would dial up be?
For the whole world. Give me a minute.
Yeah.
So with 1%. I can jump in if you want a moment to think. For me, I started this conversation talking about my university journey and how I was able to draw on different knowledges during that time. So for me, the one thing we need to do is making this more accessible to students, making transdisciplinary learning experiences and approaches and concepts more accessible to students across the world. Here at UTS, we've started doing that where we are teaching. We've introduced a new transdisciplinary electives program, which makes this available to all undergraduate students at UTS. So UTS's vision is that within the next few years, every undergraduate student that goes through UTS does at least one transdisciplinary subject, where they have to work with students from other disciplines together, using transdisciplinary methods and working with an industry partner or an external partner on a real-world problem.
Thank you.
I think what I would dial up, because I mean, being someone who crosses the arts and STEM, I mean, I love STEM, I love the scientific part of medicine, but that type of knowledge is so privileged, particularly within healthcare, and I think in the rest of the world, that what I would dial up is recognition of and strategies for an engagement with the arts to feed that. Yeah.
So it's a tough one. I'm trying to make it into one. I would dial up opportunity and capacity. Give people space, give people time. Like it is this is a book about poetry by Gaston Bachelard. He was the inaugural chair of, I think, the history and philosophy of science at the Sorbonne in, I think, around 1910. Okay. While working as Postmaster General, he was able to pick up an encyclopedic knowledge of poetry, right, and philosophy, and then bring that to his practice. So, this is a book all about just poetry, about space, and somewhat about place, mostly about space. There's a chapter on corners. Right? There's a chapter on nests that begins with the kangaroo pouch. It's been quite influential in architecture, and he's just quoting poets and talking about how they talk about space, right? And that influenced how he thought about phenomenology, right, which is the study of the interior experience that we've been talking about, like the thing where there are things in science you can't study because they are, the only person who can understand them is the person experiencing them. It can't be observed. Like we might do brain scans, but it's not the same thing as qualia exactly. And intersubjectivity, and he was able to have a massive influence on the understanding and depth and of the course of the sciences by being a Postmaster General who read a lot of poetry, right? If people are working 12-hour days and have to hyper-focus, and PhD students are expected to read everything in some tiny, narrow field, and scholars are meant to publish 200 papers a year, well, it's getting there. I know people celebrated for publishing 50 or 60 papers a year, and it's going up, right? This pressure, this intensity to focus is going to kill us. The over-specialisation is going to kill us. It doesn't give us the breadth. So I would try and dial up space for people to explore space and time. Like this. Thank you.
I'd build on that, V. And over the last 5 years, I've got into music a fair bit. I've always been a fan. My father was a rock star. I've got his instruments now because he's dead. But I've really got into composition and becoming proficient enough to start composing. And for me, that's unlocked something that was dormant. I'd always loved music, and I thank Barbara for her subject, Creative Practices and Methods, because it was sitting through that subject the first time it ran as an observer, but picking up a guitar and strumming it while Barbara was talking or while the others were talking, that helped me, I guess, give myself the permission to enjoy something that my previous life had seen as a privilege that I wasn't deserving of.
Yeah.
So I think if there's one thing for me, it would be that not everyone needs to pick up a guitar, but I would hope that everyone is able to pick up something, whether it's a pen or a pencil to do poetry, whether it's tinkering on the farm with technology, coding. I think it's really important as humans that we have at least one thing like that. Yeah. And with that, we're out of time. So thank you very much.
Okay, we're back for a really interesting session, and this one I hope will take us into our body minds in a way that kind of expands on many of the other kinds of discussions that we've had this morning and pick up on lots of different threads. But before we get going, I'm going to take my shoes off, and I've got hungry feet. They just want to kind of loosen up and touch the ground. So I'd invite you to feel like you can take your shoes off if that's comfortable for you, and if not, anything else, just to kind of notice your feet on the ground. I feel like, even in these kinds of contexts, it's very easy to get very cerebral, very stuck in our heads in the world of ideas and words, and we've got these living bodies that are constantly percolating and processing, but we tend to second them into the background. And yet they're so rich with information, intelligence, and they can guide us really quite profoundly. So I am here today with Inez. Now let me see if I can say your surname properly. I probably should have asked you before, but is it Ippolito?
Hippolito, yeah.
Hippolito. Yeah. And where's that surname from?
It's Greek.
It's Greek.
Yeah.
Okay, Hippolito. And you're from Macquarie University, and Inez is a neuroscientist and a philosopher of artificial intelligence. She works across technology, the idea of cognition, and very much an expanded notion of what we might understand to be cognition, our relationships with agency, with the environment. We're going to really stretch into this through this conversation today. And let's see where we go. So over to you, Inez, and just to kind of maybe you can expand a little bit more on where you come from, and particularly what you do, and this notion of what it means to talk about this word cognition, or the idea of thinking.
Yeah, so my background is a little bit interdisciplinary, from neuroscience and philosophy of mind and AI. So I tend to situate that within complex systems theory and dynamical systems as a modeling technique, to model different kinds of things. As I tend to ask, is there anything around us that is not a complex system? Right? I tend to ask the questions this other way around. I do a lot of conceptual engineering in the middle of trying to think and map things in a complex system kind of way. So I tend to apply that to many different things, from mental health. I've got work on applying complex systems to mental health conditions, but all the way to modeling artificial intelligence systems as ecosystems of intelligence, rather than a kind of like a more computational kind of approach that we have still a bit nowadays. And then, of course, all the way to the ways in which we think cognition as being very much, I tend to talk about it as a place cognition, so in situ cognition. And my background, I navigate in these waters, and my background being interdisciplinary, I suppose that it helps me because it gives me many different tools, because I tend to think about this way of working and thinking as what I call a bricolage, because you bring many different things from many places. So that's kind of like where I'm at. I'm at the university, Macquarie University, and before this I was at the Berlin School of Mind and Brain in Humboldt, Berlin. And I've also been associated with a company that develops AI as ecosystems of intelligence, and Carl Friston's, which I'm not sure if you've heard of his work in neuroscience. He's known as the most cited neuroscientist in the world, and his theory is the free energy principle, which is a principle of the brain. And we developed that in this company in Los Angeles. So that's my kind of like touch with the more corporate and industry out of academia. So that's kind of like situating me, I hope, at least theoretically.
We've got lots that we could go on with there, and but I think I kind of want to jump in there. You just talked about this sort of theory of the brain and this, I want to kind of step into this idea of what do we think thinking is and where do we think thinking happens? Does it only happen in the brain, or is there, from where I've sort of come from, we're really shifting into this much more distributed notion of the idea of what thinking is and what cognition is. I mean, obviously the brain has a very specific kind of place and space in that process, but maybe you can kind of expand on that and then I can riff with you.
I love that. That's one of my favorite topics as an embodied cognitive scientist, and trading within the inactivist approach, which is a very much placing cognition back to the situation itself. One of the main theories that we've had for the longest time, ever since the Turing machine, right? We've been very fond of thinking of cognition and intelligence and the ways in which we have our practices and we do our things in terms of a computer, very much inspired from the Turing machine at the time. So a lot of what we have thought and conceived, at least theoretically or frameworks-wise, academically at least, and of course maybe very less so in more embodied practices, but at least academically within cognitive science, it is been very much permeated by the mind-machine metaphor. Right, so thinking of the ways in which humans think as if they were computers, and that in itself already has so many implications for the society, because if we think about the ways in which one would formalize intelligence or cognition or embodied experience in terms of inputs and outputs, then that is going to spread out into mental health models, education models, creative models, right? And it's kind of like narrowing the scope of, instead of like opening the ways in which, I like that somebody had a quote before us, and the quote was the ways in which, the ways in which we don't think together, or we don't think the same thing.
Great minds don't always think alike.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I love that so much, because that's precisely the case, right? Because there's a standardization. Once we think about inputs and outputs, then we are already doing a standardization. And there's no scope to have conversations that I think would be much richer while we're not taking this internal machine input-output reductionist perspective.
So for me, I think I had these questions around what it is to be human, what is it that we value, and how do we understand ourselves? And I've come at that question from lots of different theoretical spaces, including psychology. And I studied neuroscience at university. I studied abnormal psychology. I studied social psychology. I actually love social psychology. I love neuroscience as well. But they all felt like they were sort of looking at being human, because they were actually using a lot of laboratory studies with rats and all kinds of other creatures to make inferences of what it was that formed thinking and processing. But at the same time, I ended up studying ecology, and this notion of a living organic system kept sort of percolating in my mind, and no one of those lenses was kind of giving me what felt like thinking was. And behind that probably was these social and cultural questions of what do we value and what do we not value. And there was sort of two probably key sources of friction that I was probably metabolizing at the time, which was I loved the arts, I loved making, I loved moving, and it felt like what was valued was stuff that was very sort of sedentary and had a very kind of specific hierarchy around how to think and what was valuable in thinking. So you could kind of go maths and science, there were certain kinds of subjects, if you like, were considered valuable. And I felt like there's something happening when I make art, or there's something happening when we move through the world that is not being valued and captured here. And then, part of that also sort of went back to my childhood in Africa in particular, where as a child, you look at the world with very sort of open eyes. And I'd go to the marketplaces where I lived, and there's this rich community where people were making things, and it was intergenerational, and it was this model of kind of like how to live was very different. So I didn't question it, it just was. And then when I came back to Australia, I kind of realised, okay, there's other ways of living. And it just felt like the older I got and the more I kind of travelled through the education system and then kind of looked at the career and employment system, it looked like there's this real hierarchy of what's valued. So when I was studying psychology, I was also asking, what are we not looking at? Or I was looking for something that was missing. And then slowly but surely I got to the biopsychosocial approach to understanding what cognition. And eventually, a lot of this stuff wasn't even around when I was originally studying, the idea of the extended mind. And that has been something that has been very strong and resonant for me ever since. So this idea that, yes, we have this high kind of, we want to use these machine metaphors for how we live, but that our mind is actually distributed through our whole system, and it's constantly interacting with the world. And that is constantly being shaped by the world around us as well, including our cultural and social backgrounds. So we had a little bit of a conversation about that. But I mean, I wondered if you, in your research or your work around cognition, whether you have kind of, stepped into that notion of the extended mind and what we kind of mean when we're talking about embodied cognition.
Yeah, no, that is very much present. And I do think that the concept of extended mind came in 1998 by Chalmers and Clark. And I think it did a great deal for breaking a little bit this sedimented concept of mind being internal to the brain at work, right, with inputs and outputs. So it did a great deal at the time, at least to unlock the possibility that perhaps it is actually extended through the tools that we engage with, which is the focus that the extended mind comes across, or at least it's the focus of the extended mind. And then we have these other approaches like embodied cognition and activism that bring in other focus to that conversation. But relating to you a little bit, when I was doing my master's back in Lisbon, I remember that I was struggling so much with research, as in what my thesis is going to be at, because at the time, this was a few years back, and at the time we had way less technology that was more dynamic, that we could use for subjects to actually move in the environment. And I found my classes back then and all of the paradigms and the tools that I had that were available to us to do research on social cognition extremely reductive. And I was like, but how am I going to study how people interact and the subjectivity between people with like someone looking at a screen and button pushing? I'm like, that's not, that's, you just create, it's so artificial. And then in the end, am I really studying interaction? Or what is this that I'm studying, right? Because people look at the pictures and faces and then they're going to go in. I'm like, that's not it. I was so frustrated, right? So what am I going to do? I was like, I wish that we would have some technology that we could at least have some EEG as people at least interact with each other, and we can have some brain synchronization and those kinds of things, which at the time they were not so much available. So I was so frustrated with when I did, this was my cognitive science master's, there were so many different fields available to me because it was cognitive science. So I was doing from psycholinguistics to psychology to neuroscience, and I was like so frustrated with all of them. I suppose that now things are a little bit better, and eventually when I did find the complex systems approach to these things, I was like, thank God. because otherwise I would know how I would do it, because I really like to study the mind and interactions mostly, but the tools that we had were very rudimentary. So this is relating a little bit. Andy Clark, who used to have to be appointed as well to Macquarie University, we're very proud of that. He has done tremendous work and is really, really, really good and incredibly talented. And his work is quite unparalleled for within recent years to cognitive science and to thinking about the mind and bringing it, or at least pulling it out of, conceptually, pulling it out of the brain and considering the ways in which cognition is situated, in this particular case with the extended mind, how these things are going to be an extension of our thinking. But I like to push a little bit back on the extended mind and give Clark a little bit of trouble. And the idea being that there may be no difference between, this being a technological device, or that one being a technology device, right? Because it's ways in which the idea being that they focused so much on it being a technological device. And what I like to think about is how we think with our fingers. Right, so these are the kinds of classes I'm lecturing this semester on art and cognition and politics, and that's the kind of dilemmas or puzzles that I like to put to the students. Is like when you are painting something, right? Where is your thinking? Is your thinking in the head? And the other day, the puzzle that I put to the students was Van Gogh, because he's never sold any painting in his life, right? I think he sold one. I think he sold one. And then I asked the students, was Van Gogh already creative in life since he didn't sell any painting? Was it afterwards when he was recognized and now he's got a museum? Or was it the practice? Right? And then we worked out all of these different possibilities of, okay, it's in the head, therefore, it's internal to it, therefore, it was already creative all along. Or was it in the recognition only afterwards, and dependent on the condition that it would have been recognized, could he have become a creative, or whatever his doings were creative, right? Or was it in the practice all along, in which case is the ways in which he thought with his fingers. He thought with, as we usually say in embodied cognitive science, that your thinking is in the brush itself, right? That's where you are. That's where so that's the trouble that I like to give Andy, is that it doesn't have to be technological. My thinking might be in the brush itself.
So one of the other authors that sort of influenced me, I think Guy Claxton, he's sort of, in a way, kind of congealed or brought together a whole lot of research that looks at the notion of embodied cognition. And that kind of goes into beyond this notion of sort of interaction with technology, but also how we engage our full mind and our full body in relationship with the material in the living world. So a paintbrush has bristles. It has a stem that's wood that has a weight and a proportion. It's in our hands, and our hands are moving in a particular way, and these have memories, and they transmit information. And then you pick up the paintbrush, and one of my favorite things at the moment is to paint with watercolor inks. I just love it. I just love watching ink move in water. Yeah. It's like looking at a living kind of molecular process, and that transmits, that water, that ink, even the kind of paintbrush it is, transmits a sensation that I can feel inside of me, and it's not up here necessarily. Or I can feel it in different parts of my brain. Like I can literally feel, if I'm have been doing too much analytical, prefrontal thinking, my front lobe gets hot. So you can kind of tune into these sensations and these interactions. And so for me, because I have an arts practice, the material world is really important. And then the material world becomes a conduit to the living world, because materials come from somewhere and they've been shaped or transformed, and then they constantly are being shaped and transformed. So and we think, when we talk about practice-led research, which we were talking about earlier, this is the practice and the materials and your engagement with them. And I'm really big into the hands, by the way, thinking and doing with the hands. And our hands have an incredible sort of representation in terms of, being represented in multiple areas of our brain. But, how we move our hand, even the direction, and I've thought a lot about the difference between typing versus, and there's research just now looking at the difference between typing and cursive writing. So these they're just down to the movement, but then they're also embedded in the social context. So that when I think of the extended mind or the expanded mind, I'm thinking about these many, many different kinds of ways that we can interact and modulate and sense into the world around us.
Yeah, absolutely. One way that I really like to think about that is the ways in which the world creates resistance, right? So then, if you're working with your hands and in whatever kind of creative craft, in my case, is very, very much just for fun. But what seems to be happening is the ways in which the world is giving us trouble, is creating resistances. So if I grab a brush to try to paint something, I'm not an artist by any means, but if you try to create something, the process by which it's going to be so interactive such that it will, at least in my non-artistic, very non-artistic way, you cannot predict what is going to be the outcome. Right, so because it takes that experiential resistance between you and what is happening. It's not even between you and what is happening. It's that moment in itself. And here I'm not doing entirely justice because it's really hard to capture that in the language that is available to us. But there's a concept that is useful there, I think, which is the concept of affordances from ecological psychology. And that does a great deal for us in that particularly expanding Simone de Beauvoir's ways of explaining the in situ, the navigation of the environment, in terms of a continuous negotiation between agency and facticity, right? Between freedom and facticity. So there's these resistances, right, that we may find in many different practices and things that we do. It could be that we are painting and we can think about it like that. There are things that are afforded and others that are less afforded. So I'm thinking the ways in which that experiential, very phenomenological, kind of like experiential interaction or practice itself can be thought of as this kind of like negotiation, very not intellectual here, but this kind of like negotiation of an affordance field almost, right? Something that, this is a big jump that I'm going to do now, something that we may even be able to think about that in terms of, there's a lecture that Einstein gave in Berlin, which was experiential geometry. And I love to think about that, or to use that concept for the ways not only that we navigate the world as this experiential geometry, like almost a vectorial kind of thing of affordances. Some are possible. Some affordances are already possible and there, others you need to forge. And Simone de Beauvoir comes in and says, well, you need to negotiate them and go against a little bit against that resistance. So I kind of like I'm trying to get a kind of like a lexicon that allows us to think this much more embodied, interactive, online place cognition, because language is not useful here. It has been conceptualized for many, many, many years for us to speak things in such ways that are inputs or outputs, at least that's the kind of like lexicon that I mostly get within my field, that I think doesn't do that kind of like justice, all the way from whether we are holding a brush or whether we are trying to, question certain particular affordances within the social space, for example. Yeah.
So some of the themes that I'm picking up on there, which is sort of woven into our conversation, is that we're sort of challenging some of the kind of tropes of what thinking is, in terms of thinking being something that's individual, something that's internal, and something that's abstract. So if I kind of think back to this notion of affordance, when you were talking, what came up in my mind is not only affordance but action and repetition, and this notion of friction. And there's been a period in design where it was all about frictionless design, and I was always like, why is that so good? What did they want us to spend our money without thinking about it? And how is it even good for us as beings? And friction is not, it's got a bad name, but why? It's how we learn. And I always think, for whatever reason, I built a house in my 20s, an earth house, and I did it. It was totally physical, very few machines. And it was my classroom during the day. And at night I went and did a master's. And, so my whole body was immersed in the environment, and so I learnt things about the living environment around me, the birds, the soil, I learnt to smell fire smoke before it almost hadn't even started. You could pick the conditions, the air, the sort of dryness of the air and the wind, and you could think a fire's going to come. The soil, there's so many things that I learnt. But I also had to learn to use tools. And I remember finally I got to the point of having a roof over it, put the roof on, and we were getting to the floor. And I hadn't really, nailing wasn't a craft I'd learnt. And I remember this one day thinking, we're going to get the floor down, great, close to getting to move in. And I had to nail the floorboards in, and I pretty much spent a whole day bending the nails. I was really bad at hammering, and it was so frustrating. But what I learned was this relationship between the weight of the hammer, the length of the hammer, and my body and my muscles, and this it was a whole body kinesthetic, spatial, multiple, knowing the nail, the even the kind of what do you call it, the resistance in the nail, the hardness, the thickness. There was so many things at stake. And it took me a whole day. And by the end of the day, I was there, ding, and it would go in. Less bends. But what happened, that was a real friction experience. Yep. And it wasn't something that I could solve in an abstract way. It wasn't something that I could even solve by kind of thinking in a particular way. I had to involve my body. And it's, to me, it's like an example of a complex algorithm. If, we are using machine metaphors, but I do like to go back to the idea that we draw these ideas and these concepts from the living world, not from us. So this idea that machines come first is a kind of misnomer. So if we're talking about algorithms, this living thing that is connecting my muscles, my mind, my organisms, and it's stayed in my system, that's pretty amazing. And it's not just one isolated thing that's happening, it's multiple. But that friction experience has infused this in my system. And I can pick up a hammer today. I might bang one or two bent nails, but that is in my body. And and we can talk about countless experiences like that, riding bikes, all kinds of stuff. So that kind of takes this idea of being this abstract thinking into this idea of thinking, this 4E cognition notion. Do you want to kind of unpack that a little bit?
Yeah, I would love that. So embodied cognition comes from phenomenology, a little bit more back in the day. But my favorite, if I would go back and just to read what I think was the one that really connected it for me back to when I was doing my master's and super frustrated. It's how are we going to do this? It's this chapter in Merleau-Ponty's book, Phenomenology of Perception. It's about the body, right? And that one was, for me, thank God, finally, which I think there's a couple of examples, and it's extremely good. But the one that I find useful, at least intuitive, to put the ways in which I think that you were referring to, of this embodied experience, it's almost the notion of embodiment. One would ask, when is it that cognition is not embodied, right? So just try to find an example. When is cognition not embodied, right? So if we start there, then that is already kind of like a given. And then we can try to make some progress in thinking about, okay, so what is cognition, given that it's already embodied and it's never not, unless we need an example. So then the other part that I find really interesting and intuitive is the ways in which Merleau-Ponty explains that the body is transparent until it finds resistance. And what that means is it doesn't really use this particular resistance, but I think that it works really nicely here. It's like, let's say that you break an arm, right? All of a sudden, we're going to look at our arm like, what is going on, right? And it's going to become an object of inspection. You're going to be like inspecting it, like now, like either a detective or like a doctor. You're going to be inspecting what's going on. And at this moment, when you broke your arm, is when your arm becomes an object, right? It becomes something of inspection that is not transparent anymore. Otherwise, all things going pretty well, we walk around with our bodies and we navigate all of these environments in a very embodied way, such that embodying means that it's transparent, right? We're not looking at it as if we're an object of study, right? Not as a scientist, not as an engineer, not as a detective. And that's what embodiment means. It means that it's already always that from there and never not. Right, so even if the fact that we have to, in contemporary philosophy of mind or cognitive science, that we have to name it embodied cognition. It's almost like, when was it not embodied? Right. So it's almost what it is doing is it's doing a correction. Right. It's only there because before we had them more machine-like. So it's doing a correction. But once we think about what does this all mean, what work do words do, in the ways in which we theorize, very much theorize these things, it's quite interesting to see what they are doing. This one is correcting. But the embodiment, meaning, I think that's what I find really intuitive. It means this transparency in the ways in which I am already, from that perspective, a position, right? A position in some kind of like geometric space. I quite like that, which by that I mean not only a geometrical physical space, but also considering the kind of experiences that are already my autobiography. Right, so it's the kind of like the positionality in which, because if we think about the practice of a specialization, like for example art, being an artist that is very specialized, or a pianist that is very, very specialized, right? So the positionality in which the present is, it's relative to the autobiography, so to the practice itself. So I suppose that would be a little bit of the ways in which I like to think what embodied cognition means. It's something that is already there and never not it, right? It's not like we can just go and like, knock, knock, I would like to get out of like this embodiment right now, please, and I'll come back in 5, right? We can't do that. So it's almost like, why are we even talking about embodied? What would it be, right? So that's the
yeah.
point.
So that I actually love that because I that's one of my, especially coming from a phenomenological background and a lean. It's we talk about the body and we talk about embodied cognition as really kind of like a way of, in my view, bringing attention to our senses and the rest of our body, and taking us out of these kind of abstract modes of being which are embodied. So it's got the word body in it, so you're kind of extending people's imaginations when you use the word. But the kind of practical phenomenological reality is we are sitting and using our minds in a particular kind of ways where we're collectively enacting the world, and that is embodied all the time. So when we talk, one of my big kind of gripes is the world is designed for us to go and sit at a desk and move our fingers like this and look at a screen and shorten our vision, and it's this, you walk in and everybody does it and you kind of feel like somehow you're kind of doing the wrong thing by not wanting to do that, because I physiologically don't want to occupy an environment like that with fluorescent lights and no birds around me, and it feels like a kind of environmental straitjacket to me. But I can't not do that because it's socially ordained, and not even the piece that's difficult for me is that it's not questioned as much, and it seems like it's a default. So this goes back to this idea of affordances and the social context, and all of those things have embodied signatures, and I might be one particular way, and I, for some sort of reason, seem to be more reactive, but when I say that, it's like I might have that reaction, but other people may not. But the point is around sort of questioning what these things are doing to us and coming back to this notion that there is an embodied signature happening all the time, and we are enacting those things whether we're conscious of it or not. So that's where the friction piece comes in. And I want to bring up this notion of autopoiesis. I don't know, have you come, across that? So the idea that not only do we need friction to know ourselves and experience ourselves, but also that to know anything requires distinction, requires contrast. And, so I can't hear high and low, I can't hear front and back, I can't feel things in that geospatial sense without having a sense of something in front of me, behind me. I can't even perceive colour without there being all these contrasts that afford me to see distinctions between different parts of the colour spectrum. And then I've got to have this biophysical process that affords me to process those things. So the notion of distinction is also something that really interests me, and I wondered if you kind of how you think about that.
That's wonderful. Autopoiesis, that's at least how it's been formulated, I think, in one of the best books of its kind by Varela and Maturana, from cell to cognition, the book. The notion of autopoiesis is self-organizing, that from cell to cognition continuum of self-organization, which is beautiful because it allows us to then do all of that all the way from neurobiology and all the way to social systems, and bring in kind of like the Simone de Beauvoir, at least, perspective that I brought up earlier, this continuum of self-organizing and never really not, right? You are already reconfigured right now. Right? This autobiography, there is not a thing that you carry as a backpack, right? You already reconfiguring in relation, right? That's why the field, I think, concept is really useful here, because it's already relative and already transformed, as you already said it. So it's this dynamical continuum of self-organization, which formalized by inactivism and specifically by Varela and Maturana. But I also wanted to bring in another concept that is less talked about within this literature, which I find really underrated. It's this notion that has been developed by Donna Haraway in the Cyborg Manifest, and her notion of, in the book Staying with Trouble, and the notion of symbiosis. And I think that's so underrated. The symbiosis is, instead of autopoiesis, symbiosis is making with, making together, right? And I quite like that notion, or that concept, that allows us to then go, as one would go, from cell to cognition. But then as we arrive to more societal or social practices, then the symbiosis might here be really helpful to think about ways in which one could conceptualize it in terms of like crowd cognition, for example, right? Or the ways in which we might have social groups, social organizations, where we have what we would call social cognition. What was for me so frustrating, at least back in the day, and maybe still a little bit, that the interactions, right, are not they are not formalized as much, so as often as interactions that are making with, right? That's what I find, that this symbiosis is a concept that is quite rather useful. Autopoiesis, it's extremely useful as well. One of the components that I find most useful in there is the one that is developed by looking at how a cell, right, is both situated and both distinct. And I think that's kind of like what you make, were going at, and I really like that idea, which is from a more biology or neurobiology perspective, that it is operationally closed, but thermodynamically open, right? So, and then because of that almost contradiction, right, one arrives at this way of looking at a cell and at cognition, or as an individual in a larger organizational group, right, as they formalize it as a precariousness. And I love that concept. Right. So the status of a cell is one of precariousness. And what that means is that it needs to remain thermodynamically open, but operationally closed at the same time. And it's beautiful, right?
Yeah, and it's that balance, so, constantly oscillating between these sort of like a structure and movement, and then you're kind of at this micro level of always kind of sensing, feeling, relating, and then observing how we are constantly evolving internally, but also with others. And that, I was in a thing the other day with these women who work in really complex spaces, domestic violence, sexual abuse, frontline workers, and we were talking about how do you sustain yourself. And one of them said, the most constant thing is change. And we're always changing. And she talked about a range of different practices that she had to sustain herself. But it was this need to kind of, it was a beautiful living example of that in practice. This working, we have cells, but we act as cells and organisms ourselves in these clusters, in these different contexts. Every context has its own kind of structure, if you like, but it's always moving, evolving, and changing. And it's holding those dynamics at play. I feel like we've been quite philosophical. I know we're sort of coming to the end. I love all this stuff, but I want to kind of come to some sort of practical stuff as well. In terms of how do we take this stuff out into the world, live it and feel it. And this goes back to this notion of affect, I think, the living, feeling, the stuff that doesn't have words, that we don't have all the concepts. Most of us are not living in a conceptual world where moment to moment enacting, and as felt beings, and those felt beings, those felt spaces are shared felt spaces, so they're collective spaces at the same time. So like practical stuff, and we're thinking about the world and its support, the way that it's structured around us, that shapes us and guides us and suggests what we ought to do. How do we resist that? And also, what are those practices that can help us to hold that balance?
Yeah, so that's the tricky one, and I think that the example that you gave, a very real world one, is quite fundamental. I tend to go against the armchair philosophy because of that, right? Because I find it very disconnected to the real world, and then in the end, there's a massive question mark on the usefulness of it all, of a very withdrawn from the real world. It's all very nice, very good to sit on the armchair and think, but what it is like to be alive, right? But at the end of the day, what have we done, and what difference has it made for anyone, really? And in many instances, it's not even productive, because it is operating with assumptions of a world that is not. It's operating under the assumption that the world is not what it is, right? That it is not already a place at which we arrive that already has power dynamics embedded in it. The affordances that we talked about and the continuum negotiation between facticity and agency that Simone de Beauvoir talks about in Ethics of Ambiguity is precisely that. It's that when we arrive to a room, there is already power dynamics in place that has nothing to do with anything that we might have done in our life. There's no merit whatsoever about anything that we might have done. It's just the way in which the world is already worlding, right? So that's why I find it armchair philosophy so not useful, and in many instances harmful. So I think that to counteract that, we need to start the inquiry from observing what the world is, right? And then from that perspective, and having not an assumption of what an ideal world would be like, but what the world is, then thinking about the ways in which the things that we do matter for that particular world that exists. So the point being in this, that when we are thinking about spaces, those spaces should be able to be adaptable and individualized to cater to the differences, right? And here we can start thinking about so many things that we are not doing, like in education, the ways in which education is standardized, right? So if we have a child that is rocking his chair, right, and then the teacher might say, well, stop rocking the chair, and then the child might come back and say, but that's how I think. I'm going to not be able to think anymore, right? And then we arrive to educational rooms and settings in which are absolutely not apt to that divergence, that neurodivergence, but also that cognitive creativity. It doesn't have to be a neurodivergence. It can be just literally for prompting the cognitive creativity. And then as we arrive to the neurodivergence and mental health, for example, the ways in which we are not yet working with the environment as an affordance for a therapeutical intervention, right? So we tend to fix the person, right? We tend to fix the person. The person is wrong or broken. This is the vocabulary that we use, and we don't seem to have so many problems with that. And the idea here is that there are many different ways in which we can work with the environment and create an environment that is much more prone to a more individualized experience of the environment. So this goes to the commentary we're making about the ways in which I would like to have birds, I would like to have, right? So I think that this is very much a component that we are not approaching so well, and it might go from education to mental health. I've got a bit of work on how to use precisely complex systems theory to individualize a treatment to a specific, for example, a specific child. Let's say some child with autism, for example, in which case but this is across the board for everybody, particularly on mental health, in which cases textures, sounds, lights, the design matters so much, and it's so not done, in which it could be designed for children's rooms, their own room, right? Lights, textures, colors, all of that matters immensely. And that would be an excellent component to have for mental health, to think how design can be used as a component for mental health, but not only that, for education, for healthcare. There's this hospital in Melbourne that was designed by an architect that is a great friend of mine, and is the Royal Children's Hospital. I don't know if anybody is acquainted with that hospital, but it won a couple of prizes, and it's really, really good, because what they tried to do there was they wanted to have open wings. And the whole community was like, the whole doctors, etc., communities, they're like, no, we can't have that. We need to have our offices, right? And what they wanted to do was they wanted everybody to work together without hierarchies. And the concept there was that they wanted people to go and hang out. The hospital would have to feel like anyone would want to go and hang out there, because that matters for recovery. So that's what they did. They had a massive battle, because now doctors had to be like sharing the wings with like all of the other staff, right? So they have like these open floors and open wings, and it's beautiful, the concept. And they were able to pull it off. And that's what they worked with. They worked with the idea that we need to build an environment that is healthy, not unhealthy, right? That people would want to hang out there. That was at least the challenge that they brought on themselves, and I think it worked beautifully. So I think that if we start thinking from the problems that we have and take them seriously into the way, so it's reverse, right? It's reverse engineering. It's the ways in which the environment itself is what has some causal components for health, for development, for creativity. So we go back to the Beauvoir for constraining, right, or for freeing, right? So I think that would be wonderful.
So so that's a beautiful way for us to kind of pull all these threads together. I mean, we've covered a lot of different ground, and I think balance and integration and this kind of oscillation between what we might think of as the external world and the internal world, and how we engage with it, that piece. And when you're speaking there, I did actually think of like Florence Nightingale, who was a radical mover and shaker in her time, and the idea of opening a window was radical. So we can do it, and we have done it, and then things can become formularized and entrenched, and we can keep on checking in and recalibrating. And I think that goes back to the idea of agency and movement, and that the thermodynamic and movement and the cell, keep things moving, and this oscillation between structure and dynamic systems that are connected. Yeah. Thank you, Inez.
Oh, thank you
so much. We could go on forever, I think.
Thank you.
Welcome back. For those of you that are just joining us now, I'm Stephen Sullivan, co-founder of House of Complexity. I hope for those that have been on the journey today, you've had a moment to breathe. It's certainly been a lot of information, but very enriching. We're going to continue on that track now with the final sessions for the afternoon. And in some respect, it's been a lovely bridge from the last couple where we've been exploring how we work across different fields and contexts and how meaning and sense-making and interrogating assumptions are so essential to the work that we do within complexity. So this session's an interesting one: philosophy, innovation, and organisational life. And there's perhaps two different key themes that we're going to be exploring here. In one sense, we've got a couple of people who I'm going to introduce in just a moment whose work explicitly draws on philosophy for their practice. And we're going to examine what is the value of that and how do you go about doing that. In another, though, we're going to move beyond the idea that philosophy is just an academic exercise, and actually it is a highly practical, highly not only critical but also creative practice as well. And in the context of innovation, in the context of reorganising, reordering our social life, our organisational life, it's something I've personally had a lot of great value from. So quite a lot to unpack here in terms of how we go about examining our assumptions, philosophy, actually what is it and what does it do for us, and just more broadly, critical inquiry as a practice. So just on my right here, I've got Dr. Julia Bennett, who is a postdoctoral research fellow at the Sydney Centre for Healthy Societies, working across social systems, food, health, and critical theory. Her research explores how individual action and structural change can be reconnected through process philosophy and community-led approaches. And a very interesting book that actually connects up around how we can approach peace through a process philosophy perspective, which I'm sure we'll be getting into. Just on her right, we've got Dr. Julian Prester, senior lecturer also at Sydney University at the within the business school. So Julian's work actually intersects at a really interesting space for a lot of people here, which is our organisational practices and particularly around digital work as well, and understanding that, how that emerges through ongoing processes there. So really studying people and technology, which I think couldn't be more relevant. We have, once again, welcome back to Amelia Olsen-Boyd, who is an executive manager at CSIRO, and as we explored earlier, very interested in innovation, particularly at a systemic level. And we've got a dear friend, Scott Matter, from the UTS Transdisciplinary School. And Scott is such a fascinating background, brings together both anthropology as well as futures thinking as well. Scott's also really draws on political ecology design as well to explore different ways of thinking and acting in complex systems. So, welcome to you all. Maybe just because you're closest with me, Juliet, perhaps you could just share a little bit about what's this book that you've put out in fairly recently, and how does it intersect with philosophy?
Sure. So my book's called Reimagining Peace Through Process Philosophy. And process philosophy is kind of not very well known, even as sort of a field in, I guess, academic philosophy, because it's this lively, interdisciplinary approach to philosophy that's kind of been in the margins. It's not, academic philosophy has kind of been divided by this analytical philosophy approach and the continental approach, which is more historical, and it kind of crosses over both. And my book, I studied peace and conflict studies, and it was based on my PhD in that field. And I was looking at what is a paradigm of peace for peace, and what are the changes that need to happen in order for us to move toward a more peaceful, just, and sustainable society. So just small questions. And what I found is with process philosophy, it gives us a way to think and understand the modes of thought that are involved in moving toward a more peaceful society. It gives us a metaphysics, a way of understanding knowledge, a way of understanding what it is to be in the world. So the ontology, and then it has all of these rich applications in ecological economics. There's a process. Well, process theology is one of the big areas that it's had traction. So it really brings philosophy into the big questions. What is God? What does it mean to be human? What is the purpose? And then it very much resonates with complex systems thinking, because they have intellectual sort of shared intellectual roots, but it gives a way to bring that to life.
And just before we move on, a couple of terms there, ontology and metaphysics. What are we talking here?
Sure. So I guess these are the big questions about the world. So an ontology is what it means to be in the world. And so these questions, I mean, the last session was talking about these questions, and these ideas and the philosophers that the last speakers were speaking about are really engaging with what is life, what is our body, what are our relationships like, so metaphysics kind of broadly, it's like there's physics and there's what's more than physics, and so it brings those big questions up. Yeah.
Julian, I will throw over to yourself. Do you want to share a little bit about your practice, your research, and how that intersects with some of these themes?
Yeah, absolutely. So I am a senior lecturer in the business school at the University of Sydney, and my work is really sort of at the intersection of technology, work, and organizing. So specifically, my PhD was centered on doing research on digital nomads. I actually started my work just before COVID, so that wasn't really that big of a topic at the time yet, working remotely and from home and all that. But there was these people that were working out of co-working spaces in Chiang Mai, in Thailand, in Indonesia. And that was basically my field work at the time. So I was spending a lot of time with them in those places and doing really rich, in-depth ethnographic work with those kinds of people and figuring out how they work and how they organize themselves. And increasingly now, since remote work, working from home is becoming more and more of a topic also in organizations. It's not just individuals doing that anymore. My research sort of also shifts more towards those kinds of fully remote kind of organizations that don't have any sort of physical office, physical space anymore. They are distributed across the world and sort of working in an entirely virtual environment. And I actually came to process philosophy or process theory sort of from the fieldwork itself, not really through like theory seminars or anything like that, not even through books really. At the time I was just sort of in that space, in those co-working spaces, and I realized that the traditional organizational concepts, like how we understand identity, how we understand space, how we understand roles, boundaries, it didn't really fit the way that digital nomads were working. And so that's where I started reading a bit more broadly into different literatures outside of sort of traditional management and organizations theory, and came across process research, process theory, and that sort of made a lot more sense with me in the moment, in those spaces, and that's how I came to process philosophy.
Also, I think we'll spend some time unpacking this process philosophy thing in a moment. But Amelia or Scott, critical inquiry or an engagement with a deeper sense of values and assumptions. Yeah, how does this show up in your worlds?
Okay. I was going to say thank you for not asking how I came to process philosophy, because I came to it 2 weeks ago. Look, you know, my work at CSIRO is twofold. It's around building an innovation systems and foresighting practice for the organisation. And it's also about researching the political economy of innovation. My background is a winding path through political science, film. I spent a decade in the film industry, and law. And so I have, I think, a deep understanding of rules and also of narrative and technology, in fact. So those are the things that I see fused in my practice. And, the way that I see some of these things showing up is I really find the metaphor of dark matter to be incredibly powerful. I think there are, and I was just saying to Scott beforehand, I'm irreducibly one of these people who thinks that neoliberalism has been a pretty totalising phenomena in our society, in our institutions, in our narratives, in our governance. And so what I find is, what I encounter is a set of assumptions that are almost unacknowledged, subterranean, about why innovation exists. And part of the work of my colleagues, and I particularly my research colleagues, is to question that narrative and to challenge whether or not, in fact, growth for its own sake is something that is a virtue, whether or not there are ways in which we can think about innovation as being the work that the bus driver does by stopping to wait for the old lady that he knows is going to come along every afternoon and isn't necessarily about jet-fueled rockets all the time. There isn't a piece of technology that gets produced in every innovation. And so I think that finding a way to gently surface the set of assumptions that underlie a lot of thinking and a lot of narratives is the way in which I think about philosophy in my own work.
Yeah. I'm really enjoying this conversation already, and I haven't said a word. So I come to all this stuff through a background in anthropology, and particularly started out in ecological anthropology, so I was probably radicalized into process thinking pretty early, and recognizing that maybe the things we think are things aren't actually things, which is kind of a deep and scary philosophical comment. And I guess hearing you mention neoliberalism, one of the things that's interesting there is, so there's a whole bunch of assumptions baked into that aren't even recognized as assumptions. They're treated as truths, which then gets back to philosophy again, right? Because we have this search for meaning and truth. And if we can recognize that the things we hold as truths are assumptions, then we can actually start to question them. So two of the ways that I do that are through the sort of anthropological ethnographic approach and then a futures approach. And in both of these, what we're trying to do is introduce people to often radical alternative ways of being and ways of organizing our life, or ways of organizing societies, as a way to then reflect on the fact that our way of organizing society isn't the only way. It's maybe not even a good way. And so, yeah, I guess that's where I come into it.
Yeah, do you know, in my work doing innovation, one of the biggest challenges is how do you reveal the things that are just so obvious we just don't even question them?
Yeah.
And if you consider in a very practical context, often there is some brief that says we need to go out and do this thing for various reasons, and this is what we think what a success looks like. And my process always starts with getting a sense of what's the boundaries here, the guardrails, the scope. And it's incredible how much that can always change. And what I'm also always looking for is what level of conviction do I have? I'm always sort of prodding and probing just to get a sense of how open are we to actually exploring and unpacking that. And, you know, why for me this is such an important topic or capacity, this type of inquiry to reveal and examine what we take for granted that we're typically blind to, is one, because of how pervasive it is. And I think I mentioned earlier, it's the idea of the goldfish that doesn't even realise they're in water there. And that for me has been one of the more valuable things, at least in my experience in the philosophy that I've dabbled into, is that it helps you build the capacity the humility first and foremost. To your point, Scott, some of the ideas that we'll pick up in a moment around processes, even questioning the idea of things in general, it definitely expands your horizons and helps you step into whether it is a brief for innovation with a lot more openness, I suppose, which is, you know, that's my motivation in setting up a talk with an audience that often comes from a sort of industry or practical perspective, because I recognise philosophy typically you're not making a lot of friends in the office if you're trying to say how great this thing is. And I guess this is, a bit of an opportunity to explore what is the value, given so much of today has been about we need to explore values better, we need to open up more questions. Shall we? I wonder. We've spoken quite a bit about process philosophy, and even questioning things as opposed to processes. Maybe it might be nice, especially because complexity, I would say, is a very good bedfellow with process philosophy, and a lot of the underlying commitments, if you will, are very much tied together. So maybe we can, unpack that a little bit. What is process philosophy? What are some of the basic commitments or reframes that or shifts that it provides? Yeah.
Well, this is kind of my interpretation, and there'll be, it's a complex field from which people would answer that question very differently. But the way I like to think of it is actually relates to the previous session in terms of the neuroscience of the left and right brain hemispheres. So Ian McGilchrist has this amazing book called The Master and His Emissary. And the way that brings to life, and his latest book was going to be There Are No Things, and then it got retitled. So he's very much a sort of process thinker. And there's this relationship between the left side of the brain, which narrows and tends to look at the focus, and then the right side of the brain, which looks at the whole and the context. And we need both sides of our brain to do anything in this world. So we need those things that are kind of abstracted from context, and we need the context. And so it's the relationship between those that I think process philosophy gives some clarity on, which is that we need to nest the abstractions in context as an ongoing process. So the commitment is to context. The commitment is to process and change. The commitment is to relationships. And out of that comes this commitment to the generativity, the creative process. And then as you apply that in different areas, you get a story of the world as you as this sort of person that's participating in the co-creative universe as a participant. And I think that then has these implications for how we think about our lives, how we think about the purposes that guide us, the purposes that guide organisations, the purposes that guide economies and governments. So I think that sort of brings up values. I could go on, but I'll try and keep my answer shorter.
Maybe just to add one more dimension, I think you
Yeah.
already had a couple of really, really good ones, is this commitment to time and temporality, which is really foregrounded in process theory, process philosophy. At least much more than what we would usually do around those kinds of concepts in more traditional sort of philosophies. And I think it is also something that's much more, or very different to how we usually think about time and temporality. It's not this sort of linear clock time, but it's a much more sort of situated, again, in relationships, sort of constructed time, which gives a lot, at least in my research, gives me a lot to work with and work through, just to add one more dimension to this.
Very, very true. And it's interesting because it's not an asymmetrical notion of time. There's this idea of, in each new moment, everything, including like the atoms that make us and make up everything, is taking everything from the past and adding something new. So you have this kind of dynamic that's like this, it's really quite, and this is the metaphysics that gets, but Whitehead, and that's kind of, there's various traditions of process philosophy, but Whitehead was a mathematician who turned it to philosophy in the early 20th century. And he did so because he saw relativity theory and then quantum physics as really changing our fundamental understanding of the world. And he wanted to interpret that and interpret what that means for science, what that means for society. And I forgot where I was going with that, but background.
I think, Scott, when you said before there are no things, that was a really big idea for me, is to recognise that this lounge, for instance, is a stable configuration. But if you were to think about it, if in 1,000 years, would it be here in this form? No, probably not. It'd probably disintegrate, right? And so when you see things as these concrete, fixed, with a clear concept that's got nice boundary of what it is and what it is not, or necessary and sufficient conditions of what makes a lounge a lounge, you recognise, well, it depends what sort of temporal scale are you looking at. Because if you zoom out or zoom in enough, you see that quite literally everything is in movement, is in process and interacting, which once again, I suppose just linking that back up to like, okay, big ideas, what's that mean, at least for me in practice, is once again a recognition that things we see as fixed can shift and will shift. And so that's a big part of our practice, is actually sensing when the dynamics can change. And so I do a lot of work with organisations, and what's really interesting is their sense of identity and what that enables or limits as to their space of possibility. So taking this, metaphysical idea, right, it has a highly practical considerations for what we understand of identity, for knowledge there. And so a big part of my work is when an organisation says, I mentioned earlier working with a community services provider that wanted to help communities better help develop their community. And they said, but we're a service provider. And it's really interesting because there's obviously a big gap between help communities and through a service. It's like, well, there's such a range of other things, but that identity and is obviously in that instance quite limiting. And by actually not recognising that our identity is actually produced through interaction and it is constantly being reconfigured, is one of the bigger insights from process philosophy. And I just thought that's an important point to land, is that, you get some pretty dense ideas and you read philosophy that can be very difficult to wrap your head around. But every now and then, once you get that sense of clarity of what this means, it can really catalyze a whole different way of thinking that's often not always super tangible in a sense. You read something, you're like, wow, that's significant. But it can be hard to point to something or to necessarily materialize it. But over time, I suppose, it builds a different type of capacity, I suppose. Once again, for all this great, important stuff that we're talking about, assumptions, being open to different ways of thinking.
Can I pick up on a way in which I see that very practically embodied? Now that, that's a very, very useful metaphor to use. If I think about what often drives organisations and institutions, it's an untested assumption that they must exist in perpetuity. And so if I think about, for example, one of the things that I think makes DARPA such an interesting organisational configuration is exactly the idea that there is no durability to the essential structure of it. So you are drawing researchers from across an innovation system, you'll bring them together, they are solving a problem, they know there is precarity baked in here, you solve the problem, your job doesn't exist anymore, and you dissolve back out into this system. And so it, I think, has a capacity for risk-taking, a capacity to kind of engage in these questions of why and how does it need to continue to exist, that might be far more constructive as we move further into the 21st century than an assumption that the institutions that we've built in the 19th and 20th are still serve us. Because I think increasingly what we end up with is a set of progressive movements that actually look increasingly conservative. They are trying to kind of find a way, rhetorically and otherwise, to sustain status quos that aren't working for people.
Mm-hmm. I'm so glad to hear you say the thing about organizations have this assumption that they are permanent and that their existence implies the necessity of their existence, because that's the thing that drives me absolutely nuts. Organizations and people in them are so afraid to consider, what if this organization didn't exist or didn't need to exist? And so it leads to things like, we're a service provider. There will always be a need for our service. So rather than solving the underlying problem, you can perpetuate the problem to justify your existence. So I think that there's an interesting thing there about like the boundaries that we create to maintain that. So we create these sort of like inside the organization, outside the organization, who gets included or excluded from setting purpose, setting strategy, making decisions. People that are outside the organization are dependent on us, they need us, they have no right to be in the room, often. Not always, and that's changing a bit, but that's a really common thing that you see. And then, that sense of permanence, that perpetuation. Because we were having a really good conversation before we started, and there's something that I feel like there's a really interesting and weird tension between the DARPA, like flexibility, solve the problem, dissolve out, and the era of the permanent restructure that we were talking about earlier, where management consultants come in or a new executive comes in and says, well, the problem here is your business isn't organized the right way. So we'll reorganize your business. And then the consultant leaves, the business is still suffering. And the new consultant comes in and says, the problem here is your business isn't organized the right way. And I think you and I both have lived through 10, 15 years of ongoing constant restructure in our workplaces. So I'd love to hear more about like how you see the relationship or difference between those things, if you could. So I'm stealing your questioning role, Stephen.
So, I mean, welcome to the research sector. I feel, I think part of it might be a little bit of a jumping towards diagnosing the problem. And to slightly redirect this, one of the major assumptions that we are surfacing right now in the work that we're doing with our research teams is we've driven our research teams to be really, really cognizant and engaged with their stakeholders. And so, but part of the problem is the critical assumption is that the stakeholders know what they actually want or need and are telling you the truth about all of that. And this gets back to assumption and narratives again. And so I do think there's this rush to diagnose the problem as being, and again, to a theme that's dear to my heart, this idea of there's a technocratic solution to all of these problems. So the problem here isn't one that is more of a philosophical thing about whether the organisation should continue to exist, if that's what the system needs from it. It's not one about how are we engendering new conditions and capabilities and capacities within our people to behave in different ways and to self-organise. It's one of we don't have the boxes in the right order or the tree map done in exactly the way it needs to be, and if we could just get to that nirvana, it would solve everything. I think there's quite a bit of that. There's this, it's an interesting tension between a technocratic approach to thing and also a bunch of magical thinking that's going into that, right? Yeah.
I'm curious, Julian, would you say, do you call yourself an anthropologist, or what's your discipline?
No, I would still say that I'm, I would say, an organization theorist. So I theorize about how organizations operate, but I draw a lot on anthropological research. Like most of my research is taking ideas from Tim Ingold, for example, one of the leading anthropologists. Yes, so trying to bring some of those ideas into sort of the management and organization studies.
And I ask because, firstly, there's the interesting tension between philosophy as ideas versus lived practice. And there's variations on this notion of practice without philosophy is blind and philosophy without practice is paralyzed. So again, this type of connection of what's predominantly a industry-based audience talking about philosophy, I think, is already an interesting thing to be exploring. But both Scott is an anthropologist, and so you're obviously both methods of ethnography, and that's very dear to my heart as well, doing sort of design and strategy research as well. And you mentioned Tim Gold as a theorist that does this work. So where I'm getting to is this connection between observing the real world and that relationship between these big ideas that help us reframe or interrogate assumptions. Yeah, what's going on there in terms of your practice? When you do ethnography, for instance, is there a blank slate and then you're coming up with ideas, or do you draw on particular frameworks and you're using that to actually understand what's going on in the world?
I would say the ideal is to have that blank slate and to actually go out into the field and do sort of very from the ground up, sort of try to understand what's going on. I don't think this is always possible because we always come with our sort of own assumptions, and I mean, we talk about process philosophy here, so I bring those ideas into the field already. So I think it's you mentioned observing and observation in the field. I think it's not so much an observation of, and this is actually one of Ingold's ideas, it's not so much an observation of the field and what's going on here. It's more of an observation with the field, and you're actually working together with, in my case, digital nomads. I mean, I was sitting in the co-working space alongside with them. I was going on travels with them. It's this becoming part of the phenomenon and not being just an outside observer, but actually a participant within the phenomenon is I think, at least a way or a method, a way of doing research that is more sort of closely aligned with process philosophy.
I was going to riff off that a little bit as a metaphor that Whitehead uses of the plane kind of starting on the ground of lived experience, lifting up into the air and flying through abstractions and then landing the plane back in lived experience. And I come back to that even when I was hearing you guys talk about the organisations, because it's sort of, there's this constant change, but how do we enable, like, I guess, relationships that are long-term to be developed and those sort of, that lived experience to foreground the then, because essentially an organisation is kind of an abstraction from the reality. We define it, and then, like, how do we kind of keep the things that we do in the world and we set up and the structures, how do we keep making sure they're working for us? Because I think so much of the problems of the world can be understood as we've created these abstractions and now everything we do works for these abstractions.
Yeah, it's Whitehead talks about misplaced concreteness. Yes. Yeah, where we take these concepts to be the reality, whereas they're really a way to give structure to emergent, ongoing patterns that are happening in the world. Yeah. Scott, what's your thoughts? Because you're in a really interesting place where you do futures thinking, which perhaps we can get into it as well, what this thing is. But you also are very literally on the ground. And, right now we've got an excellent course at UTS, Envisioning Futures, where you are really balancing those things of being on the ground, lived experience, observing stuff, being thinking with a context, if you will, but at the same time trying to use that for, as you said, really provocative alternative ways of being.
Yeah. Maybe I can draw in another old white philosopher, Gregory Bateson. So one of my favorite people. I've never met him, but anyways. One of the bits that I love about his work is, I forget which chapter it's in, but anyways, in the book Mind and Nature, he talks about what's the difference between science and everything else. Because everything is based on presuppositions and assumptions and ways of seeing the world. And the difference is that science critically reflects on that, and it tries to say, well, what are the presuppositions? Do those presuppositions match up with the actual experience? And so I think that's one of the things that we do in ethnographic work, where we're trying to say, the difference between maybe you and the digital nomads that you're with is that you're then going to actually take the time to reflect on what's going on here, whereas they're mostly going to just get on with doing whatever's going on there. And so, it's the futures subject example is an interesting one, because at one time we're trying to invite students to spend time in the city of Sydney, LGA, and we have a really grounded process of actually going out and doing observations. And partly we do that because the first year we ran the subject, we realized that none of them had any experience other than Central Station and UTS campus. So we're like, right, if we're going to think about the futures of the city of Sydney, we need to know what's there now. But then, so we get that concrete stuff, but then we also invite them to think about the future doesn't exist yet. We have images of the future that people try and tell us are what's going to happen, but we need to question those. And then we need to explore all sorts of alternatives and possibilities. So then we create this imaginary material that we ask students and other people, so City of Sydney, for example, are lovely partners in that subject, to actually engage with and say, oh, well, what if the world was that way? Do we like that? Is that a future worth wanting? Is that something that we want to strive for, or do we need to watch out for that? And then you can start to compare with, well, what's going on now, and which of these is contributing to a more just and equitable world. I get really caught up and really deep and lost in the material and the real and the imaginary, and how do we play them together? And it's fun, but I could ramble on for hours, so I'll stop.
Yeah, one of my favourite philosophical texts, it's by a Dutch philosopher, I think her name's Anne-Marie Mol, and it's called The Body Multiple. Are you familiar with it?
You introduced me to that.
Oh, cool.
That book to me.
I'm also curious to see if Melanie has engaged in this as well. And she goes into a hospital and takes very much an ethnographic approach to philosophy. So instead of starting top down, so to speak, with big concepts and applying those to the world, goes in to understand what is the practice of arteriosclerosis. And within a hospital, there are multiple different disciplines that are all practicing, they're all doing arteriosclerosis. So, for instance, you have the pathologist that may be looking at one particular object, you've got the clinician that's looking at another, and on it goes. And what's really interesting, she looks at the fact that they sometimes are looking at different objects. Sometimes they're looking inside artery. Sometimes they are looking at a scan of something. Sometimes they are looking at population data. And she looks at basically how this is actually enacting a reality. So she has this concept, ontological multiplicity. So again, the idea, and it builds off a similar concept called world making, but basically the idea that we have one environment, but there are many different realities that are being produced through our actions. And she looks at how these different disciplines, how they hang together. So sometimes they cohere, sometimes they complement, sometimes they conflict, and sometimes they don't really meet. And for me, that was just such a powerful piece of work, because we all know the experience working in a team, and it feels like we're saying the same thing, but we actually have totally different interpretations, totally different sets of value, totally different attunements to what we're focused in on. And yeah, it's just a really good example of philosophy that is really grounded, but also has very practical implications. Once again, coming back to a little bit more openness to recognise that even if we use the same concepts, even if we're in the same organisation, we really can be producing and, organising ourselves in totally different ways. So, yeah, just once again, just another example of how philosophy can be highly theoretical, but also really practical and shift in how you approach your own world as well. Julian, I'm curious, I'd love for you to unpack a little bit for us your work and your research, because the intersection of technology, of how we work, how do you even research that? And, what are some of the insights that you've actually found?
Maybe a bit from sort of my most recent work, which isn't actually too empirical. It's more conceptual work, where I'm looking at how AI is now introduced in organizations and into work practices, really. And that's where I'm now trying to bring also a process philosophy lens into sort of the human AI collaboration literature. Again, actually drawing on one of Tim Ingold's concepts. He has done some research in sort of the area of carpentry and how carpenters work with timber, and he has this concept of the grain of the wood, and how it's sort of this historically sedimented sort of material, and how now carpenters work with the material, with or against the grain, and I try to bring that into the study of human AI collaboration, and how there is this kind of grain also there when we work with AI, when we use chatbots, when we sort of interact and interface with those systems. And what we're trying to show is, and again, bringing in this idea of time and temporality, and really the history of those systems, because it's again, that's where coming from more the empirical, or from the phenomenon, looking at how humans and AI work together, and how those systems have been developed, how those systems have been trained on essentially decades of data that has been on the internet. There is this history embedded into those systems, and now it is basically for us to figure out how to actually work with or against those systems. So that's one of the examples of sort of my most recent work. Not empirical, there's not really any data behind that, but sort of purely bringing in a process philosophical lens into the study of human and AI collaboration.
Maybe shifting gears a little bit, and perhaps shifting a little bit away from philosophy proper, so to speak. And critical inquiry, in some respects, is highly political. And maybe, Amelia, I'm curious for you, especially when you're at this systems level of innovation and change, how do you find how challenging or how open your context is to meaningfully critique, if you will? You mentioned earlier the big paradigm, and Scott, I know the work we've done in thinking about futures thinking, or you keep asking whys and what's the problem, and we often get back to capitalism, seems to be underlying a lot of things going on. Yet, do you find in your context you do have capacity and space to meaningfully critique some of these big paradigms or issues?
I mean, practically speaking, there's a tension at the heart of CSIRO, which is that it was interesting, the conversation this morning about purpose. Very few organisations have their purpose literally written into legislation in the way that CSIRO does. And part of that actually constrains engagement. So there are, for example, very strict rules around public comment on policy. There is a clear delineation between the kinds of ways in which, the kinds of inquiry that we engage in. But to answer that in a more general sense, I think that there is something, I always keep coming back to system maturity as being critical in understanding whether or not there is capacity or appetite for a lot of those conversations. And so I think about things like the way in which some European innovation systems are oriented and have kind of built up in such a way that there's really robust intermediary functions that are sitting outside of central government that are able to intermediate between conversations that are happening in context in communities, actions that are happening in context in communities, and these kind of more abstracted political concepts and political narratives. I find that in our system there are a few of those, and hopefully House of Complexity can be one of them, that's able to do that work of critiquing. And I think that a lot of this gets back to something I'm really interested in, which is what is the political economy of innovation in Australia as opposed to elsewhere. I think we import a lot of our understanding of and narratives and assumptions about innovation from elsewhere, and there are some really unique things. And obviously, from my perspective, I look at that through the lens of how is our politics, how is our regulatory environment really, really different, and how does that come to constrain and shape and in some cases accelerate certain kinds of innovation. So I wouldn't say that there's, I think this is part of this effort in trying to cross-pollinate a bunch of conversations to allow that to happen. But my experience of moving through the system so far, and I want to remain humble about the limitations of that, but my experience has been there aren't that many opportunities for exactly this sort of conversation, and that people may be constrained by their institutional affiliations or by the resourcing that gets put behind some of this inquiry.
Scott, I'd love for you to pick that up, especially the practice of assumptions and unpacking them. What sort of practical methods and I know you've got, and maybe you'd like to share a little bit about your background, you've got both government, public sector experience, I should say, as well as working with, say, younger students that are coming up. What do you see as some of the themes or distinctions when it comes to the practice of examining assumptions?
So, I was listening to your response, Amelia, and being like, oh man, yeah. How can I pick up from there? Because there's so much in it. It takes me back to something you mentioned right earlier, Stephen, where you said you might not be the most popular person if you start bringing philosophy into the workplace. And that connected for me with something that you said earlier about you're given the brief, and the brief is built on all these assumptions. You're definitely not the most popular person if you ask why this brief. And I've seen that in private sector work. I've seen it in public sector work. There can be a real hierarchy. I'm trying to piece together something deep and meaningful here that's not really working. But really just recognizing the political construction and maintenance of what knowledge is and what the scope for questions is, and the things we all believe in this space, even though we don't say them out loud. I think is a really interesting place to be attentive to, but also a really hard place to work. Like in the day-to-day, it can be a grind. It can be exhausting and demoralizing and break you and send you running back to the academic sector where it turns out it's not necessarily better. So yeah, it's the politics of knowledge, I think, are something really deeply real. And I don't know how to navigate that very well. I don't have answers. So I think there's a really good question there. And
Can I pick up on that?
Please do.
Okay, so I was interviewing some colleagues from the missions program the other day, people who led individual missions, and I was saying, a year after the conclusion of this program, what are your big reflections about this and about your experience? And one of the ones that was really interesting was this idea, and there's a little bit of literature from Fraunhofer exploring this now, but this idea of centrality versus peripherality of organisations in a system and their latitude to move versus their authority. And in talking to this colleague, he just perfectly embodied this idea, because he said that as a political neophyte, he'd never had the experience of trying to negotiate the science policy interface before. And then he went into departments and he was engaging across departments, and he didn't understand all of the unwritten rules about how all of that works. But his reflection was that was so freeing for everybody involved, because there was no expectation that he would know what those rules and channels were. There was a lot more forgiveness of when he transgressed them, and it allowed him to really build trust across barriers that may have been established. And going back to assumptions and narratives, like the thing about a Westminster tradition that says that individual departments ought to be in some kind of Socratic competition with one another for their ministers and their prime minister's attention. And so it makes collaboration really and cooperation really difficult, and finding these opportunities. And so I think there is this real power in sitting at the periphery of systems and being able to move between them to really open up new lines of for change.
Yeah. And I'm curious if this has been your experience, Julian, too, with doing ethnographic work, but part of our disciplinary tradition in anthropology is you go to another place. So you're an outsider that goes, and you get to ask all these stupid questions because you haven't been raised in this context. You don't know what the rules are. And so there's a really useful power in that, to be the naive person. When I started working in New South Wales government, one of the first things that happened was I asked some of the directors, when you keep saying policy, what is it? And they couldn't answer. And I was like, because I actually don't know, and I probably still don't know. But there's a lot of assumptions, and people just use words, and it takes an ignorant fool outsider who has this kind of marginal position or peripheral position to come in and sometimes be the one that gets to say these silly things that then opens up conversation. So that can be a really powerful tool, I think. Yeah. But one last thing on that. And then the risk is that the institutional immune system kicks in and recognizes you as a foreign microbe. And it's like, right, yeah, no, you're not doing that here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is my life as a consultant. It's really interesting. We're at this period of time as well that, that dirty word consultancy and some of the bigger ones, what they've been up to. But it's interesting because that point, it is so valuable to have the fresh eyes to come in. A big part of my work is, I mentioned earlier, I've got some people that may be 20 years deep in a particular industry, certain set of language and tools and ways of thinking, just patterns. And it is so hard for them to even see beyond that. So creating the context for them to rationally learn elsewhere. And I say rationally because the logical places to learn are still not that interesting. They still kind of riffing off the same assumptions and foundations. They typically are exploring within their sector and maybe a couple other places. One of the practices that I really love, it's this idea of exaptive. So in evolutionary theory, something that has developed elsewhere can be applied to a different context. So we've talked a lot today about frame innovation or reframing, and the rationality that gives you to go and do some seemingly weird things is because you get down to a values level. Aged care provider may be looking to create a community, for instance. So we get to ask the question of, well, where else creates community? And that gives us permission to go and talk to, I don't know, a football coach to understand how they create bonding. And we learn things about the principle of banter, for instance, or camaraderie, or how you need to struggle together. And that gives you a whole different way of thinking and a completely powerful set of insights to really challenge the foundational assumptions that without that unconventional connection, you just never would have got close to. Maybe one thing that you mentioned earlier, and that Julian also mentioned around how you do research, is our relationship with knowledge and what is legitimate and valued and what we pay attention to. Probably the first thing, and it's good to share, within a university context, you're forced to really explicitly outline what are your assumptions in your actual methodology. So it might just be for those that aren't as acquainted with that as a process, what is that as a ritual or a practice? And I guess how effective is that? And is that something that you think could be more useful in other contexts?
Looking at me. I feel like that practice is really different in different fields. I don't know. I've had this quote in my head I wanted to share when you were talking about knowledge, which is that when you strip knowledge of values, you're left at the moment with one value, which is money. So we've come to this place where money has been the value that is really shaping knowledge in probably ways that I don't know, that is certainly being explored and critiqued by lots of people, but in the mainstream, how is that shifting things? So if you think of medicine, if you think of what projects are awarded funding for, how is the influence of, how is this influence unfolding? And say in commercialisation within universities, we're encouraged to build relationships with industry, but how do you navigate these complex relationships and interests? Certainly in social sciences, we're very explicit about our values. In peace and conflict studies, you couldn't be more explicit about your values for peace, not for violence, for justice. And I think sometimes in universities we're not actually, as a whole, like the orientation of a university isn't really explicit about values because they're oriented to knowledge. So how do we orientate universities to values such as peace, justice and sustainability?
In business schools, it's very similar. We also are always asked to present our assumptions very clearly. I have to say, though, I think it's not so much, the reason is not that we want to be clear about that we are for peace or against violence. I think in business school, the problem is more about sort of being able to compare, being able to evaluate someone else's work. In order to do that, we need to be very clear about what sort of our underlying assumptions are, what sort of methods we are using in what way, and in order to do that carefully, I think it's important to be very clear about how you have done the research. In that sense, we are similar, but coming from a different direction, I guess.
Like quite literally, how do you do that? Is it a submission and there's some boxes you have to fill in? How do you even acknowledge or identify yourself what the assumptions are?
Oftentimes it's enough to just put a reference into your work. Like as soon as you mention a particular author, a particular stream of literature, everyone in that field already knows what sort of your underlying assumptions are. It's actually quite simple and straightforward, but yeah, nonetheless, it needs to be done.
And you mentioned a particular way of researching, which I thought was interesting. You said so when you're exploring or studying digital nomads that sometimes you're actually working alongside them. So what's the assumption there in terms of the legitimacy of that data or knowledge you're collecting? And how do you see that against some of the other dominant paradigms of what particularly from a scientific perspective, what's counted as real knowledge?
Yeah, very, very interesting question. I think if one would come to this sort of research from one of those more mainstream, more traditional sort of research perspectives, I think it would be quite problematic. I think there would be this notion that I am sort of spoiling the data. I'm not this neutral outsider looking into the phenomenon, but I'm actually part of it. And what or how they respond to me is actually changing their behavior already as I'm part of the phenomenon. But I think that's what, again, process philosophy offers, that when one takes such a perspective, we are honest about that, we acknowledge that, and as part of that sort of metaphysical framework, that's perfectly fine. And I think that's what helped me a lot in that sense to make that legitimate, that sort of research.
What's coming to mind for me is the kind of the evolution of methods training in anthropology, and what I'm seeing now at the university, which isn't necessarily anthropology. But so when I was just a wee anthropologist, the story was, so we had a methods class as an undergrad, which was lovely. We actually had somebody teaching us, like, how do you use different methods of data collection and analysis. It's pretty basic at the time. It was the 90s. But the introduction to that class from the professor who had studied in the UK was, well, back in the day, when I did my PhD, they would hand you somebody's ethnography and just say, go forth and do likewise. That was their methods training. So in the discipline, it was like, well, you go away, you spend time with people, you make a bunch of notes, and then you come back and make sense of it later. And you might be grounded in already a whole bunch of theories, like why did you choose to go to that place that you're studying? And then there's been a lot of evolution. So I'm seeing more and more sort of rigorous training in methods. And one of the tools that I really love comes from, I think it's Mark Saunders. He's a management scholar. And there's one of the countless research methods handbooks. I think it's Research Methods for Business Students or something like that. And they've got this lovely model called the Research Onion, which shows you all these layers that go from your sort of ontological and epistemological and axiological assumptions. We haven't talked about axiology yet, but purpose and value, right? All the way down to like, well, what kind of data is it legitimate to even conceptualize and create in alignment with that philosophical paradigm? And so you can think of the research onion as this like set of dials that you're twisting to get alignment, and different arrangements of those dials can either lead you to nonsense, or they can lead you to multiple different ways to ask the same kind of question. I don't know that in industry you need to go through a really extreme rigorous process like that, but certainly a lot better than we've got a question, let's do a survey, which is often the default, right? Like, we're going to do a survey. Okay, well, what are you even going to ask people about? Who are you going to sample? What makes these questions valid? How do you know anything? And then thinking about, well, what information, what evidence is actually needed in the decision context, right? What will people respond to? And how do they make sense of it? And often, I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm speaking too bluntly, but often there's a bit of theater in that, right? You go out and do research because somebody needs to be able to point to a report to justify the decision they already made. Or ideally, the decision will be data-driven, which means we don't have to exercise any judgment because the data has told us what to do. Fairly scary world to live in, especially if, the data is not objective. It's not the real thing. It's a map of the territory, and maybe you've got the wrong map.
Yeah, it comes back to one of the big insights that nothing really is neutral in a sense, and that's why interpretation and meaning matters so much. What's funny, you mentioned there the word theatre, and it definitely made me think about there's so many, especially in the design thinking context, there's so many great methods that are supposed to help us reveal assumptions. For instance, you asked the 5 whys. There's various things that help you work out what your worldview is, for instance. And I'm curious for each of you. I guess one thing that comes up for me is I don't know if that necessarily really reveals an assumption, and I'm just curious if you could think, this might be a hard question, but has there been a personal experience in your own practice, or what has been the conditions that's led to you really challenging a particular assumption? Is it, for instance, by doing your research process and you have to state clearly, or is it actually something that's almost hard to pinpoint and it's just over time you start to see things a bit differently?
Mine was quite profound. My first thesis for my master's was called An Ethical Dilemma, Childhood Conversion into Christian Fundamentalism, which as soon as I wanted to sort of explore worldviews and Christianity, which I'd been brought up in, people were not so keen to be my supervisor, but I found someone. And I guess, and what was quite profound was realising that my version of Christianity, which sort of treated the Bible as the literal word of God, couldn't be questioned, was one version of Christianity, which wasn't all of them. And so that was a real kind of awakening moment, which I think of in terms of Paulo Freire's idea of conscientization, which is this process of coming to see yourself in context and taking steps against sort of oppressive elements of that. And I had the same kind of thing happen when it came to questioning capitalism, to go, oh, this isn't like, we're not living like most people in the world. Actually, we're living very, we're in the 1% probably, in the top, certainly 5% in the world. Like, this is not, and you come to then that questioning, oh, wow, actually, we're not living in a way that can be sustainable. And so that was some of mine.
For me, I would say it's really this lived experience that we have been talking about. I think this going out into the field, actually experience how others are doing things, how others are working in my case, how others are organizing themselves. I think that's where my assumptions get challenged the most. Just realizing that you don't have to sit in an office 9 to 5 all day. You can go out and work from a co-working space. You can go out work from overseas. All those kinds of things, just that sort of lived experience is, I think, very powerful to me at least.
One of the things that I've been trying to question a lot recently is the real value of some of these design methodologies in surfacing assumptions, and not that there's not value in them, but I think sometimes the way they get deployed is an attempt to short circuit a much more fundamental and substantive engagement that needs to take place. And I think about, just like the industrial scale at which we're trying to do some of this work, and a set of assumptions that, as I said this morning, if we could just get a more specific, if we can just define the problem with specificity, then magically everybody will orient towards trying to solve it. For example, that putting people through a process to do things like surface context logs or surface assumptions, when they're not in a mindset to prepare themselves for that. One of the things for me personally that's been really challenging is I went through, I bloody hate leadership courses. Like, I just get in them and I'm just like a cranky toddler who's like, I know that I'm going to hate this and it's going to do things, to my psyche that I don't appreciate. Mm-hmm. And I remember I went through one a couple of years ago with a bunch of research leaders, and I didn't realise how much I was carrying around this set of, my mental model was so shaped by my understanding of political science and positional authority and the way things are structured, that I had a research colleague after 6 months. We had an exercise where we had to say, what do you wish that I was more curious about? And she said really gently, she's like, I just really, really wish that you were more curious about what my perspective was. And that was really interesting because I had been moving through this organisation and this experience with the perspective of, I am the materially disempowered one, I'm kind of outnumbered by all of these researchers, they have all the power. And that was completely in complete opposition to how she was experiencing things. And so I sat with that for a really long time. I was like, no thank you, for a while. And then I thought a lot about it, and I was like, yeah, part of, I think, this exercise in trying to build your own leadership capability, trying to build these new kinds of capacities in organisations, is working out how to sit in the really uncomfortable tension between the space between different people's perspectives. That's my answer.
This is maybe, I forget what the original question was, but this has been so cool. The thing that's coming to mind there is, and it comes from my Buddhist practice. So I practice in a Zen Buddhist tradition. And one of the really important practices and teachings that I've been working with for quite a while now is just to ask myself in any situation, are you sure? And it's not an invitation to justify and double down on like, these are all the reasons I'm sure. So everybody else shut up. It's like, oh, what are the ways that I might be perceiving things well and I might be perceiving things poorly? And what are the underlying assumptions that are leading me to that? And the complementary piece to are you sure is you're partly right. And there's a recognition there that I'm probably partly right about most things, but only partly right. And so is everyone else. And so hearing you guys talk about like, you know, the other people's perspectives, different ways of interpreting a whole religion, right? Like it's a bit of sort of openness and humility that allows you then to maybe start to recognize your assumptions, hold them a little less tightly, and yeah, in some way maybe model that and invite other people to also do that. And I worry, though, that there's a destabilizing aspect of that, because I think often for organizations or communities, you need to have an assumption about truth and purpose that's shared enough that we can all come into work and do the thing that we're paid to do, usually paid to do, not there because we love it or because it's the right thing to do. And so I do wonder what happens when you destabilize that. How does an organization or a community or a society persist when we start to recognize the plurality of assumptions and worldviews and worlds, not just worldviews, that we live in?
But what other choice is there at this point in time?
Well, the current system isn't working, clearly. So
and the acceleration of, I've been thinking a little bit about this, the interface between AI and team dynamics, and this generational conversation that we were having before this session, and the real possibility that it accelerates the atomization of all of our conversations, that we go to. I don't know if anyone else has had this experience, but I was using one of my AI tools the other day and explaining some small p political context to it, and it came back and said, that must be really difficult for you to deal with. That must be really challenging. And I thought, hang on a second. I didn't, but the impulse to be like, yeah, it really is. Can you further reinforce this very narrow perspective that I'm giving you on this like very complex like problem? And if all of us disappear down these rabbit holes and can't find a way to find common ground, then like what will society even mean or look like?
Yeah. Well, that atomization, right? We were having a conversation on Tuesday because one of Barbara's amazing PhD students is doing research on this. And we're having this conversation about, okay, so if people are using their generic AI tools, not even the companion AIs, but generic ones as their consultant, their advisor, their counselor, their priest, whatever, it's like a really intense version of the filter bubble, really isolating. Yeah. But also, that sort of implies that we're not doing that with other humans.
Yes.
Meanwhile, we need other humans to literally survive. Yeah. Like, if we're going to reproduce, we're going to need to engage. And I think she had this lovely metaphor of, like, frictionless conversation with AI, and the fact that humans are messy and there's friction. And if we don't learn how to actually work with that friction and be in it and be uncomfortable but manage it, then the whole thing unravels. So we don't want friction's no good.
We want convenience.
Uncomfortable.
Frictionlessness and convenience. Yeah. Like there's this, one of the things that I really am drawn to is the work of Gary Gerstle, who's a political historian, and he has written a book about the rise and fall of the neoliberal order, in which he explains that the moral underpinnings of some of these orders, and he talks about the fact that what makes it so politically salient is that it has this vision for what a good life looks like, and that in the rupture and decay that has occurred in the last decade or so, what seems to be emerging out of this is, well, what does a good life look like? It looks like one where you don't have to talk to anyone or have any real conflict. You be frictionless and it's utterly convenient. And then, so this to me feels like the intersection between human dynamics and innovation in a way that we are not really having a sort of public discourse about.
That's the friction. Yeah, I don't know. This makes me think of like the whole thing that makes evolution and change possible is the uncertainty, the ambiguity, and the friction, right? If everything's frictionless, nothing changes because nothing has to change. And then we're dead. Like there's no adapting to changing context because there's no friction with it that tells us we need to adapt. That's terrifying.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's like
Thanks, Amelia.
it's like ultra-processed food for our brains. It's like this. I'm studying food at the moment in my postdoctoral work with Charles Perkins Centre, and they use a complex systems approach too. But ultra-processed food as this sort of convenience, frictionless, and it's just there's nothing. And kids eat it from the start with no textures and difference, no relationships to where it's come from, no nothing. It's just this packet, and that's what's desirable because that's what's got credence in the playground, and that's engineered to be so tasty and with the worst possible ingredients because they're the cheapest, and it's like, it's sucking the life out of life.
Yeah.
As an example.
Yeah.
Scott, you mentioned the destabilising effect of all of this. I've definitely seen that when I actually did my master's at the transdisciplinary school. We started that during COVID period, and it's a lot of people from all walks of organisational life. And they come in typically because they're people that are a bit frustrated, they're really seeking change. I'm talking people that are in the Defence Force, for instance. So you talk about some of the ethical issues that you might reveal to yourself if you really think about things there. And about halfway through doing this course, and per why we're here as somewhat of a design organisation talking about philosophy, I realised, and I said to Case, I said, we're basically just doing philosophy here, aren't we? And, in some way, a big part of the theme of today when talking about complexity, talking about the need to be so reflexive, is that we do need more of a practical sense of, reflecting and inquiring. And I cannot tell you how many people, myself included at various points, had pretty much some mini existential crisis and a sense of loss of meaning once you actually do dig into certain aspects of these assumptions or these dynamics that you've been working in or operating in, and you realize, oh shit, this actually doesn't make any sense, or actually I'm contributing to something that's really not so great here. And just the other thing I wanted to ask each of you, because you obviously all have such deep domain expertise, and I'm curious to understand a little bit more about this food work. What would you say are some of the big assumptions that you're observing in your context right now that are sort of grating with you?
That's a good question. So I think there's various social forces that are kind of ruling or governing in a way how food is practiced, and the way of global industrial capitalist food systems that are the main system. But you also have on the other side diverse food systems, diverse relationships with food. You have people that are doing community gardens. You have people who are living in many different cultural contexts and different ways of doing food. So you kind of have these two systems side by side, and one at the moment is being reinforced by almost every aspect of our economy, the objective of GDP growth indiscriminately being, the way that governments are evaluated, the way that nations are evaluated. So you've got these systems that are feeding at the moment the rise and continuing dominance of an industrial food system, mass producer, you've got scale, you've got economics, you've got centralized power, more and more just fewer organizations that own the whole food supply and demand and control everything. So you have these sort of assumptions, and then you see that play out, say, in agriculture, where I was in Edinburgh at some workshops, and the assumptions of some of the food systems scientists there was that solutions to the problems of the world's food problems and producing enough food come from more scale, and it has to be commercialized. And so you just see the assumptions just unfold, and being even in our research centres where we are questioning. So the question I have is then, how do you nurture the alternative food systems and let them scale out? And so that involves interventions like, okay, how do we change GDP? Maybe make it more discriminate, and we're aiming for the aspects of GDP we want, and broaden out that conversation, and that various other ways. So I think that's some of the ways I can see it play out. Yeah.
In my field, I think it's going back to the point that we talked earlier about sort of what are actually the things that we are talking about. And I think in management, but in sort of technology more specifically, this is still one of the main assumptions that, at least in my work, I'm trying to sort of disrupt a little bit, is this idea that an organization is a thing. Technology is a thing. It's this static, the AI system is this static thing with its boundaries and sort of never changing properties, even though, I mean, now with AI, this is sort of somewhat dissolving even among the, I would say, the most hardcore sort of essentialists, that because these things can now learn, and then now so there is some sort of change built into those systems. But nonetheless, it's still this idea is that we can adopt this technology, we can introduce it into our organization, and then once we have done that, then we're done. Then we're using it. So there's these steps. First we're doing implementation, and then we're doing use. Whereas there's really no such thing as we have this stable AI technology and we implement this once and then we're done. It's this constant configuration of what the human is in relation to the AI, and sort of it is really a process rather than a thing. So it's getting back to that point that we were talking earlier about thinking deeply about what actually the things are, and are there really any things left, or at the very least, sort of what has priority? Is it the processes that have priority, and then not denying that there are things at some point, but is it the thing that has priority or the process?
Two things from my end. I mean, it's been 10 years since the first missions globally were instigated, and so it's like a really nice point in time to think back on what are the major contributions of this new movement in contemporary innovation. And I keep coming back to this idea that it was really taboo to talk about innovation as being political, as being essentially political, and that I think that is a really substantial contribution to the political kind of innovation, that we can now say innovation is political. There are a set of things that flow from that, from the ability to say that, including the role that the state can and has always. And I think like part of the narrative structure here of missions is to surface the fact that, you know, even during that sort of fallow period where there was this set of assumptions that the state's role was to sit back and let market forces do their thing, in fact, the history of innovation, like a close look at it, will show you that the state has been intervening all along. It may not have been doing so to shape the direction of innovation, but it shows that it is capable instrumentally of doing that work. And I think that's a really significant contribution. It also means that it brings it into a realm of public discourse that makes it legitimate for a whole range of people to have a view on it, and I think that's critically important. This isn't just the domain of like scientists, tech bros, entrepreneurs. It's for everybody to have a view. So that's one set of things. The other assumption is a little bit more depressing, which is, this idea that, the sort of unmistakable impression that you get from reading the Ambitious Australia report, which is the report that was issued at the back end of the strategic examination of the R&D system a couple of weeks ago, that the system is broken and that there are concrete things that we are going to need to do to fix it that are going to be really challenging to incumbent interests and institutions. And yet, so that sort of like that's almost, unanimity around that concept. And yet the deep skepticism and cynicism on the part of all, a substantial number of the people who would be involved in that change, that it's possible. So that to me feels like we're at a real inflection point in our system right now. If we can move past, I think part of this cynicism comes from a history of these kinds of catalytic reviews showing the same thing, and people have talked about, going back into the 2000s, there have been reviews that have said we need to be more directional and inclusive in the way that we're funding R&D, for example. But so I think a bit of it comes from a bunch of people who've watched this particular movie before, and a bunch of it comes from a set of really good in isolation reasons why it can't work, and yet if it doesn't, what's the counterfactual here? So yeah, a good time to be testing assumptions.
I think this follows on from the conversation. I was going to say that the work that I'm doing that I'm most excited about is looking at the intersection between worldviews and material concrete systems, like lived reality. So I'm doing some work that connects with transforming our worldviews and asking, okay, so what happens when we actually are able, and we here, I mean probably most of us who are enculturated into the dominant paradigm of individuals and separation of human and nature and things and commercial entities and all this, what happens when we start to realize our inherent relationality, the process nature of reality, right? So what happens when we start to acknowledge our ecological self that's so much larger than just the body and the being? And in some of those communities, which I'm a part of, one of the assumptions seems to be that once we have that awakening, that realization, the work is done. Now all of a sudden the world changes, transformation has happened, but it doesn't. So if I share an example, I'll go and spend a weekend retreat up in Bilpin at the monastery that's connected to the Buddhist tradition I practice in. And it's beautiful, and there I can realize and practice and live that sense of interbeing. And then I get in my car, and I start driving back down, and by the time I get to Richmond, I'm like, oh, yep, well, that's gone. And it happens, I used to volunteer once in a while at Pocket City Farms, and it's the same thing. I'd ride my bike over, go and do an hour of weeding and planting in this amazing little permaculture thing, and be like, oh, we're doing things differently. Then I get on my bike, and I head back through Forest Lodge and Glebe and back into the inner west, and I'm like, oh, shit, it's cars everywhere. Here we are separated again. So the assumption there is like, is that sort of worldview, seeing the world differently, transformation enough? And manifestly it's not. So then what do we need to do to actually make systems transformation happen? And I think it comes to the political, the institutional arrangements are a big part of it. Like, what are the set of governing rules and incentives and structures that we're kind of forced to live in that we have to change to actually enable a more process-oriented way of living that's probably much more in line with the complex and beautiful and horrifying and scary dynamics of a living planet. So just small questions, really.
Yeah. This whole conversation's just been small, simple, straightforward.
Yeah, super easy, lightweight.
Yeah, we're almost just about to close things down. The question, I'll give you a moment to have a think about. We've been talking about the value of philosophy a little bit. I'm curious, each of you, is there a particular area of philosophy or theory in general, or just an interesting concept that you might think is a little bit underrated, that for people that we might have created some interest in it, in going a bit deeper or exploring literature, if you will. Anything that comes to mind. And just one thing while I'll give you guys a chance to think about, once again, a simple, straightforward question, is one of the biggest insights I had when it comes to a lot of what we're talking about here is just the difficulty and the ongoing challenge of revealing your assumptions. In some respect, my whole job is helping organisations to do that, and I absolutely recognise that I'm full of them that I just have no sense of. And one of the most difficult but helpful questions is actually answering that question, well, what are the limitations of my practice or what I'm seeing or doing? There's a really good book, which I can't remember the exact title, it's by a theologian, and Roger's a big fan of it, and it's all about the dominant paradigms of how we've made meaning. So it looks at mythology, philosophy, archetypal psychology, and sort of naturalism, and on it goes. And it just identifies the dominant ways we've made meaning and how that attunes us into certain aspects of the world, but also how by tuning into something we're not looking into other things. And therefore it has some strengths, but of course always it has limitations. And that's perhaps in a world where one of the biggest assumptions is more data, more inputs means more objective, better answer. And we're seeing that right now with AI. And I've got friends in tech that they're loving it. More agents that have more things that better answers. We're done, humans. As if there's no as if it's completely neutral and we'll get the objective answer there. So that's something I wanted to leave there. Is it's such a powerful but difficult and uncomfortable thing, is getting better at recognising our own limitations and the practices that we're doing there. So in closing, is there anything that you guys want to leave with, whether it is a particularly useful philosopher, concept, or just a final thought?
So mine is about positive futures, or images of positive futures, which I'm so excited to hear about the unit you're teaching, and really participatory, exciting. Imagine the future that we want, and how can we work towards that future, and then structures to help enable that to come about. And I feel like in a time where there's just so many problems, that can help lift us out. And there's a book, it's called, I think it's called Another World is Possible, and I think it's Mulgan, is it Jeff Mulgan? And he has this idea of thick imaginaries. So we can of course have sort of thin imaginaries, but if we can use a thick imagination to really work through what would the changes in structures be? What would the changes in cultures, how would we behave differently? What would life be like? How would that really unfold? And doing that in really participatory ways. These things need to be really democratic, and I know the next session will cover some of those ideas as well. So, that would be mine.
I'll keep it brief. One of the things that I'm working on at the moment, or the concepts that I'm wrestling with, is attention. And I think it brings us back to some of the points we discussed earlier around sort of the frictions and the convenience. And I think that's really the opposite here, to think about being attentive to what's going on in the world, not just sitting back and sort of enjoying. Sort of really being active, intentional about attending and responding to what's going on.
I sort of mentioned it earlier, but I do think this idea of political orders and digging into the way in which it's short-circuited a lot of our thinking. There's a lot of, it's an incredibly stabilising force from which, and it has like a logical flow that impinges on so many aspects of life. And I'll give you one example of that sits well outside these realms. Nothing has radicalised me like being a mother. And understanding, like starting to kind of really think about the care infrastructure and the set of assumptions that exist around the care infrastructure, and the idea that it gets framed as a productivity question. These are things that to me, again, flow from a set of assumptions about what is valuable and purposeful, and what is virtuous, what is meaningful in life. and I think there is a through line back to this set of assumptions about growth. So I really recommend reading Gary Gersel's work. Yeah.
So two things that maybe aren't really related. I'm going to give myself some homework because I mentioned axiology earlier. Yeah. And I think it's crucially important, this understanding what makes something valuable and how do we understand what good is and what makes something good or not good. But I actually don't have any recommendations for what to read in that space because I haven't actually read actual philosophers in that space. So homework for me, homework for everyone. We're all going to do that. Yeah. The other is, and this, I sometimes use the phrase not library book, airport book. And it's a bit dismissive. It's like, oh, that's an airport book. I don't know. But a really good one that I really love is by Dan Davies. It's called The Unaccountability Machine. And one of the things that I love about what he does in that is he really beautifully and clearly explains Stafford Beer and cybernetics. And where I'm going with that is that a really valuable thinking tool is the acronym POSIWID. The purpose of a system is what it does. So there's a way there to look at, well, what does our system actually do? What does our organization actually do? And be really brutal and frank about it, not like, oh, we think it does this, but those other guys make it so we can't do that. And like being really, really transparent and frank about what actual effects does our system have in the world. And then looking at that in comparison with maybe our value statement or our mission statement to say, what is the thing that we think we do? And once you recognize that there's often a pretty huge gulf between those two things, then you can start to work to actually reconcile them and say, well, how would we have to rearrange this whole system? And we often have to rearrange the whole system right down to the base assumptions, like the care infrastructure. Oh my God, yeah, it just kills me, right? It's like commercialize the shit out of it. That'll solve everybody's problems. And of course, I almost said venture capital wants to get into childcare because there's so much money in it, right? And governments love that because productivity boosts, and just drives me nuts. I'm getting agitated. But that if we can use that POSIWID, right? Look at what our system actually does. Is that actually the thing we want our system to do? What are the potential harms we're creating here? And I think it goes back to that assumption of permanence and continuity and necessity that says, my organization must exist because it exists, so it must. And we must work to keep it existing and doing what it does. Well, if we're not even actually looking critically at what it does, then we can't actually say, is this a thing that we want it to do? And once we can do that, then we can get on to actually doing that deep transformational work.
It's an excellent place to leave it. Thank you so much. Very much appreciated. We'll just take a few moments break and be back building on this of how we resist the obvious. So thanks again.
last session of the day. And I think it's actually a fascinating session because we have really quite diverse people on the panel with really, really interesting life experiences. And I would like to kind of make sure that we bring those life experiences out because, we've talked a lot over the day about fairly sort of academic and intellectual frameworks, but we're also deeply human beings that have lived experiences that are very diverse, and they make us what they make us. And each one of you, to the best of my understanding, has navigated a unique path, and I would just say, totally owned your dance floor. And what can we take away from that? So this is about resisting the obvious, and maybe we each individually have got something that kind of drove us to resist the obvious. So there is that kind of broader provocation, I guess. How might that be translatable for others who may or may not have that same push or pull? So what is the kind of what can we get from sharing our stories and our ways of working that in some way, shape or form, I guess, can be empowering and give agency to other people to do it in their own ways to some extent, and then also to kind of find those ways to resist the obvious. So that's a kind of big sweep over what I'm hoping to talk about today. But who have we got here? Okay, so we've got Alina, and Alina Gazina, who's a photographer and an artist and a filmmaker and a creative who works in a really diverse cross-section of contexts, business and strategy, and with all kinds of people, I would say often where the stakes are quite high. So that's the context that you live into, but there is also the journey that brought you there. But I'm just going to introduce everyone really quickly, and then I'm going to bounce it over to you because you are far better at describing who you are and where you came from than me. And then Giorgio, you're a life coach, and you work with people in really challenging leadership positions. So where uncertainty and complexity are kind of part of the everyday. And then that piece, which is around, what are the narratives that we bring to those situations? How do they kind of cause us to kind of reproduce the same? And how do we move through them? And what happens to us and the people around us, the world around us, when we manage to transform it? And then Amanda. So many kind of amazing different initiatives. You're at Sydney Uni, but you started Get Up and Sydney Alliance. And so both of those are really long-lasting or have, longevity behind, especially Sydney Alliance. Community-led, grassroots, self-organising, new ways forward, very much context-specific, and both, am I right in thinking that they've come from Sydney but actually have sort of spawned internationally now? So there's. I was also thinking, if that standard line, have you been like when you apply for a job and you go, how many years experience in the room? I was thinking well, it's like at least 160 years here.
Great way of putting it.
But I always find it a very weird a way of kind of talking about what's in the room now, But yeah, there's such a rich cross section. So I'm just going to throw it open to whoever feels like they want to jump in and.
You go, you're the only boy.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah, okay. No pressure as the token male. So, my work is predominantly around having people, off the back of the last conversation that was being had, that my whole role in people's lives is to have them challenge the assumptions of their view of themselves and their lives. And to me, that's really satisfying because that's where change occurs. And the reason people come to me is because they're trying to create some kind of change in their lives. Personally, but it can also be professionally. It can be in their relationships. It can be financially. There's some kind of change that they're trying to create. And what I've found through having to try and create change for myself is the simplest or the most powerful leverage point is by questioning the assumptions that we carry about ourselves in our lives. And that was a significant moment of awareness and change for me when I was in my late teens and I got into this work. And then I've just found through conversations with a wide spectrum of people from a lot of different backgrounds, from CEOs of multi-million-dollar companies through to stay-at-home mums and US Air Force pilots that have had to navigate deployment and battles and war. It ultimately comes down to our view of ourselves and our world, and then what ultimately needs to shift in those views in order to create the change that we're trying to create. Because we're all trying to go somewhere in our lives. And so the most profound way I've been able to create that change for myself, and then with anyone that I've had the pleasure of working with, has just been by questioning those assumptions and then flipping them on their head.
So kind of principle number one in your practice is to question the narrative or the assumptions that you're bringing into your day-to-day.
Yeah.
And that's kind of like with us, it's so close to us, it's almost like our skin.
Mm-hmm.
And how do we kind of wriggle out of it and, start to get a look at how it's shaped, and not to kind of escape it, but to give it a different form or, a way of kind of sitting into it. Can you just expand a little bit on the journey that got you personally into the space?
Yeah, it was a very selfish journey. I was struggling with anxiety and depression, and I was spiraled into an existential crisis in my teens, which felt early for me when I noticed that most of the people around me that had navigated anything remotely similar to that were middle-aged or older. And I was struggling quite a bit, and so I was looking for answers. And ironically, I was wrestling with a lot of physical symptoms, physiological issues. And so I went down the traditional allopathic route of scans, blood work, tests, specialists, left, right, and centre. I'm pretty sure I paid off somebody's BMW with the amount of tests we did. And they all came back to me and ultimately said, we think this is in your head, which was really defeating at that point, because anyone that's been on a journey like that is looking for answers, and I felt like they just pointed to the cloud and said, it's probably somewhere in there if you want to go have a look. And so that put me down. I wanted to try and take things into my own hands, so I started doing my own study at home on physiology and anatomy, and that kept having me trace back to the nervous system, which was really fascinating. And so I sort of really oversimplified it, but I found that the nervous system was governing the experiences and the functions of physiology in the body. And I was like, well, what governs the nervous system? Well, it's the brain. And so then is there something that sits on top of the brain that governs that? And it kept coming back to the mind. So I was like, what's the mind? Which was probably not the best question to be asking myself. And that put me down the rabbit hole of trying to understand psychology and consciousness and philosophy. It very much got me into theology as well. And I ultimately found that when I was able to start shifting the underlying causes of my anxiety and the depression that I was feeling, I noticed some of the physiological symptoms started to alleviate. Digestive challenges started to calm down. The state of anxiety and adrenaline that I was constantly in started to calm down as well, and I felt my nervous system start to regulate. And I thought, well, this is really interesting. I couldn't draw a direct cause and effect relationship because it wasn't, a rigorous double-blind study or anything like that, but it was hard to ignore the evidence of my personal experience. And so once I had started to see the effects in my own life, I was having conversations with people in social settings. And they were telling me about how they've been wrestling with something that was causing anxiety for them. And I'd give them a reframe or a perspective on anxiety that I had at the time. And within the space of a few minutes, their anxiety was just washing away. And they're like, what did you do? I said, I just said words. What are you talking about? And at the time, my wife, who was my girlfriend at the time, and my mother were both like, you need to lean into this and pursue this as a path. And I was like, absolutely effing no. I was the most reluctant about it. and they tried to encourage me more and more, and I was so resistant to it. I had zero interest in pursuing this. But they just kept pointing to the evidence of how much I was helping people in social settings, and they're like, when are you going to stop ignoring that and actually lean into this?
What was your boring job?
Sorry?
Did you say what your boring job?
No, just leaning into that.
Oh, right. Sorry, I thought you said when
pursuing
are you going to stop your boring job? Okay.
that. Yeah. No, they said, when are you going to stop ignoring the evidence?
Oh, ignoring the evidence.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
And,
I've got an aircon that's sort of just hassling my ears a bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was. Eventually, I was like, okay, maybe I should do this, and I started charging. I started doing sessions for free for some people, and then I started charging a nominal amount, and then I found it was actually lighting me up. I was looking forward to the days that I had sessions in my calendar, and it just snowballed. 15 years later, here I am, having helped many different people that I thought I'd never meet in my life, and I've been able to help them.
Has your anxiety subsided? Has it gone away, or is it
Yeah,
still there?
yeah, no, it's pretty much gone. Yeah.
So what I find really interesting in turn, then I'll pass it on to you, is that I, in addition to my photography practice, I photograph really high-profile people. And I do the flip thing, and I did it all through my intuition, is that I would come up with a concept for these people, and I can name drop, like, the founders of Canva or Atlassian or, Andrew Forrest, like the list goes, or Kevin Rudd. And so I would come up with a concept for them. I would never check with them or the magazine. I just would go rogue, I suppose. And then I never research anyone before the photo shoot. I do straight after the shoot. The minute I finish the shoot, I sit down for a day and I want to know everything about them. But I give them the narrative the way I would always look at their picture. So I know what they look like, and I know roughly, Frank Lowe started Westfield or whatever that is, right? And then I would give them narrative. And it's petrifying in many ways when I think about it in retrospect. But in the moment, you're so mad, you don't understand what you're doing, but you are giving a narrative, a whole narrative to a very famous person that is condensed in one image that goes on the cover of a magazine that the entire country will see and will judge me, the magazine, and that person. And now that it's all digital, it stays out there forever. So back in the day, if your shoot was bad or something happened, everyone kind of forgets. Now nobody will forget. So, and I think what was really interesting for me to discover out of that session, out of these experiences, is that these people would then send me cards. Well, not them, they're EAs. And that pretty much everyone would say, thank you for giving me the gift. I've never seen myself that way. I never knew that I had that gift. I never set out to give them anything. For me, it was just a vision, just a story. And I didn't realize until I started getting these cards is that you could be famous, you could be rich, but the narrative that you have created from your childhood up until now, it stays with you. And then someone comes along and visually does the transformation of you and puts you on the cover of a magazine, and you like the you that you've never seen. That is really profound. Which I still don't have a good image of myself, unfortunately. Every year I said, okay, at Christmas I'm going to do amazing photo shoot of myself. I'll get some stylists and hair and makeup. I haven't done. I'm saving up for that day to do that. But yeah, and my session is called The Art of Seeing, because I think it's what you see is to give yourself permission to see yourself in a different light before you can actually see the world in a different light. And then if we talk about what you do in terms of social change and transformation, it starts with you if you see yourself, but you've got to give yourself a permission, or someone needs to give you the permission to see yourself in a different way. So you do it on such a deep level, and I do it on such a superficial level. It's just an image that is really driven by, what they're going to wear and hair and makeup. It's extremely...
Yeah, but one other little piece sort of getting behind all that, Alina, I know that we've talked about how, you came to Australia, I think, you were 12, 14?
14, yeah.
You didn't speak English.
Yeah.
And your way of navigating the world was to read it, almost like an ethnographer, what the world is speaking to you in narratives, with furniture, clothes, proportions, social codes of exchange. So you're absorbing all this because you actually can't speak and understand what the words are. So I feel like there's that process that you kind of actually protect for yourself has kind of in some way been born out of that I don't know, is it survival, is it adaptation, is it your unique traits, but whatever it was that was unique to your life, you've embraced it and it's become part of this strength that you've ended up being able to really kind of cultivate. And yeah, I mean, I'm telling your story there, but you do want to add to any of that?
Well, I'll add to that. What we're doing is not necessarily dissimilar. We're just using different paths to achieve something similar. Because a lot of the work that I'm doing, it's conversational in nature in terms of the method that I use, but I'm essentially holding up a mirror to the people and saying, how about we question these narratives? The mirror you're holding up is the photo that you're taking of them.
Yeah, and it's instant. So they're two very different approaches. And yours is, I'm sure, is much more long-lived, whereas mine is a quick burst of, oh my God, I never thought I would look this way.
Yeah.
And I think it was particular for me what was really interesting. I lived in New York for a long time and came back here and I was commissioned to photograph business women. And for me, it was really important. I was like, where's the hair and the stylist? And they're like, oh, no, we don't do that for business magazines. It's like, why? We already know these females are smart, right? And I photographed Christine Lagarde when she was the head of IMF, and I went to Washington D.C. to photograph her, you know. And I'm a big obsessive person about geopolitics and history and politics. So for me, Christine Lagarde was always this woman. You know, this is before all the controversies, and I obviously, being European, I love the way she dressed. Right, and then I come back here, and our society, and what Scott, you were talking about in your previous version, it's like society says this, and it's like no, the society where I come from in New York doesn't say that. You could be smart, and you could be feminine, and you can wear a short skirt, and you could run and be a CEO, and so that push is what I'm really proud of. Probably people ask me, what's your proudest moment? Is bringing that to Australia and really pushing and photographing business women and adding the layer of narrative of beauty. And so, I think they're two very different approaches. One is a very quick push and the other one is you're doing the deep, long work. But you're probably doing the longest work because you are at university and you're really changing and transforming societies.
Well, I don't think it's a competition. We all need to do our thing. But actually, just share some of my story. Like, I was going to frame some of my story in terms of the resist and the obvious, because I wasn't initially going to do social change. I was going to be a lawyer. And I, through school, I thought that's what you did if you were smart. And I used to watch, I feel like it really dates me to say that I used to watch Rumpole of the Bailey with my parents, and people go, what's that? And it's like Suits, but really, really not sexy. So, but, you know, it's a show about a lawyer advocating for justice. And I thought, I'll do that. I believe in justice. I'll go and advocate for justice. And then I went to law. Did law at UTS, and I got a job for a lawyer who did very little advocating for justice and did a lot of taking on way too many cases and having me do way too much prep for him to go to court. But then, and that was the obvious path for me until I had a psychosis in the second year of my university degree, spent 2 months in hospital, was diagnosed with bipolar, and everything about my life changed. And that, mental health issues hit the best of us, and I too was going through a massive reflection about what the purpose of my life is. It relates in some ways to that question of limits that came up in that in the previous panel. Like Soren Kierkegaard is a philosopher. He talks about the idea of that we're all limited, but instead of going that limits are bad, he says no. Limits are great. Limits provide the basis for prioritisation and for you to identify what you really want to do. And so I, at 19, decided to rewrite my life story, and that I was going to go make a difference, that I believed in justice. I was just going to go do that instead. I did finish my law degree because I was very dutiful, but I never practiced law. I got involved in the student movement. My dad only went to uni because of free education, and have been involved in different forms of social change ever since. cast forward, I set up lots of organisations, I've done lots of stuff, and I've researched social change now. I have bipolar, and so sometimes the extraordinary pressure of making big social change has taken a real personal toll on me. And this paradox that has been described, right? Grace Lee Boggs and Gandhi, they talk about, change yourself and change the world as being these two parts of the puzzle that are connected, that you can, change the world, but actually I was doing a lot of world changing, or trying to, and it was burning me out, it was breaking me apart. And I have learnt over time, maybe in not dissimilar ways to what you described, Giorgio, to find a way. For me, it's never balanced. For me, it's paradoxical. I have bipolar, it's highs and lows, right? I'm forever negotiating and renegotiating what might look balanced. It's like I'm riding a wave that's not just because I've got cool style. It's because I'm constantly adapting to the environment that's around me to be able to hold myself steady. I feel like that's how I live my life personally, because that wasn't my only psychosis, my 19-year-old psychosis. But I've been able to hold that in myself, and in learning how to hold those tensions and navigate those paradoxes in my body, I have learnt also how to see social change as paradoxical, and to seek to teach and build an understanding and a practice around how to change the world or make a difference, is the phrase I use, that is perpetually navigating, right? There's no silver bullets, there's no magic solutions, there's no clever person who comes along and tells you they've got the answer. That's all bullshit. That's an academic term, by the way, and I've done a lot of study to know that. But what there is the constant capacity to act and then to change, to think, act and reflect, to build a practice that is sort of like a muscle that you get better at when you try, and to always see each person, to see the agent of change begins with each of us and then builds out to our tribes, to our organisations, to the people that we work with.
So there's us as change agents and navigating these complex scenarios, intimately and in different kinds of rhythms, if you like. But what are some of the kind of practices, I guess, that you do, and ways that you might kind of resist what's familiar, the day-to-day. I'll kick off with just a little bit of what I do. I've talked over the day how I hate offices, and that came out of me just growing up in Canberra and that kind of dormitory suburb thing where everyone went to their government office. The suburbs, well, they were great for teenagers because we could do anything really, but they felt really dead. And when I started getting to the point of careers and what am I going to do with my work, I just thought that felt like a death sentence to me to be participating in that kind of lifestyle. And it was, that's a personal thing, but I reckon a lot of my life is about resisting getting sucked into that 9-to-5 cycle and the office, and not, and long hours of sitting. I've got things in my family, genetic history or whatever, that mean that I don't think it's the wisest thing for me to sit down for a really long time, physiologically. So, I feel like my body might be telling me those things, but it also, there are a bunch of other things that draw me to that. I equally know other people who are quite happy to sit down for hours and it doesn't bother them. But that impulse, for whatever reason, has been part of a sustained influence that has caused me to resist lots of different things. So I'm just kind of curious, what are some of the things, the threads in your own practices and your own day-to-day that where you feel like you might be resisting?
Do you want me
the
to
familiar?
start? Sure. I can start. I'll answer it in a slightly different way. Is like if we're talking about change and breaking. My first career was. I was at PwC, PricewaterhouseCoopers. I was in tax law, in banking and finance. So, we were like the losers at any Christmas party. Like the worst people were the auditors, and then there was the tax people. Nobody ever wanted to talk to us. And I was there for like 2 seconds, right? And then I left, and then I went to UTS, and I did a postgrad in media production, and then I became a photographer. Now, I never studied to be a photographer because I went, oh my God, if I had to answer, you know, it was a very male-dominated, and I love males, by the way. Like, I love males. So there's nothing, I'm not a tree hugger, I'm not a male hater, but I went, there's no fucking way I'm getting into the photography industry and I have to carry like photography back to some guy. If I had to do this, I'd rather stay at PwC and at least make nice money, or, you know, as my mother wanted me to go into mergers and acquisitions. She's like, either become creative or go into mergers and acquisitions, but my only child cannot be at PwC. It's disgusting, you know, that was her take. So it's like, they just, like, it's terrible. They have no style. So I never studied photography, and then somehow I came because I did not want to follow that traditional path, and mine came because it was a very male-dominated thing, and the work was very rudimentary. It wasn't smart. It was like if you were to assist on photography sets, you're carrying someone else's equipment, right? And so everyone told me that I was insane, that if I wanted to be a photographer, I have to do the traditional way. I've got to assist and learn. But I think what happened is that, and there are a lot of bad things that I didn't do that because maybe it took me longer to learn the technical aspects. But then because I did tax, I knew how to read books about technical stuff, and I was fine. I was highlighting just different things. And so what it did, it pushed me to really hustle and to get the business up, because I treated it as a business. I was like, I need to survive. And I did everything to get my first commission. So I worked really hard at home, learning the photography knowledge, like what's an f-stop, like actually getting very, very technical at home. But then in terms of traditional pathway, I didn't do it. And then I look at so many people that were amazing assistants, but they never made it to be a photographer. So I hope that answers the question in terms of like taking the untraditional path to a practice.
So I might jump in if that's okay.
Yeah.
So like I look at my practice and I reckon there's some things that are similar. Like I have two practices you can do at home if you want to do this. One is listen to the world, and the second is listen to yourself and know yourself, right? But let's start with the knowing yourself, right? So in my organisational, like in all the work that I've done, not dissimilar to you, like obviously we're working in different practices, but really having a sort of audit sounds like the wrong word, but maybe because you're in tax, I'm thinking of the word audit, but like really being clear about what your strengths and gifts are and being able to see and appreciate them, I think is part of being able to have the strength to resist like there's a creed that the world tells you about what you should do, but if you can really see what your strengths are, they can challenge that. And I think that in my own experience of, you know, like I had my whole bloody world fall apart when I was 19. It fell apart again when I was 38. I had to completely reimagine my career. That's what brought me to the university. Two really big crises. But in each of them, I in the first one, I was like, I believe in justice. I should act for justice rather than just talk about it with my grandma, you know what I mean? Like, so one of them was actually sort of calling me to something that was always sort of nagging at me in my subconscious that I really should do more. The moment allowed me to bring that to the fore. At the university, I've been able to do all this community-led co-design research in ways that are so different from how academics would do it, because I've done all this stuff in community. Actually, my experience in community is an enormous strength at the university, but it took me a while to sort of like own it, because in that system, bookishness wins as opposed to necessarily these kinds of skills. But because I was able to build the story from my own strengths, it mattered. But the other thing that is important, I think, is also listen to the world. Like, we don't have all the answers. I set up Get Up with two other beautiful people, and millions of people have been part of it. Like, I'm not claiming credit for the whole thing, but me and two other people set it up, raised all the initial money and ran the board for many years. And that wasn't a brand new idea. We were reproducing Move On in the United States, or the ideas in lots of places. You don't have to come up with everything yourself. Like, actually, what was clever about that idea wasn't the idea, it was adapting it to this context, because we ran it completely differently to how organisations like it exist overseas. Same with community organising. I didn't invent community organising. That was done a long time ago in a different place. But we really learnt how to adapt it and reinvent it and change it and make it work here. And so, like, I think it's that sort of look at the world and get your ideas from there, and also look at yourself to really examine what you want. That space for self-reflection, I think, is a really important part of it too.
Yeah, I agree. And off the back of what Amanda shared, there's a lot of similarity in my work, in what I do. As I started working on myself, I found that the more I was working through the various wounds and pain points that I was wrestling with, it helped me understand the world around me with a greater sense of depth. So I could see other people's wounds and other people's struggles without them necessarily directly telling me what they are or knowing what they are themselves, because I was digging through my own stuff. But then whenever I tried to study other people around me, I found that it helped me understand myself more. And so I worked out really quickly that when I study the world, I learn about myself. And when I study myself, I learn about the world. And so whenever I notice discomfort showing up for me as a practice, instead of resisting the discomfort, I know that the discomfort, which is typically emotional, is just trying to highlight to me that I have a story, I have a narrative that's coming up, that's bumping up against what I'm experiencing in life, and that's an opportunity for me to work out what is that assumption. Like, for example, disappointment for me is not a problem. I've had people around me, this is a bit of a hot take, but I have people around me who experience disappointment. They might experience disappointment with someone in their lives, and they're like, I need to tell that person they've disappointed me. That's not my first move. My first move is, why am I feeling disappointed in the first place?
Yeah.
Because I had an expectation that they would be someone they're not being right now.
Yeah.
It's not a them problem, it's a me problem. So I'm more interested in being introspective and working through what my expectation was, because the moment I work through it and I release myself of it, the conversation dissolves. It doesn't need to happen, because I can see them for who they're being. I no longer have a judgment of them, and I've managed to work through another narrative I didn't realize I was carrying. So I see any discomfort that shows up in me, rather than it being as a problem, I see it as an opportunity to learn something new about myself, which then it just deepens my ability to help the people that are looking for help.
Yeah, so that, I guess again it goes back to that idea of what's familiar and how do we respond to what might be familiar or might be the kind of railway tracks, and cultivating new ones for our own sense. And then when you were talking about that, I was thinking, okay, so the kind of resonance of that is also when you change your own charge, then you change the space around you, and people feel that very, very quickly. And then there's a more porous, open space for other people to enter in, and they might not even be consciously aware of whatever it is, but it's just safer, it's calmer, and the judgment isn't as high level.
And it really, what you've just described really plays that sort of psychological capacity or emotional capacity plays out in organisations all the time. Like, I think of it around identity politics and calling out and conflict and disagreement, right? There's often thinking the obvious is often that we've got to tell people when they're wrong, and we've got to have these debates, and we've got to call out people when they're saying the wrong thing, but actually resist. There's actually great power in resisting that script and recognizing if there's a flame inside of us, that doesn't mean that I need to throw it at everyone else. That actually there is something there is a space between us to learn. Like, to me, those strategies, when they're brought alive in the context of difference, when I do a lot of work with different cultural communities, right? We have lots of different opinions about lots of different issues between me and them in those communities, but we don't seek to prosecute our different opinions. What we seek to do is understand how everyone came to those opinions and the journey that they've been on, and also to understand that more, like to understand difference is an opportunity for us to learn rather than discipline. And I think that that's a sort of a maturity of how we work together, that if we could build more of that muscle, then I think that our organisations would be stronger and more resilient and be more learning organisations rather than sort of fragile, rigid relationships that easily break apart.
Yeah, so sometimes I often think that's sort of where we've looked at a lot of what's wrong with the world and how we can change and all that kind of stuff. But, I also kind of like the lens of that, maybe we're just like this big human organism that's kind of growing and moving through phases, and this level of awareness and how we hold space for each other and recalibrate and, not hang on to ideas in a certain way. But, so maybe there's a sort of, I don't know, an evolution or a shift that we're going through. And who knows what we're going to become.
Like I'm big, and I will stop in a sec. Like I've just, and this is now embarrassing. I feel bad for the video. Like I've just written a book I've got coming out in 3 months that's on this question of how we take this thinking differently about making a difference, right? The script about how you make a difference is you have big, massive protest or, agitation in the streets and everyone's raucous. It's not working. It doesn't work. I mean, it stopped working it hasn't worked for a long time. It was part of the war in Iraq protests, the one before Iran, that one, 20 years ago. Biggest protest movement in human history was that 15 million people around the world, and it didn't work. We need a different way to think about how we're going to work with each other that actually, I think, involves more of the skills that you're describing, a lot of these soft skills of how we actually build relationships and learning between each other than performative. I mean, there is a need to take big action with lots of people at times, but there's so much more that's required for us to change the world, and actually making a difference. When we're making a difference, some of the biggest difference that has made us to us in the process, and to not discount that as really important too, that if we are changed and we grow in the process of trying to make the world a better place, then that's a huge win that we shouldn't discount.
Makes me think of, I haven't done any sort of large-scale projects in the same vein as yours, but I've done lots of little things, and it's always usually spurred by something that I really care about and think, okay, I can't just sit down here and do nothing. And one of them was when Sydney Uni wanted to shut the art schools. And,
I remember.
And, it was at a time when the government was pulling back funding across the arts sector. So in the art world at that time, it felt pretty acute that we in Sydney were going to go from 3 art schools, all offering different things to different people, to one. And there was a real sense of urgency that this can't happen. And anyway, we started off with the pots and pans and the banners, and and there was this sense that we were doing things in the same way. And, it was almost like they had anticipated it. It was like, they'll do that, they'll be quiet, and we were actually in Anthony Albanese. The school was in Anthony Albanese's electoral precinct. He wasn't the premier at the time, but anyway, we ended up kind of going and talking to him about it, and he cares about the arts and music, and he said, look, you just need to do something really different. And we had this very, it goes back to at least what I kind of associate with your process, Alina, that there's the work, and then it's seeing the moments in time and going, okay, we've got people here, we've got an idea, what is it? And then we've got to move. Anyway, we were at an art exhibition, we were like, we've got to do something, and we were going to make a video. And then someone said, I work at the Art Gallery of New South Wales. Next week is the biggest media day for the art world, Archibald Prize. Do something really different, and your message is going to travel. So we mobilised, and the whole of this Sydney College of the Arts community. So this is like people who'd been there since the 70s. We pulled all these people came out of the woodwork, and we collaborated. We came up with an image, the red cape, which is sort of goes back to the French Revolution and nursing, and had lots of these sort of symbolic associations. And we went, let's make our image that travels, that says everything. And we're going to do it really calmly. We're going to do it really poised. We're not going to say anything. We're just going to say SOS SCA, and we're going to clap in Morse code SOS SCA every now and then. And we're going to stand on the steps as this one kind of red cape image. And Anthony Albanese said, that's great, because that's really different. I can use this. He used his media on the day. We had, there's lots of media there. We created a beautiful image, I think.
What was the image of?
It was there was about 400 of us on the stairs, tiered on the stairs, all in red capes. in front of the New South Wales Art Gallery, and just these white, very cleanly cut, not hand cut, laser cut image letters, reasonable size, saying SOS SCA, and that was it. And so he put the images and our story into his media machine. We had other people there who were, internationally represented. That story was across the country and international by the end of that day. And that sounds great, and it was lovely, and it did help Sydney University reverse that decision. Great, but that's not the only piece. There was years of work afterwards in negotiating what happened with that, but the beautiful piece was the collaboration and the way that people came together, and the kind of all the skills that, if it had been a commercial thing, it would have been hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars of intel and expertise that all were poured into this very compressed window of time, that probably, if it had been a commercial production, would have taken a month, all because there was this kind of drive. And 10 years later, we still all feel really good about it. So, that's part of it. It's like, and the school was saved, but it was much smaller. There's a lot that's changed. There's a lot that didn't happen. But there is that sense that, small things can be transformative, and we still have these bonds that exist way beyond that moment in time.
Yeah. I think it goes back to, I feel differently, and I don't know how you guys feel now that I'm older. So throwing fires, I now throw them. It's not you, it's me, no longer. It's like, no, it's you. It's never me. So I'm changing the entire narrative, because my whole life was, everything is on me. Everything that I have in my life, I don't have in my life, is on me. I've always blamed myself and held myself responsible for everything. And I think the problem is, if we're talking about, this is a really great example, if we're talking about system changes and transformation, right? We become so risk averse not to offend the other person. It's always, I'm exaggerating here a little bit, but, and so what happens here is, when you bring narrative to a desire to throw a fire, right, that's when change happens, because there's this collective fire that has the guts to say, no, it's not me, it's you. And then you are able to tell a narrative through an image, which I think is, that's my shtick, is an image. And also I think my other shtick is that I think if a text person from PwC could be creative, anyone can be creative. Anyone, right? And I'm self-taught. So that means that we all possess the power to tell a story and to shift a story. And I think that to be risk averse is a massive problem for all of us, particularly now because of the cancel culture. And I miss the days like that. I miss the days when you can throw the fire back at someone. And I think maybe that is a really important change that we need to implement. And I think with my own practice, for example, because I never knew the way things were done on sets, I just made it up along the way. And I kept saying, no, it's like, what do you mean they have to look at my concept? No, it's my concept. No one gets to look at my concept. Mm-hmm. I didn't realise how inappropriate that was. And so all these big people would come in, and they're like, they would come in with an entourage always. There's a EA to EA, and, there's 5 EAs and 5 comms people, and they all surround you, and they're all like this, and I'm tiny. And basically you're going to take the worst image of their boss, and they're all going to get fired. So I've learned very quickly, I ain't telling anyone my concept until the second that I'm shooting, which is, was kind of unusual in a way. But that's only because I had no idea what I was doing, because I was never brought up in the system. So I think there's something to be said, is that we are now in this environment where we just so want to be politically correct. And I'm so happy to be older, because I'm now bringing back the fire for the first time this year. You're not in my line of fire.
So can I just, I think that's great that that's your journey, right? I'm not here to criticise. I actually just think that there's not one rule. Yep. I think that sometimes there's a moment to hit someone on the head with your truth, and sometimes there's not. And sometimes, that we should relish in the nuance of making active decisions about what to say and when and how to say it, depending on the context. Because I think there is a time if someone starts waxing lyrical about people start waxing lyrical about how political leaders are insane, it really gets my goat. Because why don't we just talk about their behaviour? Why do we have to characterise bad people as having a mental illness? It really shits me. But so many people do it. If I was yelling at everyone who did that, I would only be yelling. I will choose when to pick that battle. If someone's incredibly terrible about autism or women or whatever, or Islam, there are issues where I will get stuck in or not get stuck in. But to me, there can't be a rule, because life is paradoxical. It's always going to be uncertain. I think it's a mistake to always hold back. I work with the Muslim Women's Association, who have taken on a much stronger stance about being political post-Gaza, who have felt like you couldn't speak out about the Islamophobia in daily life, and now do far more. They've decided to step up, not in dissimilar ways to what you are speaking, but they'll still be discerning about if and when and how. So we need to stand up, but standing up, being right, is not the same as being powerful. And so we need to also, if we're going to stand up, we need to do it with a bit of muscle, or otherwise being right will be an opportunity for someone else with more power to punch us in the face.
Yeah, and I think that authority comes, I'm talking about just my world, that authority comes, I think, with age. And by that, what I mean is that I've gained confidence through experience, because you know yourself better, you understand the world better. And so to be able to stand up to whatever that is, whether it's your vision that you're fighting for, or the narrative that you want to say, whatever that is, that took a really long time to get here. And I think, at the moment where we're all just trying to be so nice, I think we forgot it's very hard. Everyone, I feel, is very risk averse. And so that question of how do we change systems or be different or break things, I think right now is so much harder, because social media, all eyes are, this is being recorded, somebody can...
No, it goes back to the principle of like the inner work, and where, if something's charging you up, what is that? Why is that? And how can we dissipate that? And if you I always think about this, because I literally had when I was a child, I lived in Zimbabwe, and Robert Mugabe's army used to park down the end of my road, and then there was a curfew at the end of the day, and we would hear the machine guns in the homelands, 20 kilometres away. So these feelings of people who are doing quite bad things, cruel things, we're very close. And I would ask myself, what would I do if I was, in conversation with that one of those army people? And how do we face off even those people that seem to be our most extreme enemies, let alone people who are just sort of kind of annoying or aren't doing what we want, and I feel like in the zeitgeist right now, that becomes even more important, that we have these sort of diverse ways of responding. And I think that's the other thing that's coming through. This has come up a lot today, but it's like every situation is different. Every situation kind of needs a different response. Sometimes you've just got to respond in the moment with what's there, and a lot of your photography does do that, Lalina. And then there are other moments where we have to respond in a different way. It's a collective thing. So I guess I'd just like to sort of say, what are some of the small things that you do that help you to kind of retain your own creative life, and to maybe to preserve your vessel, if you like, and your practice, because I'm assuming they're all different. Yeah.
Do you mind if I just speak to the previous point? Because I think it's a fascinating subject of dealing with conflict and having these kinds of conversations. What I learned, interestingly, from Socrates, not directly, I missed him by a few years.
Took a while.
Yeah. As a teenager, it was actually the result of conversations we'd have at the dining room table. Now, my family's background is European. We argue, we debate. It gets really fucking fiery. And I didn't know how to navigate that as a teenager, because I felt like if there were words that were going to come out of your mouth that had some kind of positionality to it, you had to be willing to defend the words that came out of your mouth. Otherwise, don't bother saying it. And it felt like it was really difficult to have somebody take you seriously when you, especially, this is not an unfamiliar environment for me. I've got 2 older sisters and my mother. Dad wasn't really present, so the kind of joke in my household is that I was raised by wolves, because I was just surrounded by women who were all very strong and independent. So,
That made you very good pastor.
yes, actually, yes. And so having these kinds of conversations where I wanted to be taken seriously as the youngest and the boy who didn't understand the other perspectives was really quite difficult. But I genuinely felt like I had something to contribute to the conversation. And so the thing I got from Socrates was, through reading the work that Plato wrote about him, was about not trying to immediately change somebody's perspective. Because you can't have anybody do anything unless there's willingness to do so. Like, that's behind all action, whether it's a collective society, whether it's an organization or an individual. Nothing happens without willingness. So much so that in every single session that I have with a client, I'll be talking to them for an hour and a half, and I'm testing for willingness very subtly in our conversation at least 15 times in 90 minutes. Because I need to make sure that they're sending me signals of willingness so I can actually help create shifts in their perspective. And so I worked out that at a young age, thankfully, my job when I was getting into these conversations with my family was not to change their perspective, but to plant a seed, to have a follow-up conversation the following week that had given the opportunity for the seed that I had planted to germinate a little bit. And so I found that to be really effective, rather than trying to, sort of punch my idea into their brain. I was like, what if I just leave this here as an idea? There's some degree of logic to it. Maybe I haven't fully baked out this thought and this concept, but I know there's something here. I'm just going to leave it here and see what happens. And inevitably, they started to come around to some of the perspectives that I had, not by force or by throwing fire, because their catapults of fireballs were much larger than mine. I was never going to be able to win that battle. And so I found that to be quite an effective approach. And ultimately also discovered that there's 2 primary motivators for everybody, which is the avoidance of pain and the pursuit of pleasure. And so when I discovered those 2 fundamental aspects of having somebody try and create change or change their perspective or change their narrative, I felt empowered, because I started to see the inner workings of my own self, of what was motivating my behavior and my decisions and my thought process, but then also what motivates other people. And that helped shift my whole dynamic with the way I navigate different conversations and different versions of conflict.
I think a genuine feeling of empathy is really important. And I think that empathy in our society is reserved for people that practice creativity, right? We have a lot of empathy because we practice creativity. Now, in the corporate world, and I talk a lot about corporate world because I now do a lot of work with the corporate world in terms of keynotes and training sessions, and I love that world. I do, and people always very surprised because it's filled with incredibly smart people. And I think that we are so privileged as creative people to have that access to creativity that at the end of the day, in the earlier sessions with Scott, we were talking about you were talking about the right and left brain hemisphere, right? And so when you have that empathy, like if we're talking about this, taking all the jokes aside, when you are able to practice things in your life that are conducive to empathy, such as creativity, for example, inevitably conflict is much easier to resolve. Because empathy is such an incredible asset that our society simply does not cultivate. And I've done this experiment, right, where I go into the city. I went for 2 months, and I pretended that I had a job, corporate job, and I sat in a very beautiful office at Martin Place, and I went every single day, and I was there at 8:30 in the morning, and it's like, I love dressing up clearly. So by the time I left the house at 8, I was exhausted because it's like hair, makeup, high heels and then flat shoes and then lunch. And so my empathy went out the window. Like when the girlfriend would text me and goes, oh, my husband didn't said this. I'm like, I don't care. Whereas a week before, I would sit there and I would analyse why did he say that and why there was an exclamation mark, an emoji, And so 2 things that happened from that structure is that I saw a ceiling, a physical ceiling every day. And so what happened from that physical environment is that my empathy went out the window and my creativity went out the window after 2 months, right? I had none of that. On the flip side, I became very accountable. I like that. I've never been, I'm rogue. Like my profession, it's whatever hours of the day. And so I found that really interesting is that constraints, if we do want to change the way we work, I think, is that changing the physical environment is really important. And how do we create an environment, physical environment, no matter what work you do, that actually has that creative aspect, which then gives you more empathy within you, which then I really truly believe gives you the tools for conflict resolution in a much better way. Not throwing fires.
Yeah.
So, and when I shot Scott Farquhar for the cover of AFR magazine, that was about his new building that is being built. So not his, Atlassian's new building being built across from UTS. That is, their policy is you can work from home and remotely 100%. And yet their capacity at their Sydney office now is almost at 100%. None of them have to come in. They all want to come in. So you can imagine the new building, which will have open space, creativity, will be so conducive to a totally different way of working.
I think there's a deeper layer to the creative people being able to experience empathy so easily, which is that creative people tend to be most willing to experience feelings. And you can't empathize with somebody unless you're willing to explore a feeling within you. The most, forgive me if I'm insulting anyone in the room, but the most analytical types who disconnect from their feeling experience of the world and their internal world are the ones that struggle the most with empathy. And it's not that they don't have the capacity, it's just that they've either learned that it's not safe to experience feelings or it feels overwhelming to experience a feeling, and so they disconnect themselves from that as a way to feel safe again within their body, but then they become what becomes described as left-brained and very analytical. Creative people generally, I came from a creative background. Before I got into coaching, I was pursuing a career in music. Like it was a very different field.
You look like a musician.
Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment.
It is.
I agree, actually, yeah.
Oh, thanks. Maybe I should go back to it.
And the tattoos as well.
Yeah,
totally.
maybe.
Where's the guitar? It's there.
We both worked in film, so we always like, finding the characters.
Yeah, there you go, exactly. And so my capacity for feeling was already there, and it was kind of overwhelming, which is why I struggled so much with anxiety and depression and things like that. But then once I navigated the underlying mechanisms of why I was experiencing those emotions, it helped me find my way through it, map the territory, the internal territory, and it just helped deepen my ability to empathize with other people. I think that's ultimately what I use the words empathy and understanding interchangeably because that's ultimately what empathy is about. It's our desire to understand somebody across the table from us, whether it's somebody or an organisation or a political party or whatever it is.
Well, can I just throw something in on this, which is just, I tend to agree, right? This sort of creative practice is conducive to empathy, but I am not also going to just say that all creative people are super nice and empathetic because I don't think that's true. I think that there are, although some of them are and some of them are. I'm married to one who's very creative and mostly empathetic, but because I think that there are practices that are distinct from your traits or your personality types or your interests that even the most analytical people can learn, and even some creative people don't have, that are useful for this kind of for empathetic practice. So in community organising, we do this thing called a relational meeting, and it literally teaches people how to have a one-to-one conversation that is empathetic. And it fits into some of the conversation earlier on, because it's saying, what about if we had a conversation that wasn't about getting someone to do something for you or being made to do something for them, a transactional conversation? What happens if the purpose of the conversation was to explore whether you want to build a relationship and later eventually take action together, but with no time frame on the rush to action? Not dissimilar to the kind of testing piece that you're doing in your coaching sessions. In these conversations, you're sort of testing and exploring for what someone's interests are, what are their passions and their things that drive them. And it's a conversational method. It's not a script. It involves lots of why questions. You tell me something, I say, oh, why? Why did you do that first? Who inspired you to do that? It's this journey. There's a whole thing to it, right? Like, we could have a different conversation about it another time. But I also think that those qualities are not, if more people were slowed down the process and explored, like, just got to know each other better before they started rushing to do stuff together, we'd be in a better place. Like, I'll just think, just my university is a good example. Like, someone wants to do something, calendar invites go out, people are enlisted into a meeting. It's like, do you even know if anyone cares about this topic? Do you know if anyone wants to do this? People come to the meeting, everyone's got their own opinions, a fight breaks out over whether, it's like, this is just incompetent, right? Like, if instead of doing that, organiser person just went around, had some chats with people, canvassed their interests, and then assembled a group out of that, would have taken longer, would have been 10 times more effective, right? Like, relationships are not just for the sake of relationships, right? That's a private life thing. Relationships in public life are to build the power to act. But that's not sort of like a brutal power. That's a sort of collaborative, creative capacity that we need. But actually tending to those relationships before we immediately rush to action is a practice that enables us to sort of do things differently, to cultivate empathy, to work in a different kind of way.
Yeah,
yes, this is getting to. Do you want to go?
Sorry, I was just going to add that I think that ultimately comes down to the somewhat philosophical question of, an existential question of why. So I've had clients come to me saying, I've got this a CEO that's got this proposal that they want to go to a partner with, and they're like, this is what I'm thinking I'm going to do. And my immediate question to them is, why would they want to do this?
Yes.
What's the point of this?
Exactly.
And the immediate focus is they're looking at what can they get from the deal rather than
what does the other person want that I can meet them with?
Right. And why are we doing this in the first place? Like, what's the point of this deal? Like, why are we even pursuing this as an opportunity? Because people aren't slowing down long enough just to ask the question of, like, what's the purpose of this? Why does this need to exist?
Yep.
And so I think that question honestly is underrated across all areas of life, of just asking the question of, like, why? What's the point of this? What are we trying to achieve here? And I think it can influence like protests. Like, why are we protesting in the first place? Is this the best? And by asking that question, it then informs the question of, then, is this the most appropriate form to be protesting? Is there a more effective and efficient way for us to achieve the same outcome, or wake up some kind of willingness in the people that we're trying to make aware?
Yeah, I mean, I think protests can be a form of a conversation, actually, and you're mobilising different kinds of, it's, say, that SCA example, I do feel like it was actually a symbolic conversation, and I think a lot of...
They're about a relationship.
Yeah.
Protest action, it's about a relationship, relating to decision makers, relating to the participants.
And exerting agency and, doing it, mobilising the resources you have. But I just want to step back a second to the at the moment, I feel like empathy is this beautiful quality that kind of goes, that we're sort of peddling out as if it's there's no kind of downside to it. And you kind of indicated that, yes, there are. And so I think empathy is something that some of us are good at and some of us could cultivate. I've seen empathy being used as a weapon. I've seen it especially with people who are not very well practiced, and especially if they're insecure, and so it becomes used to mobilise a single person's agenda. And I've seen people are really destabilised because they don't even have words for what's happened. And so, I feel like it's really important to develop our empathetic skills. And when I think about empathy, I feel like a lot of empathy is about non-verbal communication. And, you know, a lot of communication, more than half of our communication is non-verbal. It's not in words. It's in our tone of voice. It's in our gestures. It's even just in these intangible exchanges of eye contact or not eye contact or whatever fits in the moment. And that goes back to these ways of being, which I started off with today, these practices that we can cultivate. And one of my all-time favourite quotes is Angela Mayo, and she says, you know, I may not remember what you said, I may not remember what you did, but I will remember how you made me feel. And I really do. That really stands true for me. And, you know, so that's a resonance but what practices can we do to cultivate that level of awareness? So for a long time I worked in disabilities with people who had a real range of communication skills. Even as an artist, I feel like a lot of my practices are about reading the nonverbal room. And, you know, actors use that as their body as a vessel. Designers use materials and shapes and forms and symbols. People who are communicators are not just saying words, it's their gestures, their postures. So there's a whole raft of non-verbal signals and exchanges that are happening that happen in, I think, slow time. It takes time to kind of become attuned to that. And to go back to the kind of meeting thing as an example, you know, I feel like we just default to these very kind of verbally oriented media for exchanging and being. And, you know, I felt like when COVID finished, I was being radical because I was asking people for walking meetings. You know, and then we're moving and we're outside, and I sometimes do them at the gym, you know. I've had people just laughing like they've seen the craziest thing in the world. I'm like, why should I not be doing something? And then, you know, I often think about, you know, sometimes I'll walk past someone, I'm like, here's the email. I'm having a conversation with you. We just need to exchange this one piece of information. I don't have to have a meeting. I don't have to call us all to sit down. So where are those like small moments of resistance where we're just reading the room differently? And I think back to filmmaking because it's one of my most, you know, like for me, it was a joy to work in films. It was collaborative. There were so many different kinds of expertise. It came together. There was pulses. There was a lot of resources, you know, at stake usually. But the way that we worked was in this, you know, very rarely did we have meetings. Like there was schedules and things to do. But, you know, if you were a designer, you might be working, making something. Someone would wander in. So many different kinds of expertise. It came together. There was pulses.
I was just looking up something on the website and all of a sudden I'm live streaming the live stream. I'm sorry.
That was awesome. You sound
weird.
Your double sounds great.
Yeah, some weird feedback loop. Yeah, it's double amplify what I was just saying. But yeah, so this you know, like, what are these practices that where did the meeting come in, you know, and occupy our whole lives? And, you know, are there not other ways that we can connect as humans? And, you know, and a lot of it is, you know, to go back to the filmmaking example, is that there was a context there was materials, there was people, there was all this information that you picked up in 5 minutes and you just needed to walk through the space. You knew who they were. You got half, you know, what you needed and you walked out and then somebody else would be there. So, for me, the moments of resistance are about, you know, working in different ways. We are getting close to the end. Yes, Celine.
Can I just quickly say about the filmmaking? So I've spent many years on film sets in Australia and the States. So I would shoot campaigns for, let's say, HBO would have a TV show, and then we need to create the campaign. So the billboards that you will see, or if you get on Netflix and you see lots of little pictures, which film do you pick? Sometimes you follow the director or the film, sometimes you just go for the image. And so I think what's really interesting in terms of working differently, and you and I have had this conversations many times because we've both been in the film industry and work, and again, if you translate it to the way any other area of our life works, whether it's education or corporates, on film sets, you have all of these people that don't know each other. We all descend onto a film set. We're talking about 200-300 people, right? We all work in silos, but somehow we all manage to work. And what I take away from that is that the less contact humans have, the better off we are. Because what's absolutely amazing is that we've made all these friends. I've had all these friends around the world, and we are all like this, but we've never had a real friendship. So when COVID happened, we all came back, and so everyone from LA, New York, London, Paris was suddenly in Australia, and we had to get to know each other. And we were like, but we are best friends. But this I did not expect to see in you, right? So what's really interesting, if you then transfer that to the way we operate as societies, particularly at work, I love the concept of less contact, the better. We descend into these big projects. We know each other superficially. We all like each other. I mean, everybody likes each other on film sets. Everybody
Mostly.
Half of them have sex with each other. Like, it's great, right? A few marriages here and there. But at the end of the day is that you don't go deep into the relationships. You're there to deliver a project, and you trust each other. There's empathy because I think it's a creative environment, right? And then you go away and you don't really see each other. And I think it's I think we all should work as film industry and sets. We come in, we do projects, we go away. And then we all kind of like in love with each other because we don't get to see the real us. And there's something in it to it. I don't know, I think it's beautiful.
No, but that is a little bit how community works. Like, you know, there's studies around neighbourhood and density in apartments and all that kind of stuff. And a lot of it's about the frequency in which you contact someone, how many meaningful relationships we actually can sustain. So there's a different, and maybe these like 9-to-5 jobs actually are asking us to sustain so-called meaningful relationships in a way that we can't.
But also there's a difference between public relationships and private relationships that's worth clarifying. Like, I do think that we can, I'm not on film sets and I don't know that space, and I imagine having transactional, lighter relationships probably makes that work well. In civil society organisations, I do think people having a deeper understanding of people's interests helps hold the glue together, but not so tight that it's like a friendship. Because when everyone's worked with their friend, and then the minute they need to hold them to account because they didn't actually do the thing they were meant to do, like, public and private are important distinctions. I guess is what I'm saying. Like, I think it's useful for us in public to have strong relationships where we really understand what drives each other, but they need to still be relationships where there is accountability, where if you don't do what you said you were going to do, I'm cool with actually holding to account, as opposed to thinking like, oh my God, you're my best friend, and if you don't like me, I'm just going to be, that's a problem. And at worst, it gets abused, right? It can turn into power over and toxic abuse. That sort of when things become too private. But I just it's just worth sort of throwing in the sort of, yes, relationships to an extent, right? Like, there are still boundaries there. There are boundaries that are worth observing.
I mean, I've got a nuance to add to what you've shared, and I've also got a hot take on what you've just shared. So,
you are such a personal coach.
Yeah. So the nuance, I would say, I wouldn't do very well on a film set because I wouldn't do great with having sex with that many strangers.
No, just let's correct that not everyone does that by any long shot.
Yes, that's a disclaimer.
I'm more than happy to have the clients that I've had who have worked in Hollywood, but I won't be the one working on set. So I think what you're alluding to is that everyone's being intentional. Like, they're working towards a common intention of, because that's what a film set is. Like, everything has been thought through, everything on set.
And short term, so
right.
Any conflict,
time,
you know
purpose,
that you'll never see that person again in 3 months' time.
Right.
So everyone is holding it together.
Yeah,
because so that short term is a.
But your relationship does, not your relationship, your reputation does actually travel well past that.
Yeah,
right.
You're only as good as your last shoot.
Yeah, exactly. Which isn't dissimilar to organisations, because whether it's a project or whether it's the entire mission of the organisation, there's an intention there. Otherwise, we've got to ask the question: why does the organisation exist in the first place? Which was, brought up in the last discussion of. We've got to ask what's the purpose of a policy? What's the purpose of an organisation? What's the purpose of this person's role in this business? And the moment that gets threatened, suddenly everyone's fighting for budget because they want to make sure that they've got, tenure, or they've got their position for the next 10 years. But it's ultimately distilling down to the question of why? Why are we doing this? Why does this exist? Why is this candle on this shelf in this shot? because there's an intention behind it. There's a story that they're trying to tell. And I think that's what brings collective groups of people together, is that they're uniting on an intention, whether it's a non-verbal intention or it's a very verbalized, indiscreet intention. I think that that's what tends to bring a union within, not in the organisational sense, but it unites people together.
And I think the why is really, to me, another way of saying this. It is that having the guts to throw that fireball back at someone and say why. That's the whole point, is that we've got the beauty of getting older and having experiences, that we have the guts to ask why. It's the ability to throw the ball back or the fireball back and to question things and not be so scared that we're going to be the one odd out at the table conversation. So that risk aversion, I find, and that's what's really interesting about, I think, photography sets, is that I can't care what 10 million people are going to think about my image. I care maybe if it was just this audience, because we're confined to a room, 4 walls, a ceiling, you're so close to me, I can see your tattoo, I know about your pastor and your mom. I'm like, if you're not going to like my image, what's going to happen? But once it's out there, you remove the ceilings and the walls, and it's out there for the world to see. You don't care. So that risk aversion just goes away.
Yeah, it's like letting go of control.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bigger. That's it. You can't control. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You can't control.
So we're at the end of our session, and I can feel that this could go on, but I'm going to do something slightly unconventional. So what helps you to stay open to seeing differently? And I want to ask you this by asking you, is there a song that you would listen to or a piece of music?
Well, I actually don't even know what song it's in, but there are 2 Leonard Cohen quotes that I have on my wall that have been really important to me recently. And one is, through the cracks, the light comes in. And I feel like that's very significant in terms of my life, because I've had a lot of breakage in my life, and those breakages have been the opportunity for space. And similarly, I think it's in Anthem, he sings, if there's if there's a pain you can't get rid of, make it your creative offering. And I feel like that I do that. I've tried to do that too. I've had some pain, and rather than run away from it, I've tried to sit with it and learn from it, and it has become a strength.
Beautiful.
I'm running through like 50 different tracks and I'm having a really hard time picking one. I could go 2 angles with it. There's a hip-hop angle, and then there's a film score angle that I have. The film score that comes to mind is from the movie Interstellar, and Hans Zimmer wrote the music to that film. And the film is remarkable. I can't speak highly enough of it. And the score itself is just as much a treasure. The reason why I resonate so much with a part of the story is because of the assumptions of the narrative that's being challenged at different points throughout the entire film. Of Matthew McConaughey's role. Is he actually doing something bad? Is he truly abandoning his daughter? Because it's ultimately about a father-daughter relationship. Is these intergalactic beings actually beings? But it turns out, spoiler alert, it's Matthew McConaughey. And so the music for me just reminds me of the assumptions that we make about what we think something is going into a journey, but then eventually at some point we reflect back with hindsight and discover that it was so different to what we thought with our assumptions. And within the space of, hearing the first 3 seconds of that piece, it immediately reminds me of don't make assumptions, dude. Stop being a little kid. I'll probably go with that.
Beautiful, yeah.
I love 2 different genres, and I listen to these 2 different genres every day. So rap is big for me. Tupac and Biggie Smalls is like
classic.
Big Popper and Hypnotize on the loop, and then immediately, either before or after, I have to do classical music or opera. So Rachmaninoff obviously is the one. Very sad. but grounds you, and that's what I listen to every day. Same thing. It's terrible. I have not expanded into any other genre. It's
less is more.
Sad. Less is more. On that note, thank you for sticking around, the audience.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know we're five minutes past. I'm going to finish with God is a DJ. I love dancing. I love EDM, and I feel like it's modern opera, collective opera. I'm sure you've all got your music and your creative practices. Long may they keep growing. Thanks for having us.
That was great. We need to get a drink.